Greg, do you want to do the interview?
Can do. Massive welcome here, ladies and gentlemen, to Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It is the grand finale of the Extreme Festival's regional side of the championship for 2023, and we're about to kick things off here for all the action that's coming your way today, and there's plenty of it. We're getting into the thick of it right now to sort out a couple of championships. There are a few that have already been sorted out, but we'll bring up to speed with how things go throughout the day. We start with the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. That certainly is very much up for grabs, and the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge will be following them shortly. BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series are split into their two categories today. Classes A, B, and C will be together, and classes D and E will race together separately. As what happens with PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, classes A and C together, and then class B will be separate later on in the morning. GNA's Transport Extreme Supercars are here, as are the DOE Formula Vees, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel, and Mobil V8 Supercars make up our exceptional lineup for the grand finale of the Extreme Festival's regional championships here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. We managed to catch up with a couple of the contenders in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Let's go and find out what their plans are for today before we get into race action.
Our on track for Tour Brigade, the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Dave Ringer, I don't think we've actually interviewed you this year, so you're feeling a bit left out, I suppose.
Yeah, I asked Brian, is there something wrong with me that they're not wanting me to get interviewed? Yeah, look, I think there's a shorter list, that's right. Yeah, definitely.
Tell us about your year going into the final race.
Look, it's first ever Superbike season. Never raced bikes before, and coming off the motard season last year, jumping on the big bike, it's been a big learning curve. And yeah, super excited. Third in my veterans class, and hoping to clinch 7th overall. So yeah, it's been an exciting year for sure.
Good year, actually, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
You've had a good year as well. We're smiling for the camera. Orange visor, waving at the crowd, signing autographs. Busy year for you, eh?
Yeah, it's been a busy year. I haven't done that many races. Next year I'm hoping to do the full season. It's Mr. Varinga that's just up ahead of me, so it'll be a good year. I think Dave's done really well this year for his first year in Superbikes.
Great talking as well. Have you rolled to one?
Yes.
Nicole van Oswerken, welcome to the series. Another lady joins, a much faster lady as well. How's it been going?
So today was actually very good for me. I enjoy the crowd, the people that we're riding with here, and the bike actually surprised me. It's actually quite a good bike.
It's quite a new bike, eh?
It's a 2012, so it's okay.
A 2012 bike, and it's still competitive. That's what the series is all about. Yeah. That's actually what it's about, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, I started on a 2012. I wasn't anywhere close to as fast as Nicole. But I mean, 3 generations on in terms of motorcycles from when I started, and it's still really competitive. And next year looks like it's going to be a huge year for ZX10 Cup, with all the new guys joining, the fast guys joining. Hearing a lot of names that people who want to join and aren't old enough and probably want to get older faster, but I think it's going to be big next year.
Nicole, are you old enough yet?
I am.
Hey, just
made it.
Well, good luck, guys. I hope you have a great race. Put on a great show, especially for the two-wheel fans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there you have it. That's what we're looking forward to. Guys that are watching on the live stream would have picked up on an interview there that we did yesterday with some of our contenders. Great to see Nicole van Oswerken joining this pack of riders, making it 2 ladies now in the ZX10R Masters Cup for 2023. Late start for Nicole, but of course she'll be looking forward to 2024 and going to battle once again with a really exceptional field of motorcycle riders. And of course it is the longest standing single make series in the world in terms of two-wheeled action. 18 years of action that have been out on circuit with the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, and of course a long association with Kawasaki South Africa, with Bridgestone and with Red Square. So fantastic to see that all of that action is now going to be put into place for the final time today. Looking at the way things stand overall in the championship, It is a battle royal between Graham Van Breda and Jason Lamb. And of course, they'll be looking to sort of take each other on in the lineup for today. But of course, looking at the way things went yesterday in qualifying, didn't quite work out according to plan for a lot of the championship contenders. Particularly, I'm just going to pick up on my notes here quickly from yesterday, the qualifying sessions for this category. And of course, an awesome run so far from Jason Lamb in the closing stages, put him into contention or potentially what could be a run for the championship. But then when things all settled down yesterday and got sorted out from the overall qualifying, Van Breda and Jason Lamb's battle seems to have petered out, with Jason Lamb with a bit of issues yesterday and didn't quite get the qualifying he wanted. They'll be making their way out onto, of course, a warm-up lap now. That warm-up lap gives them a chance to get some heat into the rubber. Gets them ready to go for race action for the first part of our proceedings today. I'll pull up the notes that I've got here. I've got about 500 different ways of looking at things. Jason Lamb down in 4th place, as I said, on the 2nd row of the grid. But wasn't quite exactly where he wanted to be. Remember, he's got to try and make up the deficit there. And the deficit from the top championship points to him is basically 13 points. So there's a 13-point difference to play with there between Jason Lamb and Graham Van Breda. 25 points up for grabs, though, for a race win. So there's still lots to play for here in the overall championship. Peter de Vos and Brian Bontekoning will be looking, of course, to take each other on in what has been an absolute epic battle for the Grandmasters. And they're fighting with only 2 points separating them heading into this first heat. Look out for that battle. De Vos is in 5th, Bonte is down in 8th, so a bit of a row between the two riders who separate the two of them. Hein McMahon, Trevor Westman, and Lubabalo and Sana will be looking to fight things out for the overall championship in Class A. Hein McMahon at the moment sitting in the lead of the championship, but down in 9th place for qualifying. Westman, however, is up in 2nd overall on the front row. So a bit of a fight on there, but Westman's got a lot of ground to make up. It's about, 54 points between them. So he has to get 2 race victories here today to secure the full 50 points and hope something goes wrong there with Hein. So Hein McMahon basically in the pound seats right there for Class A's overall. And then in Class B, it's Van Breda versus Jason Lamb, as I said. But you've got Big Dave Varinga in there as well. And the Wheels Online man will be looking to try and take the rest of this pack on. Lights are on. We're about to go racing for the first time. Let's lights out, and it's a good start. Not from Damien Pierre-Picardi, our pole man. The pole man, unfortunately, not getting the start he wanted. Dropping back slightly as they go through turn 1 for the first time. That's Henk Kruger we're seeing around the outside on the Golf Racing coloured machine. Kruger pushing hard to try and get to the front end early on. And I tell you something, Henk Kruger will be a man to watch out for there on that Genesis machine tool services car, motorcycle, I should say. ZX10's now coming through there. Watch out in the back as well. Great to see Piers Canute back in the pack and also picking up on Marty Suter. So Marty Suter joining the pack, and she's had a couple of on and off throughout the season to ensure that she's part of this ZX10R Masters Cup. But Marty has joined the likes of Landy Sinden, and now, of course, Nicole van Arswegen as part and parcel of what has been a phenomenal 18th season of the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. Front end of the field, and it's a fight of note. I know what we expect to see as they head down the hill now. What everybody can do about the front end and see, can he keep it all together there and see if he can stay in the hunt for the front end. That's the whole idea of this championship, is to get it and see if he can keep it all together. Pierre-Picardi leads out over Westman. Van Breda's in 3rd, exactly where he needs to be, ahead of Jason Lamb. That's the most important factor. Jason Lamb, unfortunately, has had an absolutely horrible start. He's dropped down into 8th place. So Lamb has got a little bit of work to do. Remember, he had a big moment coming into what has been the penultimate round of this championship only a couple of weekends ago here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Big welcome to all of our fans around the world. I see there's a couple of guys that have joined us from all parts of the world. Van all the way down in New Zealand. East London is awake by the looks of things, and it looks like there's a couple of other people who've joined us here at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring who've been here right from the word go. Early start for a lot of people, and I'm sure that you're going to enjoy all the race action that's going to be provided today by this grand finale of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. The pack start to come through there. Big Dave Varinga's had a fantastic start there on the Wheels Online cars. He's up ahead of the Shop 74 bike, and Wayne Shelley with some work to do to try and find a way through on him. They come down under braking there. Good move there from Nicole van Arsbergen, and she's already incredibly up into the top 6. So van Arsbergen using all of her national championship level riding that she's had in her career and starting to give these boys a run for their money right from the word go. Not a bad effort there from the young lady. Running currently just inside the top 6. And on Eskil Suter's tail with Jason Lamb trying to find a way past. That's not going to be an easy lady to pass, I can tell you that once, Jason Lamb. You've got some work to do. Henk Kruger just outside of that top 10. Dave Varinga's in the top 10. He's in 10th place at the moment. As we go through, they're also picking up on Brian Bontekoning, who seems to have got slightly ahead. Yes, he has, of Peter de Vos. So that fight will remain wide open into the second heat of it, finished up right now. All the way through this pack, and of course right to the back of the pack. Also good to see Reggie Seal out there. Piers Canute, as I said, all the way from London. And at the back end there, the 72 bike of Marty Suter. Looks like the dog doctor might have had a bit of an issue. Dewey Christie had some problems there on that last lap. Dropped right to the back of the pack. Maybe just ran off slightly. But now tries to come back at it. This is the 45 machine taking on 42. Nicole van Arsbergen versus Jason Lamb. There goes Peter de Vos. Henk Kruger's on his tail. Lapana Gadapathi, we just chatted to at the beginning of the show. Nice run there from Steve Golgocci as well. He's in a bit of a fight. Golgocci right on the tailpiece there of Dieter Hazeman. And I think joining that party was Jacques Cruz and Renatus van Niekerk. So it's fights all the way through as we see. And in fact, yesterday in qualifying, just picking up on a few of the riders, there were 17 riders within the same second. 106s from 17 different riders in this pack of, what do we got here, 26 riders today. This shows you how close this championship is and how awesome it's become over the last 18 years of ZX Cinema Masters Cup. So heading to the top of the hill, Jason Lamb's eventually found a way through. He gets on the inside of Nicole van Arsbergen and finds a way past. Van Arsbergen just carving through, trying to come back, and Lamb's got some work to do. Player's got to catch up and find a way to close in on Graham Van Breda, who's almost, maybe about 3 seconds up the road there. There's 2 riders to sort out. Eskil Suter is one of them. Bontekoning is the other before he even sees the number 1 plate bike of Graham Van Breda. Kurfakati and Westman are getting away at the front end and lead things out as we go into 4 laps. So this is a good start here from those 2 riders. I don't think this is a 6-lap race, to be honest with you, according to the time we wanted to know. It's a 10-lapper. But anyway, we're going to just get that one sorted out. Kurfakati, Westman, Van Breda, Bontekoning, Suter, Lamb, Van Arsbergen. And that's changed around, of course, on that last lap. Han McMahon, KLR is there in 9th ahead of Dave Varinga. Then it's Wayne Shelley, Peter de Vos, Henk Kruger, Apana Gadapati, and the Silver Surfer, Teddy Brook, make up the top 15 riders in this 26 rider pack. So Westman and Purificati getting away. 3rd place battle now, heating up. Jason Lamb's in it. He's now found a way through there on Eskil Suter. And he makes a big move there, does Jason Lamb, to get slightly higher up in that pack. He is pushing hard on that Tyre Mart, East London, and Max for Cars, Kawasaki, to get past on the Jag Power Products Kawasaki now of Graham Van Breda. He will then have his arch rival in the championship in his sights. You can probably see him anyway, but he's got to concentrate on his efforts there to try and find a way through, first of all, on Bonte. So Brian Bontekoning hangs on for now, and he's pushing it to the limit to try and stay ahead. And he's got to try and stay ahead, because remember, Bontekoning is fighting for honours in Class C. So Class C up for grabs there between Peter de Vos and Brian Bontekoning. And Bontekoning has the advantage at the moment. It's to the tune of probably about 6 or 7 riders before we see de Vos. There is de Vos just in the background there on that Gongonjosi Kawasaki ZX-10R. There he goes. Red and white leathers up to the top of the hill, and he's actually got Wayne Shelley ahead of him as well. So he's sitting 3rd in that Class C battle, which is not what Peter de Vos wants. He wants to take this Class C battle and win the championship here today. He's got to catch Shelley. He's going to try and find a couple of maneuvers to get that man going through turn 8 right now on bike 16, Brian Bontekoning. DLR from Dave Varinga. Varinga from Shelley. Wayne Shelley closes in on the back end of that Wheels Online Kawasaki. Big Dave's had a fantastic season, and there's definitely a man to watch out for when it comes to 2024. He was chatting to me only yesterday as he was out at one of the motorcycle dealerships that I was at yesterday afternoon, and saying to me that he's looking forward to today and doing himself a world of good to stay in the top 3 in the championship. Further back, Rothquell, Seal, Hazeman is there as well. The caravan man, Jacques Cruz, ahead of Golgocci now. Piers Canute closing in on Steve Golgocci. Christie has dropped down. Ian Harwood ahead of a battle at the back end of that field. So it's fights right the way through. And speaking of fights, there you go. Change up into the championship fight. Third place is now Jason Lamb. Jason Lamb hits the front of the championship battle. It's third place on the road. And this could change things up here from Graham Van Berda's point of view. Remember, Van Berda's come into the race with a 13-point advantage. It's up to Jason Lamb to take that advantage away. Literally, Graham Van Berda can sit on Jason Lamb's tail now. He does not have to go any better than that. If he stays behind Jason Lamb in both races today and finishes both races, the championship #1 plate will remain on that Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki. These are the two rivals and possible contenders for next year's championship, that is for sure. Front end, Purificati and Westman. Further back, it's Teddy Brook. He's got a bit of pressure coming from behind there. It's Renatus van Niekerk who's closing in on him. Great to see in the background. Awesome action all around the track, as well as entertainment provided on the outskirts. The kart track is open. We've got all of our usual vendors here, giving us food and drinks, caps and t-shirts, model cars and model motorcycles up for grabs. Lots of entertainment at the Extreme Festival, as we always see. Great to see Nicole van Arsbergen back on a motorcycle and back in competitive racing. Arguably the most sought after class in motorcycle racing is SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup. And as you heard in some of the interviews up front, there are a couple of very seasoned campaigners who are looking to join this class next year. Most notably, 6-time South African national Superbike champion Clint Seller may be at the front end of this field in 2024. Henk Kruger now starting to fight it out there with Peter de Vos. Kruger closing in on de Vos. So it's the Genesis tool machine on the back end of that John Gonzozi Kawasaki. Bit of pressure now from Westman. A little bit more pressure onto the back end of Purificati. Damien Purificati soaking that pressure up. No worries at all there for him so far. It looks like he might just be able to hang on. Purificati's got some work to do though as they come down under braking. The 821 bike there on the Amalgam Kawasaki has got that Westwood and Wayward Kawasaki right on his tail. The Westman and Wayward Kawasaki leading things out now as they come across the line. Perfect timing there from Trevor Westman as the last lap board comes out. So the killer is at the front. Purificati going to try and come back at him. Trevor Westman has done a superb job to just squeeze through there, but Purificati's not going to give it up without a fight. They go around the exit of turn 3 and onto that back straightaway. Watch this. Here we go. Purificati. You're going to look on the inside. Has he got enough on the brakes to go to turn 4? He looks up the inside. Very close. But Westman just shuts the door. It might have compromised Damien's drive up the hill ever so slightly. Trevor Westman comes across on the right-hand side to block that inside line into turn 5. They're side by side into turn 5, past the AMG Driving Academy. Squaring it up there is Purificati, trying to find a way through, but Westman just keeps him honest. Trevor Westman not going to give this up without a fight, and he's going to try and hang on to the front end. But Purificati, the most dangerous man on track right now, looking to pounce. He's not going to be able to do it. Little advantage there on a slightly newer machine as Westman comes through for the flag and takes the first victory. But Trevor Westman wins out. That's an awesome job there from him. Purificati in second. Who's going to be third? Has Jason Lamb hang on? Yes, he has. Lamb hangs on for third place, beating out Van Berda. But Graham Van Berda, as I said, can stay behind Jason Lamb all day long and still wrap this championship up. So it's Westman from Damien Purificati. Jason Lamb comes through for third place. He beats out Graham Van Berda. And a good effort there from Nicole van Arsbergen. And how was that? First time out. And she's in fifth place. Brian Bontekoning wins out his battle for Class C. And it's Hein McMahon just behind him. So nice run there to the line. Beating out JLR. And then it was Dave Varinga. Behind them, Wayne Shirley in 10th place. And it's a nice run as well coming out of that top 10. 11th place was de Vos. That's what we want to be checking as well. Peter de Vos in 11th. So that's 1 to 11th place at the moment. But nicely done from Henk Kruger to stay right on his tail. Only about half a second off him across the line. Apina Ganapathy just behind them. Then it was Teddy Brook and Renatus van Niekerk. Byron Rothkoll beat out Reggie Seal. It was Dieter Hazeman and Jacques Cruz that won out the battle with Steve Golgocci there. Nice run there from Golgocci. He's had a superb season on the Prime Equip and the ETR Performance 2M Trailers Kawasaki. Behind him, it was Piers Canute all the way from London. Great to have him here as well, part of that wayward team. And a nice effort there from Stewie Christie, the dog doctor. Great to see him back on a motorcycle. PT out Ian Harwood. Marty Suter, Henk Scaling, and Eskil Suter. Looks like he had some problems there halfway through the race and had to pull into pit lane. We'll be back shortly now with action from the Regional Extreme Festival and PABAR Volkswagen Challenge classes A and C.
Damon Perifacati, there was quite a dash you had with Trevor. Talk me through it, bud.
Yeah, so I had a good start. I led for 9 laps, and unfortunately I ran wide into the last turn, and Trevor got the better drive, and the clever bastard blocked me for the rest of the lap. So well done for him for putting the pressure. It was an awesome dash having him on my ass. And yeah, thanks to Red Square, thanks to SunBet, thanks to everybody who helped. It was a great race. Hopefully we can do better in race 2.
So we're making our way back into the circuit one more time now for...
We're going to...
Oh, we're going to Trevor.
There was quite a dash you had there with Damien Perifacati, and you got him on the last lap. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was quite an insane race. From the word go, I was quite happy just to sit behind him. Every time I ride behind Damien, he teaches me a thing or two. So last time it was more my side, but yeah, I learned a few things in turn 4 which got me getting to him. I lost the front gear in turn 5, which was almost me done and finished, but yeah, brilliant race. I saw at the end there, Damien made a mistake in the last turn. I took advantage and just put the hammer down for the last lap. But in the last 3 turns, at the bottom there, he basically dived on me, and I just played it all slow into the last turn and just gassed it out to the line, which I played off. Thank you very much.
So we may be going back into the post-race area to catch up with a couple of riders there from the ZXNR Masters Cup. Really heard there from Damien Perifacati. What an epic battle there between himself and Trevor Westman. Westman winning the overall and taking the victory, which of course will move Westman up slightly, but not enough to take Class A honours there. Hunt McMahon looks like he might have wrapped that one up. We're going to try and get hold of him before we get into the first race of classes B and C for the championship battles here. Because the championship battle is going to be a big one.
Greg, I'm going to put the interview picture in picture here. We won't finish it before they start.
Yeah, we're gonna get cars on track, and we're gonna get cars fighting for honours as well. But before we go into race action, let's go and catch up with a couple of the contenders and see what their plans are for today from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge.
Classes A and C, Michael's inferior. Out there in Class C, just tell us about it. What's going on? Has it been a good weekend? Has it not been a good weekend?
So, as of now, session 1 was very slippery. I think there was oil from the rains last night that came up, obviously, from the surface of the track. And then, session 2 went well. And then session 3, just before qualifying, I decided to go and run off in turn 1, which is, as you know, is quite a fast corner. So I had a bit of a scare, but brought it all safe and enjoying it. You know what I mean? It's all about the fun. So having a lot of fun.
Close in Class C as well, and Carl Peterson. Class C, it's about getting on the power early and being smooth, I suppose.
Yeah, I haven't done that in practice 3 since I kind of wrecked my car now at turn 8 and the next of turn 8. But there's a few corners that are slippy, like turn 2, 5 and 8 especially, like Michael said, because of the oil. But yeah, you just have to be easy on the power and like flow.
Braking for Class A to come around and catch up 2 months ago. Is that a bit of a factor in the race?
No, not really.
Not so bad. Talking about Class A, we've got Devin Masters, who's been racing his Lorry all year long, Devin, but it's gone his way a little bit now. But I was thinking you want to turn things around this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to do our best. Struggling a bit, the track is a bit greasy and a lot of oil, etc. So yes, we will see qualifying this afternoon, and then we can see where we are. The times are quite close, so it looks like it's going to be a good battle for them to finish off the year. And looking exciting to be forward to it.
Great to have you here, guys. Enjoy your race. You're on a great chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome start for this Class A and C battle for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. You can see the interviews going picture on picture there for us. But the fight's on there. Derek Spielberg has been joining me for commentary. Wayne Masters not quite getting the start he was expecting there, but it is a fantastic start, as always, coming out of that big machine out front. Going down into the up there. Looks like he's got a problem though. Something's gone wrong there, big time. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if it's a problem with the wheels or with the possible puncture there, but definitely an issue for him as he ran down towards turn 8, and we saw him run onto the grass slightly. He's now slowed up dramatically all the way down the main straightaway, leaving these guys to fight it out at the front. And it's a good start there from, as I said, Rory Atkinson before I was about to speak about him. I got to jump to the next position that was going wrong. But a good start from Bevan Masters as well. He's all over the back end of Atkinson. Pretty much what we saw the last time out. It's a bit of a fight of note between these three. And at Red Star, it was a proper big battle. Safety car by the looks of things, D. The safety car has been deployed, and it's possibly because there's a car on the right-hand side of the shot. Safety car there, board's coming out. Oh, there it is there, actually, just on the inside of turn 1. So a bit of chopping and changing that's happening there as well. And you can see there's going to be a little bit of issues there from him. Buddy, our producer, coming in there. I can't hear you in my ears, but so you need to just talk up a little bit for me as well. Okay, I can't hear you, no, man. No worries. Okay, well, Derek Spielberg is joining me in studio now. Big D, you didn't work. The first couple of words you said they didn't come out, but they're certainly coming out now. Let's have a listen if we can pick you up there, D. A little bit of a hectic start to this one, and it's because of Charles Mulberger on the inside of turn number 1. Looks like something's gone wrong on that machine, and he's had to park it on the inside of turn 1 there just before the pit exit.
Yeah, disappointing for him. He had an excellent qualifying yesterday, about 0.4 seconds faster than anybody. And then on the start, something went wrong. I saw Rory passing him and Bevan passing him, so he's out of the race. So it's between the championship leader, Rory Atkinson, and Bevan behind him. And Wayne is there. Baldy really went well yesterday. He came up quite well and went into 4th place. So, and then the overall championship is Class C car.
Yachty.
Yachty is the leader, and Rory is very close.
Well, Yachty got the start he wanted, that's for sure. He's got the whole shot, and he managed to pull a little bit of a gap there over the rest of the Class C competitors. But I think what we need to take into account there is keep an eye out on that overall championship battle. You said that Rory's wrapped up Class A, but he's still in contention for the overall championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Depends what happens in this race. Yachty is leading, and you see the overall championship is there is only a few points. There's actually 6 points different between Yachty and Rory. So anything can happen in this last 2 heats of the year.
And if you take into account that we've got a full field of Class C, a full field of Class A, it doesn't mean that they're going to be given a negative points scoring system because of the lack of competitors in the category. They have got a full field, so it's full points scored today. So it's all up to Rory and to Yachty to take the victories in their respective classes, even though they're on track at the same time.
They have to take victories both, and something
Get
goes
Derek
wrong with
to
the other
talk
guys.
a little bit closer into the mic, Greg.
Okay, I just need you to pull that a bit closer. Maybe just put it on your chin there, D, when you're talking. Just right on your chin, yeah. There you go. Right, so we're under safety car. That's why we're just sorting out a couple of gremlins here on our audio. We've got it all sorted by the looks of things. And as soon as that safety car gets pulled back into pit lane, we'll be looking to start the proceedings again. And at the restart, as they do here. Now, on the restart, is it similar to what they do with Polo Cup, where they go in line astern, or is it every man for himself on the restart?
It's every man.
Just no overtaking until you've crossed the finish line.
No overtaking until you start it and cross the line, basically. So then it's every man for himself.
I like to see that. We can see just how competitive this category is. Valdi Monkeys, Miguel Diaz, Marty Mfani is out there as well. Dean Ross, Mike Bobaglia, Chris Dale in the mix, looking to try and run at the front end. Yachty leads things out in Class C. He's got Gosman on his tail, Carl Peterson, Mike Safiro, Elna Cruiser, Alan Pereira, Mitch Kutsia's in there, Dino Smith, Cody Peterson, and Demetri Zavirio, and of course Anton Brandsma, a new man to the series, joining it right in the closing stages. That's always nice to see, even though it's the last race of the season. A couple of guys just getting a bit of a shakedown on cars they possibly bought, maybe getting a little look and feel on how things work in PABAR Volkswagen Challenge.
Yeah, it's always competitive in these classes, so the guys are starting to prepare for next year already. Class C is exciting because Andy is up there in 2nd place, the old man, Yachty have to do a proper drive today to stay ahead of Andy. Andy is the old fox, and the rest of the guys, I think Philip is also. Philip's not racing this time.
I don't think he is. I think his car is now being piloted by Elna. Elna's in that car.
Elna's in his car.
Elna's in that car.
Philip's normally up there, so his wife Elna is racing his car. Mitch is up there as well, So I think there's going to be exciting race in Class C as well.
The other thing to take into account, though, is, of course, Andy Gosman, as you were mentioning, a wily old fox, but he's a very seasoned campaigner here at Zwartkops. Yachty maybe not as seasoned as Andy, so maybe looking for a chance there. He was fastest in that opening lap, so good possibilities that we may see a bit of a fight on there between Yachty and Gosman. And Gosman could be the spoiler as the Pretoria North Toyota pulls in. Means we're back under starters' orders, and there we go. Atkinson trying to catch them out. He drops the hammer already all the way down the hill, and he's not going to worry about anything other than getting away from the front end of Class A.
He caught Bevan sleeping there, so he's pulled a few car links. Excellent from Laurie, and Wayne is on Bevan's backside, so he's going to make it difficult for Bevan.
The Monkeys there tucked in 4th. Miguel Diaz just behind them, about 2 car lengths back. Diaz closes that gap down, and with that brings along Marty Mfana and Dean Ross in the Class C battle. Once again, out front for the man who needs to be out front there, Yachty Nusias. He's 10th overall in the WeFix Cars Polo, but on his tail is Gosman, and coming through there is Carl Peterson as well for 3rd.
Yeah, in Class A, Miguel, Heidi and Dean really improved this year. I mean, they are really up there with the front guys now.
Massive improvement.
Massive improvement. So I'm looking forward to them next year.
I think Marty Mfana has probably been arguably one of the most improved drivers we've seen there.
Yeah,
Dean
Marty
Ross has found his feet, that's for sure. But he's also got a little bit of racing heritage coming out of the family, so he's maybe has a little bit more experience when it comes to that kind of thing. And then, as you mentioned, the big players coming through the field as well in Class C. So we look to see what's going to happen here in the closing stages. We're into the restart after a safety car. you've just joined us here on our live stream, a big welcome to you. I see there's a couple of people coming from all around the world. New Caledonia is where Gareth Williams is watching us from. So, welcome to you, buddy, and to everybody around the world. And here at the circuit as well, big crowd outside. Nice to see.
Lovely crowd out here, lovely weather. I think we're going to get some rain later. That's what I've heard.
If it rains, I'm going to blame Derek. Say nothing more. It's all over Derek Smallberger today if it rains, guys. Okay, there you go. Commentator's curse coming from Derek Smallberger. Not me today.
The first three are really close. I mean, their lap times in qualifying was about 0.1 second apart. So the race back, they're also 0.1 second apart. Look at that.
Yeah, but have a look at that. 0.1. It's a 13.131 from Wayne Masters, who's closed that gap now onto Bevan Masters. So throw that proverbial PABAR blanket over those three cars, and there's nothing in it. Here comes Wayne. Inside line on Bevan, looking for a way through. Performance Masters versus the CPS Warehouse car versus BHIT. Those are the first three cars in Class A as they head through the AMG Driving Academy corner. Past the Zoo Race. And now to the right left. Down the hill. Turn 8. It is a fight of note. Exactly what we saw at the penultimate round. And more of the same here at the grand finale.
This is getting closer and closer. And I think Miguel is actually pushing Waldy quite a bit. So Waldy have to lift his legs. And Udine is right there, Mighty as well. So pretty good racing at this stage.
Yeah, Miguel Diaz has moved up nicely as well, right onto the tailpiece there of Waldy Mankins. He's brought the final along. Bavaglia not too far behind that. Christel, that's a bit of an in-house fight we spoke about the last time we were here too. And the last time we had Red Star Raceway. Always a nice little in-house personal battle between Mike Lee and Christel. And that's the gap he's got over Gossman. That's enough at this stage. If he stays like that, the win will go his way, and he'll probably take that one hand and put it on the trophy.
Yeah.
And then a lot can go wrong, and usually does in race 2 of this category that you love so much, and of course we do too here on our live stream. But arguably, things heating up here at the front end in Class 8, but it usually gets up even higher in temperature when you get into that second race, and there's no more hold bar.
The weapon is attacking Rory there.
Big time.
Yeah, the tyres are getting hotter. I mean, it's really hot outside. So tire pressure is crucial. So I think those correct tire pressures will do well.
Right, so they come into turn 1 once again with massive pressure coming out of that CPS Warehouse machine. Bevan Masters looking for a way through. Found it yet. Is that diving into turn 2 though? Here we go. Inside line, done deal. Squeezes out and gets ahead of Rory Atkinson. Here comes Wayne. Wayne's coming along for the ride. I wonder if Wayne Masters and Bevan Masters have been chatting to Yachty, because they're playing right into his hands here for the overall championship.
I think Yachty is paying them, but they're racing really well. So Wayne is on the inside of Rory.
Rory
and he's past him.
Yeah,
he lost from first to third in 2 corners. But he'll come back. Watch him.
He's not going to give it up with a fight. He knows he needs a victory. Third place is not good enough. Third place is going to drop him behind Yachty in the overall championship to a couple of more points, as opposed to the 6 that we know that are in the differential right now. Now, as they come into turn number 6, double right-hander, then a flick between the deck. Now, Bevan Masters with Wayne Masters pulling away slightly now from Rory Atkinson. You mentioned, Derek, the Class A battle is won. This is the second place in Class A between Bevan and Wayne, which is probably why they're fighting so hard.
Yes.
They're fighting for second place in the championship. And even though brothers, you know,
there's no brotherly love.
There's no brotherly love on track. That's for sure.
Wayne's car is always fast at the end. His setup is of such a nature that when the tires really get hot, his car still works. So Bevan can't relax now.
Well, Bevan's going to have to try and keep it all together now. He seems to pull the slight margin as they come onto that back straight away. Probably about a car length, but that'll come down under braking. Speaking of under braking, AT Brakes car having a big look there. On the cruiser trying to find a way through Peterson. Peterson just sweats it off. But I think Alpha might have got a slightly better drive here onto the straight and could sneak up into turn 1. No, not quite, but pretty close. Zafiro looking for a way past in the background as well. They do look at this. Check this 3x3.
Close racing, and Elna can do that. Being racing Class B for many years, she knows how to race close.
I don't think Carl and Zafiro have had that close action before. Although there's been some races this year in Class C that have been pretty tight. So also stuff as we come into lap 9 now. So a nice little run here from our Class A and C in the Volkswagen Challenge from PABAR Volkswagen Challenge now, making their way down towards turn 2 and into some back markers. This could play into the hands here of Wayne Masters.
Absolutely, and back markers always make it interesting for the front guys. Looks like all of them got through nicely there.
Yeah, very lucky to survive that, not get into trouble too badly by a back marker. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably Anton Brandsma, the new driver. That's why he's got the rookie tape out of the back of his car, with that red and white hunting tape that goes off the back of the car, just to warn the other drivers that there is a rookie driver on circuit, just in case they come up and they're not quite aware. And maybe just watch out for some maneuvers that most of these drivers are quite afraid with when it comes to passing back markers. Speaking of back markers, there's one more to negotiate here. And it could, as I said, play into the hands of Bevan Masters. Gets hindered slightly in the hands of Wayne Masters.
Well, Bevan's got a bit of advantage with the temperature, because his car is getting cool air from the front. Wayne is on his backside, and look at them.
So close.
Excellent racing.
Yeah, that's the way we want to do it.
Baldy in a good fourth.
Yeah, Baldy for 4th place, but 4 seconds down. Split by 700ths. So nicely done between the three of them at the front end there. Bevan Masters takes the victory for Class A. Wayne Masters takes 2nd, and Rory Atkinson in 3rd. Doesn't do his overall championship aspirations any good, because here's the battle for the lead for Class C, and Yachty's going to hang on by the looks of things to keep out Gosman. Or will Gosman have a go here down into the final corner? He's
Look at Andy. Look at Andy.
Come on, Andy. That's the way we like to see you doing it, buddy.
Excellent race from Yachty. Get it from start to finish.
So with Yachty taking that basically gives him a couple more points advantage getting into the final race later on this afternoon. I'm sure you're going to be coming back and forth with me. Thanks so much for that, man. So much appreciated. And of course, the spring is always appreciated by our fans worldwide here on our live stream. We're moving into the BMW M Performance Racing Series category up next. It's classes A and B that are on their own today. They don't have class 2. They've changed it up ever so slightly. We got that information from our right-hand man who's going to join me again at Red Star Raceway. But there's kind of information, unofficial results. Bevan Masters, Wayne Masters, Rory Atkinson. And how's that? 0.7 between them. Holding Monkeys beats out Dean Ross, Marty and Fana, Christelle and Mike B. Yachty Nusius takes 9th overall and the win in Class C. And as I said, with that win, basically puts one hand on the trophy. If he gets a 2nd victory later today, and Rory cannot finish with a win at least, there could be a possibility of the number 1 plate heading to the We Fix Cars team here at the final round, the grand finale of Extreme Festival's Regional Championships. Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Bevan Masters, talk me through that race you had there, because you had Rory and your brother on you.
Yes, starting in 4th, I knew I had my work cut out for me. Wayne, I don't know what happened in the start, but he bogged down or something, so managed to get past him quite quickly and get up next to Charles by turn 2. Get through past him. I don't know what happened. I saw he was parked on the side, so I'm not sure what went wrong with his car. And then Wayne caught up with me and was putting heavy pressure, so I had to make a move on Rory sooner or later, otherwise Wayne's patience was running out. So I made the dive twice into 5 and then to 2 and managed to get it stuck, and Wayne managed to get past as well and just had to bring it home safely and managed to do that, and I'm very happy.
Yachty, you had a really good dance there with Andy Gosman. Talk me through it.
Yeah, Andy's a force to be reckoned with. He's definitely knows Zwartkops very well. His car was on pace, he was on pace. Kept on messing up turn 5 for some reason. And I'd make a gap, he'd close it. At the end, we were neck and neck to the end. Was a jaw, very stressful, I won't lie. But brought it home. Let's see, one more to go.
Greg, I'm going to put the interview picture in picture again.
So, BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series making their way onto the circuit right now. We managed to catch up with a couple of the contenders as they're making their way around. Let's go and find out what their plans are here at the final round.
Next up, we've got Class A, B and C of the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. Class A wrapped up the championship already, Leon, and the championship, how does it look for the actual overall championship for Leon Larsson?
Yeah, it's going to depend on what's happening this weekend. So whoever gets the most points
obviously
between me and Reinhard is going to win the overall championship. So
are you feeling the pressure though?
Yeah, obviously a little bit. Yeah, definitely. So we'll know by the end of tomorrow.
Okay, well, good luck to you on that one.
Thank you.
René Smith, currently in Class B, leading there as well, with 3 wins from 4 starts. So feeling confident?
Fairly confident. The problem was we only moved to the new car for the 3rd race, so the first 2 rounds was a bust. And slowly starting to get to grips with it. Going well, I think we'll have a good weekend.
And always spectacular, of course. Nothing
has to be.
spectacular than the fire we had at Red Star.
Absolutely.
I seem to remember the car catching a lot. I see you sitting away from me lately. Can you tell us about the fire at Red Star?
Yeah, the Back to the Future episode was quite impressive. I mean, if you look at the footage afterwards, I'm definitely going to blow up at least 2 decent prints, one for my bar and one for my office. And office, I look at it daily and just to remind myself that I was actually lucky. It could have turned out horrific, but yeah, we came through testing on Wednesday, had a few issues still on the car, really fast development, sorted it out timelessly. And on quali we did quite well, or actually on the second practice we did quite well, so we're looking forward to the qualification session, yes.
Well guys, thanks for that. Good luck out there. Let's go on, Richard.
Thank you.
BMW M Performance Racing Series joins us once again at the penultimate, it's the final round now, the grand finale of the Extreme Festivals Regional Championship. We saw them at the penultimate round only a couple of weekends ago at Red Star Raceway, and things have heated up ever so slightly. The Class A Championship has basically been done and dusted, and it's great to see that there's going to be some fights for second place in that one, between possibly Bob Neal and looking at the other competitor in there, of course, is William Einkammerer. He had a bit of a nightmare when it came to Red Star Raceway. You were at Red Star Raceway with me. You saw all of that. We've got a huge fight on for Class B as well. And, of course, Class C is looking pretty tasty with Nick Fisher. Maybe going to be losing that number 1 plate.
Greg, is that other mic still muted or off?
Is all ding dong. You certainly can't go wrong there. And watching Bob and Leon, as we call him, go at it. Let's see them start that now.
Leon at what's he, 70 years of age and still winning championships. Amazing stuff. But he's the man to watch out for at the front end and see what he can do now. As the lights go out for Class A, they head down towards turn number 1, Class B, right on the tail. There's 3 Class A competitors, the rest are Class B, and a little bit further back there we'll pick up on the Class C. We'll try and bring you as much of the action as we can here on the live stream from the M Performance Racing Series.
There we got Josh LaRue putting in, but moves in very early. He moved into Class A yesterday with some excellent times. I don't think he's got the straight line speed to keep up with Class A, but you can see he's putting some really experienced race car driving into this race already. Andreas coming up on the inside now.
Yeah. He's a multiple champion in other formulas that he's raced in, and what he's trying to do here is on a very similar vein to what Leighton Free did last year, joining you guys in the closing stages, is getting a chance to get into a BMW and get the look and feel, because that's where he's headed to. He's looking to go into Cup next year the same way that Leighton did, and possibly go and fly the flag high for South Africa there. He's an excellent young driver in terms of his ability behind a race car's wheel, and he's good in single-seaters as well. So Josh LaRue certainly a big find here for this category. Just saw a glimpse there of the big boss auto car of Devin Robertson. As you mentioned, joining the category. The fight is on right through the pack.
Yeah, really great to have Josh racing with us. He had some mechanical issues through the last couple of races, so we haven't been able to enjoy his racecraft yet. Let's hope that his car holds together for today, and we can start to see exactly what's made him a champion in a number of different other series.
Heading down towards turn 2 now, Andreas Meyer. That is the German we've just been speaking about, and looking for a chance now to still take another championship. It won't be the overall championship. I know he's going to sort of have to maybe put like a slightly smaller sort of embroidery on his overalls there to say, well, I took Class B. When he takes the overall championship, he's like, I've got champion, and I'm this champion forever and ever. No stopping me. Love the German on track. He's always awesome to see.
Looks like we had, was that Neil Pile leading out Class C over there. Interesting race going on there. I saw a very good qualifying time from Benny Late in the naturally aspirated E46 M3. Interesting to see who's going to lead that charge for Class C on.
Class C at this stage is Arnon Naidu and then Ryan Knight, Benny Late, as you mentioned, third, Hein van der Merwe, and then Anwar Levy. That is your top 5 in Class C.
Looks like Renier Smith has just got past Josh LaRue over there, putting the power down. Yep. Josh is going to come under pressure there from Yaku Storm in that turbocharged E46.
And the Arrow car starting to come into play there too, big time. So we're looking for a battle. We're going to change things up here on the settings for the timings, just so we can get how things are sitting overall. Most of our class will come back to class, but certainly, as you said, a good run here from Josh LaRue so far. Monsieur Parker also into the mix, up to 10th place. He's got Pelé starting to close things down there as we're watching all the way through this pack. But I think we're in for a bit of a fight here. The Class C battle certainly starting to heat up. Class B starting to get into the mix now, and they're starting to find their feet on the circuit.
Absolutely. It looks like Rob Gearing falling a little bit behind there. I think there's a Class C competitor just behind there. Looks like that was it Hein van der Merwe, but a little bit of smoke coming from the car. Is that tire rub or something mechanical?
I think it's something mechanical. He's pulled to the side of the track there. Something's gone wrong on Hein van der Merwe's car as he pulls off the circuit at turn 4 across the kitty lift. A good idea to get off track as quickly as possible. We had some big issues yesterday. And as I said that, I don't know if he got off in time. Diligent's been caught out, and possibly by some fluid drop by Van der Merwe's car.
And that's at the exit of corner 4. That's a really dangerous position there. So I'm hoping you can either get that car moved, otherwise we might be seeing double wave yellows or perhaps even a safety car, maybe even red flag.
Let's keep an eye on what the COC has to say about that. Heading down towards turn 2, got the leaders out of turn 2 already. They should be put on their way to 3 to pick up on the fights in that mid-back. And that mid-back, as I said, starting to heat up ever so slightly there. Devin Robertson has certainly found his match and mark here. He's used to fighting at the front end. Welcome to Class B, Dev.
Yeah, what a trial by fire. You know, Devin put the car into it. There we see the red flag come out. So that's going to stop the session. Certainly not safe enough to continue.
And I think it's due to the fact that we got some oil. Yeah, there's a car off.
Oh, wow.
That's Lobsher's off.
Oh, wow.
That's huge. Oh, and Bob Neal also with a massive, massive crash. That is... Oh, that's not nice. That's down in turn 2, I think.
That's some huge damage right there.
No, that's turn 4. That's the other camera. It's from our reverse camera at turn 8. So I think there's some serious fluid that was dropped down. I was hoping there wasn't. Look at that tire barrier, buddy. Look at that Armco barrier as well.
Imagine what kind of speeds those Class A guys must have been doing for both Leon and Bob. I imagine if both of them were affected, there either some very big oil spill or potentially, you know, tangling coming into the corner.
The tyres ripped off the wheel on Bob Neal's front right. See that on that shot right there. Bob is out the car. He's okay. We saw him walking towards the marshal point. I'm not quite sure if we got that on a replay, Paulie. If you can find it for us, let's have a look and see if we've got it.
Unfortunately not, Greg.
I think we'll only have it now. Well, if we could put a post-production together, we'd have it, because we're recording all the action on our cameras, but we don't have a post-production going out for this category. But it's a huge moment. And Bob Neal going to be sorted out now by Donovan and Huntley. Make sure he's okay. I think he's okay because he was walking towards us, just in the background there.
Looked like Bob was alright. I wonder if Leon Lopes was alright with PMX on the car there. I'm not sure if his car sustained as much damage. I mean, look at that. The suspension on that wheel and tire is hanging in the Armco barrier. What a sight.
Dalman Mining Man, unfortunately, with a big moment down in the turn 4. You can see he's come off. Looks like he's come off to avoid. You can see by the braking there and the tire marks as the Zwartkops truck comes into view. You can actually see the brake marks and the tire marks going off into the Armco barrier. So he's gone to avoid somebody that's got out of shape, possibly Leon, who was ahead of him. And if Leon's gone straight into the barrier, he tried to avoid, spun out, and ended up crashing into that Armco barrier on the inside of turn 4. This is going to be a big break here in proceedings. I'm going to let you know, because they've got to repair that inside barrier before we go racing with anybody else out there. And there's a lot of debris on the circuit as well. So it's a huge job now for our Zwartkops / Car Alarming / Red Star team of marshals. They all combine at the 3 circuits here in Gauteng and Mpumalanga to ensure that we got safe conditions for racing. And look at fluid coming out of that BMW as well, buddy.
Wow, this is really going to cause some massive delays. You can see the fans standing on the embankment there. They must have had a real, first-class viewing of what happened right there. I know they talked about Alan spinning off into corner 4 there. That looks where most of the action is happening there. I stand to be correct.
No, it is. It's turn 4. So I think what's happened there is Van der Merwe's car dropped some fluid, and he pulled off the side of the track. And I said to you, is there a possibility that he might have dropped the fluid? As he pulled off, he did the right thing in getting off as quickly as possible, but he didn't get off in time enough to avoid. That's the undercarriage of the car, man. That's how badly damaged that car is. That's the entire undercarriage of Bob Neal's car. They're pulling to the sideline.
Looks like a real domino effect here. We've got one car going off, possibly losing some fluid.
Greg, will you pull the other microphone down a little bit?
Probably well chasing the back of the pack already, and unfortunately picking up the most dangerous part of the scene.
So that was a big moment there for Bob, big moment for Leon Lopes. Possibly, we don't have to worry about Class A's championship. That's already sorted out for Leon Lopes, so that's one consolation he'll have. There's no way they're going to get Bob Neal's car sorted out, but there is still a possibility they could fix Leon Lopes' car. Looks like it was too badly damaged, although it was stuck in the tyre barrier where Bob Neal's walking towards right now. Oh, thank you very much. That's perfect timing from our director. They're putting Leon's car out of the tyre barrier. It doesn't look like there's too much damage on that.
Seems to be rolling.
Yeah.
Some serious implications for the championship. Leon is lying second, I believe, just behind Reynard Miller. And if he's not able to continue this race, that's going to leave the championship door wide open for Reynard to seize the opportunity in his Class D and E competition a little bit later.
So that's we're talking about overall championship as opposed to Class
Right.
A. We mentioned already that Class A is wrapped up by Leon, so he'll be having a little bit of consolation on that. But as you said, he needs to get that number 66 BMW back on track as quickly as possible to ensure he's got a chance for the overall and to fight it out with Reynard. So that's the overall championship that we'll get into a bit later on. I'm not sure who's joining me for Class D and E.
It'll be our colleague over there, Karot.
No, he's going to join me for that one. So we'll get into that one a bit later on, and sort of maybe the permutations of what's happened here on track would have been sorted out by then. So we'll have enough to be alongside you on how things are standing. But this is definitely not what we wanted at the start of the day's racing. We're into race number 3 of the grand finale of the festival. Is during this very awesome liveried machine, very German touring car-esque machine. That's good to see. Lopes's car rolling under its own steam and back on track.
Seems like we've got probably the left-hand wing mirror seems to be hurt. Definitely the end plate on the rear spoiler. But if they're able to lock that down, I wonder if he's going to be able to continue or whether this is simply going to be nursed back to the pits. I've got a feeling it's going to be the latter, but let's see what happens in the next couple of moments and minutes.
Other big factor, of course, taking into account here is the boss lady joins us in our office here, coming to make sure that we know what's happening on track. Maybe she's got some insight that we don't know. But Leon Lopesha is certainly making his way around to pit lane. We'll be back shortly now to let you know what's happening with M Performance Racing Series. Just a heads up as well to all of the people sticking around outside here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. If you are a member of the ZOC Club, we have the AGM starting in 5 minutes. 10 to 11. It's a slightly weird time to have an AGM, but 10 to 11 is when we want to have the ZOC AGM. So please make your way up to the ZOC Club area for the AGM for the ZOC Club. Thank you, guys.
Du bist bang für Josh und für die anderen.
Well, Neil, there was quite a big crash there. Talk me through what happened.
Yeah, I think it must have been round about lap 4, 5, something like that. Leon and I sort of broke away. We were coming up to turn 4. Before that, got through turn 3. Everything was good. And on the straight, just before turn 4, I saw Leon went squiggly and went off. And then, yeah, happened to me. And unfortunately, I went straight into the barrier. And yeah, it's just destroyed the car. But yeah, I feel okay. Bit of a headache, that's all.
So folks, if you are watching us on the live stream and here at Zwartkops International Raceway, the break-in proceedings is due to a massive crash with Bob Neal's BMW heading to the inside barrier at turn 4, destroying the Armco barrier and the car. Fortunately, Bob getting out the car and okay, we managed to catch up with him and get his insight as to what went down. Looks like there was a bit of fluid dropped by a car previously going off time for the Mava at turn 4, and that caused a bit of issues for a few cars behind, including Leon Lopscher, who looks like he might have been able to get the car going again and made his way back to pit lane, or possibly even on to the grid again. We didn't see where he ended up, but he definitely got underway under his own power after a huge moment. There's a lot of work being done down at turn 4 to rectify the damage caused by the crash, and of course it's an Armco barrier that has to be sorted out. They're probably going to do some roving repairs there with some Armcos and maybe some tyre barriers to add in to that inside of turn 4, and then the cleanup being done rapidly by our Zwartkops Pile Army and Red Star Raceway marshalling team to get us back racing as soon as possible. We'll be back as soon as the action comes back to you here from the grand finale of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Greg, I've got the interview video that can't remember her name, from Aussie for BMW. I'm going to play that, but it ends with going back to you. Perhaps if you can then say, we'll go back to this kind of picture, and then just say we're waiting for the track to be repaired.
Can do. So while we're waiting for the track to be repaired, you can see how well the marshals are working. Got the COC down there, in fact, doing some tire duties himself. So before we got into race action, we were going to play this interview that our friends from BMW and Performance Racing Series have brought us. It's an update as to how the championship standings are heading into this round. Let's go and find out what those championship standings are from BMW and Performance Racing Series.
Only 2 races remain before we'll crown our 2023 BMW and Performance Parts Race Series champion. Let's look at our class and series points tables heading into today's action here at Zwartkops Raceway. Leon Lobscher is the only driver to have secured a class title thus far. He heads up Class A by 69 points, but his attention will be on the series title. He'll be the favourite at Zwartkops Raceway, taking both Dunlop pole positions, all 4 race wins, and the Arrow Automotive Fast Flyer Awards this year at the circuit. He'll have Bob Neal to contend with, who'll look to regain second place on the points table. The drama that unfolded in Class B at Red Star Raceway sees Nick McCree still on top. The defending class champion, Andreas Meyer, moved to second place ahead of Lyle Ramsey. Renier Smith, who took 3 wins from his last 4 starts, will look to continue his form and could make up another position. Osby Ajoni leads the rest of the pack. Mansour Parker, another driver who showed excellent form in the latter part of the year, will also look to finish his maiden season in the top 5. Nicholas Fisher won the Series and Class E titles at last year's season finale, and this weekend he's the favourite to take Class C. Anwar Levy, another 2023 debutant, will make sure that this battle goes down to the wire. Anwar has finished ahead of Nicholas 7 times this year, with 4 coming in the last 4 starts. Troy Cochrane has not given up on finishing the season as runner-up, but will need to contend with Hein van der Merwe and Alan Hilligan. Only a breakout can prevent Reynard Miller from taking the Class D honours, but he must record his 7th and 8th wins to take this year's overall title. Nicholas Herbst, Neil Reynolds, former series leader Dave Rees and 2023 debutant Cobus Boma will have a fierce contest for the runner-up spot. Expect Tiansnell to cause some upsets following his impressive form at Red Star Raceway, where he made Reynard work hard for his wins. It's a similar situation in Class E for Arie van Heerden. His focus will also be on a maiden title. Devold Smith would like to finish his debut season with a win, while Claudio Jardum will look to add to his 3 wins so far. Karen Nienaber's consistent scoring run sees her in 4th place ahead of Mike Krobler. It's Miller, Lobscher, van Heerden, Macris and Fisher before drop rounds and non-regular competitors are removed. Bringing all the current calculations into play, Miller still leads by 1 point, but the gap between the top 5 comes down to 19 points. Let's go back to Greg in the Extreme Festival broadcast studio for our first race.
Well, we're back here. The first race caused a bit of chaos, and it looks like it might cause a little bit of chaos in that championship as well. Leon Lobscher was involved in the incident, and he's only 1 point behind Reinhard Miller heading into the closing stages in the last 2 races of the season. He ended up on the left-hand side of the shot that you've got on the screen right now, and in the tyre barrier. Fortunately, they got the car out of the tyre barrier and back on track under its own steam. It made its way back to pit lane. We're hoping that Leon Lobscher can get back on track in time for the restart. Once all the frantic activity down at turn 4 is sorted out, you can see cement being thrown down there to try and dry up as much of the lubricant and the fluid that was dropped out of Hein van der Merwe's car. And we saw 3 cars involved there, one spinning out just before the big incident that saw both Leon Lobscher and Bob Neal end up retiring and pulling to the side of the track. The massive, massive crash that Bob Neal has had on the inside of turn 4 is the reason for the amount of marshals that are down there to try and sort out and get those barriers fixed as quickly as possible. As soon as we have got confirmation of the time of the restart, we'll come back to you with the action here from the grand finale of the Extreme Festival. This is at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Well, it certainly looks like we're getting a little bit of more action than we've had all for the last hour or so. Nicholas Herbst joining me in commentary here. Nick, a big moment down at turn 4. So, as always, got to give a shout out to Zwartkops Marshals and the team behind the scenes there. It's literally taken them 55 minutes to recreate the entire inside barrier of turn 4.
Yeah, it looks like the Zwartkops team have really thrown the whole kitchen sink and every personnel that they could get their hands on at that problem there. It looked like they just had an absolute flock of people trying to rebuild that massive section of corner 4. It's been a massive delay to the proceedings.
There it is.
We've finally seen the vehicles clearing from there, and what a great job it looks like they've done getting that prepared and up and ready for racing. It's going to be interesting to see how the day proceeds with all the delays that have started. We hope we don't have any more to affect the program, and hopefully we can get this Class A, B, and C race 1 back at the start.
I think it's just testament to how well, remember, it's a joint team now between what was Kyle Army Marshals, now Zwartkops Marshals, and of course Red Stars Marshals, that all combine to form the marshalling team that we've got here in Gauteng and in Mpumalanga to make sure that we can go racing and do it safely. More importantly, though, is having a look at that front grid. Andreas Meyer on the inside of turn 1. Outside is Leon Loubser. He was one of the big cars that was taken off by that incident, ended up on the inside, on the outside, I should say, of turn 4, in the barrier. And with that, of course, had to go in for some repairs. Looks like they've got his car sorted.
Yeah, Greg, I think we weren't very sure whether he was going to be back on track. The car wasn't limping. It didn't look like we see too much damage, but I saw that the left wing mirror, the rear spoiler end plate looked like it got hurt, but you just can't see what's kind of hiding underneath. I think these first laps are going to be really indicating, whether there's any kind of niggling or underlying issues that maybe have not been seen by the team there at Fast Development. Let's hope he has a strong remainder of the race. Not much of a Class A left. We've effectively only got Leon and Josh. Who
of course, yes, yeah. Josh is there.
But Josh has been falling back into the clutches of many of the Class B competitors there. So I think if Leon has a strong and stable car, he should have the lead of that race really wrapped up, and maybe he'll be able to take the honours.
Listen, that's more importantly is the lead of the race, but he stays in contention for the championship. And there's only 1 point between himself and it's Ronald Miller that are fighting for overall.
Right. I mean, I think if this is at the beginning of the season, maybe Leon would have made a more, cautious choice and said, "Look, I'm not going to really take a chance here." But he is right up there at the sharp end of the championship, a point, separating him and Reinhardt. So this is really going to be vital points that he'll need to and want to score in this race.
Now, for those guys who don't understand how the point system works, does he get penalised because there is only one car in Class A now, as opposed to would there be maybe 10 or 12 cars in Class D?
I'll need to double check my facts here. I believe with fewer than 3 competitors in the class, I think there is going to be a reduced score.
Yeah, I think it's half points. I stand to be corrected. I threw you under the bus there a little bit with that comment, but I think it's about half points if you don't have 3 or more cars, if I remember correctly, and maybe Carrot later on, or possibly I'll get some info from the boss man and just double check that. Needless to say, it's going to be all important for him to finish and finish at the front, which he should be able to do relatively easily if there's not too much damage on that car. He was a good half a second up the road from Bob Neal, and at least 2.5 seconds up the road from Class B's Andreas Meyer, who leads up. They are rolling. We can see them on screen now behind the safety officer and Toyota, the long-term standing relationship as the providers for safety and our race cars here at Zwartkops. That's to thank them once again for their input and for and all this that you guys have picked up for growing in deep down. I believe there's at least another dozen cars in the mix for next year, according to what Bernard told me at Walker. So MSpec next year and Kyle Army, you could be possibly seeing another 50-car grid.
What a growing series.
Lovely.
Greg, points normally 10 for a win, 8 for second, 6 for third. 3 cars or less, first 8 points, second 6 points, third 5 points.
absolutely jam-packed through every single corner and every single section of the racetrack. Unfortunately, with such a short track like this, it means that you're always under pressure, and any kind of mistake or lack of concentration is absolutely punished. And an external factor like this that we saw the oil on track, massive consequences.
In my ear, Paulie giving me a heads up, giving us a little bit of information. That's why we always put the back and forth between yourself and myself and our producer, Paul Bedford. 10 points for a win, 8 points for second, 6 points for third in a 3 or more car grid. It's 8, 6, and 4 if it's 3 cars or less. So it's only a 2-point differential we play with there. In terms of a win, there's only 1 car, and a win if there's 3 or more. So there is a big factor to bring in there, I think.
I think we saw just a couple of pits there. Andreas in the 36 touring car pulled off into the pits. I'm not sure what happened if they out into the pits and no longer in this race.
Josh Lou up into third place overall. They're diving in towards turn 2, trying to find a way through there on Macklin. I'm not sure if he got through on Nick, but big fights expected at the front end of Class B with the Class A contender. He was in Class B to start off with, but of course Josh Lou showing his incredible prowess at the wheel of a race car. The national champion on multiple occasions is definitely something that you want to have involved in your field, particularly when he's looking to go to the flag flying international water next year.
It's going to be interesting to see. It looks like he's going to make a strong start over here. Just got past Rainier Smith over there, and he's going to be behind Nick Muckris competing for those Class B cars. Struggling to get to the front during the first
So they're coming from Devin Robertson. Devin trying to find a way through there on 2 of the BMWs, looking to dive through possibly, and he's not probably not quite there just yet, but certainly into the hunt to the front. Nick Fitzell in that one as well. So nice mid-pack battle here with a new contender. He has been involved in BMWs in the past. He's kind of went in and out for a little while. So I'm not quite sure where he wanted to end up, but it's great to have him back. And if I'm not mistaken, that Big Boss Auto car was also piloted by his cousin at some point. Was Jaggy in that car, or was it Jaggy in another car? Different car. Okay.
I think it was Johnny in that car previously.
Okay.
But previously, Big Boss Auto were running the 36 M3, so he's going to be struggling a little bit more straight line pace because his race car before here.
I tell you, I beg your pardon, it's not his cousin, it was his uncle. It's actually Justin's car, that car. So yeah, that's where it is. I know that, and it was in the stable, and there's a couple at Big Boss. They're only down the road from me, so I've been there on a few occasions, and there's a real nice array, or what you call a quiver of race cars.
Good thing not going over there for Justin, but with the Butler right behind. He's going to have to face right on it to show those more powerful cars don't take a look and see if they can find any opportunities.
Behind that, Honda 90 still hanging on to Class C by the looks of things. You can see it in the background there. That is the 8th car. He's fighting with Ryan Naka, that's the man in front right now. You can see Ryan Naka also getting a chance to play around. Of course, he's been spending most of his time at National Championship level at the Extreme Festival too. So, a bit of fun and games for the young man. If I'm not mistaken as well, he's going to be corrected, Ryan Naka comes out of the gaming world and sim racing initially, is it?
I believe so.
I believe so. So that's how things turn around. Two-wood car, as always, looking very good. And certainly a man to give Rob Gearing a bit of a run for his money. So
that a move from Rainier Smith on Nick. So that's a lot of pressure on Nick right now. I wanted to be able to hold it together. We've got remaining 10 left.
Well, at this stage, if I go to... All right, we got 2 to go. Yeah, 2 to go on this one. So I don't know if... Our class, we've got Leon Lopes, Andreas is no longer there. So I don't think they've refreshed the timing. Let's just going to do your commentary as well, by the way. Garrett was looking at me earlier, how do you do all this stuff together? I was saying, well, this is what you're going to do. You're going to play around with technology all the way through.
So much pressure coming onto Devin Robertson there from Oz Bagioni.
On the last lap, according to what we've got there from the sidelines. So Leon Lopes hanging on for a last Sheffield to possibly take the victory and stay in contention for the overall. We'll have to wait a little bit later on to see what happens in Class B and E. See whether or not there's going to be any change up between the 103 versus 102 overall championship battle in terms of points.
So that'll mean that Nick Muckris is looking to take honours in the Class B competition over there. Continues to fight off Oz right behind him and you're right behind that. Get the high grade to the finish line.
If I'm not mistaken as well, buddy, I'm just going to jump in there. Looking at the way things came in here, it was an 8-point differential between Nick, Andreas, and then an 11-point down to Lyle Ramsey. Lyle Ramsey's not here, and there's a possibility that Nick might take the damage if he gets the win.
Sorry, Greg, is that Leon going slowly? He's overtaken by a number of competitors. I wanted to finally manifest with that car, but that's Nick. He'll be coming through to take the win.
He's going to take the win, but of course, Leon will still get the big speed Class A, which will keep him in the hunt for the overall championship. Because he's still Class A, he doesn't have to worry about all these cars fighting so hot. They come across the line and beat another one. I don't know if the timing's right, Caron. I know
Josh LaRue's going to take Class A win.
Josh LaRue will now move up to Class A's victory, which is going to turn things around as well. If you look at where Josh is up in the second place overall, so he will steal 4 points.
That Josh that just got past Renier Smith,
yes,
so Josh is pushing his way up ahead.
A bit of balance cars on Bationi's part. Behind that. This
fight. Wow. And Devin Robertson puts it wide.
Out of shape. Well, that's well held. I suppose you can go backwards on a racing car if you know how to do it. Devin Robertson certainly knows how to do that. Reversing to the kitty litter. Head to the J turn. Come on, Devin. Don't let us go. Give us a J turn there. Will he be able to do it? Well, he's still going backwards with the big boss car. Trying to find a way to get that car going in the right direction.
Exceptionally well controlled by Devin over there. So it was like he was defending, up the inside. Unfortunately, the rear end just came on from him. And really well controlled that car.
Bagged out, back to take the win. Renier Smith in second. And it's Josh LaRue in third. He'll take the winning Class A. Head to the line. I'll get across there. He'll run some up to the top 10. Is he going to finish up in that top 10? Or has he just gone out just outside the top 10 yards? But 15th place there for Leon Lopez. He still take second place in Class A. So it's going to be an 8-4. We have to wait to see what happens with Ryan on thank you so much for joining me. I know it's a long sprint here, a lot longer than what you expected. But that's kind of what happens when you throw the commentator's curse at these guys.
what a race. And huge incident in those first couple of laps. A short race thereafter and plenty of things happening. Neck taking the honours over there. It looks like in Class D, I'm not sure we mentioned it's like an unlighted
yes,
Class D, but that's really going to throw the cat among the feet in terms of how this overall gap.
Now, it was 103 places 102. We'll have to wait and see where Ryan ends up. But with that 103, it's going to give him 111. So if we go to 15th place is not important. It's the win. It's still second in Class A. Yeah, so it's 6 points. So he'll be on Nelson, but 111. There we go. 111 there for our man Leon Lopes. So that's how we wrap things up here for Class A, B, and C for the M Performance Racing Series. Nicholas Hipp joining me there, of course, in the commentary. Thank you so much, buddy. We'll catch you later on for race 2. Hopefully not as action-packed. And with the big delay that we had there, well done once again. Do an incredible job done by the Zwartkops Kyle Army and Red Star Marshall team and the team behind the scenes there, John and of course Andre and the entire squad to get that turn 4 rebuilt in record time. Up next, we head into DOE Formula Vee, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. We'll be back shortly with the single series.
Nick Macris coming.
Right, so we're going to try and catch up with a couple of the drivers as well. More importantly, in this one is Nick Macris, who potentially...
Nick, talk me through your race. How was it after the restart?
Look, it was sad to see the guys go off, but thank God, they're okay. That's the most important. It was so hot, but everything went well after the restart. We took it a bit easy in turn 4, because providing a bit of oil, but I'm so happy for the win. It's something I've dreamed of, so woo!
With that win, there's a good potential that he's also taking the championship. We'll stand to get correction on that a bit later on in terms of Class B's championship. So Macris finishing up at the front end of Class B and not having his closest rivals finish up in Andreas Meyer and Lyle Ramsey. There's a good possibility that he may have wrapped up that championship Class B in the M Performance Racing
Greg,
Series.
we'll
bring you
go
confirmation on that later
for
on.
interviews
Let's go
for
into
Formula
DOE
V's.
Formula V's now. And the DOE Formula V's partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel. We've got some serious contention out there. And of course, a championship to be wrapped up. And it is all about Jaco Schricks at the front end of this field. Let's see what his rivals possibly have to say about today's action.
The oldest single-seat formula in probably the world. Next up, DOE Formula Vee associated with CIM Lubri Fuels. And we've got two races within a race, right? We've got the national guy sitting that side, and Jaco Smith sitting the other side next to Trevor Hills. Jaco leading the rookie category at the moment.
Yes, it's been a bit of an up and down year. First year racing, been off the track more than on the track, and spun around a couple of times, so let's hope it all works out.
A big learning curve.
Big learning curve, yes.
As opposed to Trevor Hills smiling there, very smugly at the moment.
Yes, well, I met Jaco racing motocross, so every now and again both him and I spend a lot of time in the dirt, which I know is not actually the aim of this particular formula. But I do have one advantage that he doesn't have. He suffers from a bit of redness syndrome, so I think I'm up for a chance of catching him.
I do have a video of you at the old Saloons Spa, by the way, and maybe we'll show the people one day.
Yeah, thank you.
Then in the national category, Jaco Schricks, Lendl Janssen at war once again. Jaco, tell us about that.
Not too much to say about it. You know, we race as hard as we can, and however it goes is however it goes. You know, it's not over until it's over.
And Lendl, tactical racer as well, always is.
Always is, yeah. Look, I think Jaco's got a decent lead in the championship. I think if he has a reasonably clean weekend, he should seal it. I was thinking the rain might play a bit of a role, but Jaco's very good in the rain as well, so I guess there's that idea out the window. But yeah, it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Was I correct in saying it's one of the oldest single formulas in the world?
Yeah, I believe second oldest. Ask Theo. Phone a friend.
Anyway, guys, good luck. Give it another.
Thank you.
Out on track, DOE Formula Vee associated with CIM Lubri Fuels. Talking about the association championship right now, there's a big dance going on between Carl Watt, Eric Brent. Carl actually equal on points at this time.
Equal on points going into the last round of the year. It's as tight as you can get it and as close as you can get it. So yeah, we're going to give everything and see how tomorrow goes.
Eric, what do you say?
Yeah, it's red side. It's been a good year. It's a Lewis and Max Abu Dhabi moment, so it's going to be good for the fans. Yeah, hoping to finish the championship. It'll be good.
We'll keep an eye on you both up there on the track and keep a tally on the score. I'm sure Theo Mark's going to keep a score as well. Yeah, the association is going well. The sponsors, tell us what's going on with the category tonight.
Well, it's 58 years this year that we've been going, and we're really pleased with all the sponsors that we have on board. They are all going to be on board next year. We've got DOE Quality Parts, CIM Lubri Fuel, First Race, ATS and Dunlop. So from our side, we are very pleased, and we just want to say thank you to them for sticking with us for another year.
From our side, I want to say well done to you. You've improved so much this year.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been an up and down season for me as well. Some unexpected third places, but it's fun, we take it. But yeah, we've also had a good season, testing wise and fine tuning the car, so we've got a good year.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
So out on their warm-up lap now, Formula V's, the DOE Formula V's, partnered with CIM Lubri Fuel and all their associate sponsors. Great to have those associate sponsors involved, as it is with all of the categories involved in the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And at regional level, of course, it helps a huge amount to have those kind of sponsors, because a lot of these guys are on either shoestring or on their own budgets to get through a full race season. They're going to line up with Lendl Janssen and MD Bester on the front row. Jaco Schricks, the man in shot right now, is the championship elect. And he's got on that championship trophy. He literally has to finish 5th or 6th in the race today to wrap up another championship. Levy made it multiple champions in his own right. He knows what to do. It is the DOE quality part and start my car machine front in the field. He can sit in third place the entire day as well. We'll wrap up the championship. Peter Hills is going to give him a run for his money, I'm sure, though he's alongside him. And He'll be looking to try and fight it out once again at the front end with MD and Lendl Janssen. Sean van der Linde, certainly one of the most improved drivers of the season, is up in got back on track to try and pick up on it. So that just puts a bit of spanner in the works there for the Max and Lewis comments made in the pre-race. It's been a real good contender as the young man. Mark is there, the head of Carl Watt, he's had it as well. Each other. That's for Troy and Alpine Pinar, as well as Jakob Smith, Roy Douglas playing DeMalion. Always great to see those two having a big fight at the back end. Clinton Kane and Dave Austin making up 18 cars on the grid here for Formula Vee. It's one of the biggest grids we've had all season long. And more of the same coming away now as we get into race action for the first heat of our single-seaters here today. We're possibly going to see a couple of changes to the program. Very long period of track. Yeah, battle cars down to the fourth. Nancy boys is on the live stream. Thanks for the comments. Keep replying, guys. We do appreciate the support on our live stream. We can make sure you pass it on all your friends and fans and family all around the world. We appreciate the support that you guys are giving us. And we look forward to bringing more action now as we get to the 30-second board about to go up for race 1 of DOE Formula Vee partner CIM. Lendl Janssen got to go out there and get the victory. Investor, Tricks and Hills behind him. He's got to hope that something goes wrong with Tricks. Highly unlikely to hit the good start from Chad on the back, halfway through that back. He comes streaming through. He's already made up to of playing DeMalion also with a good start. Inside line from MD, trying to find a way past, but doesn't quite get there as they head down towards turn 2 for the first time. So it is Jaco Schricks who's up into about 3rd or 4th place there. A little bit of problems at the back end of the field there. Could possibly be Roy Douglas and I think Dave Austin at the back end of the field having some problems through turn 2. But Lendl Janssen with no issues whatsoever. MD Best is on his tail. The spinner is the 53 car. I thought it might be. Yeah, Roy Douglas spinning out there and possibly coming to the little Malon. They will involve that incident in turn 2, but at the front end, let's see how things have panned out into turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy. And that AMG Driving Academy, of course, works with Brent. Quality parts. Like the man in 3rd and the man who would be 3. It's going to be a hard press. Doesn't have to go for the victory though. 3rd place is good enough. He will stay in the championship hunt. He drops to 5th place. So there's some big action expected here for this championship, but more important, non-stop action when it comes to Formula Vee. These guys do not hold anything back, and they usually put on one of the best races of the weekend. Kindly appreciate it. Heading up into the back straight away once again. It is a big push coming from Jaco Schricks. Although he doesn't get that off. That will be bringing him up into the 100 top 5. And Linda got Watt behind him and then Theo Verhaak. There's a little bit of ground to make up. That ground is made up on a very late break from Brandon Hills. Closed in. Make it dead. Nominal start of the line. Moved himself up. He's ripped the score. Nice right here. That's lap 2 of 10 down. We're going to take it go. It's doing it all right. We're comfortably in 3rd. Not putting too much pressure onto MD Bester. But if MD Bester does make a mistake, of course, he will be the first to pounce and dive through to make a move stick into 2nd place. The turn, I think, of Clinton Kane. So Kane, Austin, DeMalon all fighting at the back as we see the hunt for championship honours and for the final 2 race victories continuing ahead of the field. Continues to control things for now. The best at playing a little bit more pressure as they go towards turn 5. And no, it just closes in, tucks underneath that gearbox and follows through line of stern. Similar to what we're seeing there from Vandenberg, Hills and Hill. Slowing them down ever so slightly. The gap. Van der Linde is pulling. He's starting to close onto the back end of the 33 car, Brandon Hill. There may be a bit of a change up there. Fastest man on the road on the last time was the leader, Lendl Janssen, 10.246. The last pass was 10.272. But Janssen now trying to open up a little bit of breathing room, give himself maybe a bit of an easier run to the final or the penultimate victory of the season. It's the last round of Formula V. It's the last round of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championship. We're at the home of the Extreme Festival. And it is Lendl Janssen who is looking to try and take the final victory here and possibly make it a double on the day. He's going to do it now, and he's going to do it later on this afternoon. Right now, it seems like nobody has an answer to Lendl Janssen's fate. Qualifying, he got down into the 109s, into the 110s at the moment. But if I look at Jaco Schricks, he was also in the 109s, so was MD Bester, so was Peter Hills, so was Sean Sutherland, and Jack at the back. All run 109 if they want. Currently all running in the low to mid 10. Just the lap time. Continued battle here between these 4 cars. And in the next slightly ahead of the 13 car, or the 13 car I should say of Austin is slightly ahead there now. Clinton Kane has dropped back a couple of positions. Now into the mix. You can see them fighting hard there. And Pilov. Okay, Pilov. Yeah, big car. Good stage. I'll tell you something. An eye out on Jaco Schricks. Hang on to that little battle. Pilov's on his tail, Brooks right there too. Behind that, there'll be a bit of a shuffle there, I think, as they come through on the next pass. Front end of the field, heading up to the top of the hill towards AMG Driving Academy, now past Kazoo Racing. MD Bester under a bit more pressure now from Schricks. Flying the front hill. Not going to go for the overtake. Third place is more than enough. Put that one hand on the trophy, secure it there. And then third place, we probably only need a 4th in the second heat to wrap up the 2023 championship. That's Kane now, coming up under a bit of pressure as they get to the top end of the hill. Back. 73 fighting for honours there, battle of the 3s. The front end, it's a bit of a fight on of note between 91, 84 and 69. This is halfway through that. And you can see just a bit of shuffling coming out of Schricks. Looking left and right, trying to find a way. Oh, there you go. Doors opened up. There might be a chance here. Schricks may have a go under braking to get through on MD. He may be thinking himself, maybe MD Best is holding me up slightly. Does he have a look? No, he doesn't. Just tucks in behind MD Best. Says, no, I'm happy here. You continue on your merry way. The pace is good enough. Ahead of you. Don't have to be really worried. I think the Lendl Janssen first of the rivals in the championship. But first place for Lendl Janssen, third place for Jaco Schricks means it will need to be a first place, a 4th place for Schricks in the next heat. We're to wrap it up. To the back. 10 car comes into play there. Nice to see all of these competitors fighting so hard for the honours here, even in the closing stages of the championship. Playing the Malon. Certainly in with it. So is Octane Pinot. Octane Pinot in that 10 car. Definitely a man to watch out for in the future as he gets to grips with this car. Fighting with Jaco Schmidt. 44. There. He's not done yet. So we've got to happen on track. Here comes a move. time a lot closer, but yet again, Strick just tucks in behind Bester and waits. Through or not. Quite happy, as I said, with the pace that's being set there by MD Bester. The door is opening up. He has a look, but he doesn't make the move to get up in second. Hills and Hills, under Linda and for Mark. Carl Watt in behind here for Mark. We're making it the top 10 at this stage. Got 5 down and another 7 to go. So some work still to be done for these guys. I shouldn't lie, because this timing monitor is not giving me exact lap times there. It's only a 10 lapper, so 7 done. 3 to go. We'll wait and see. Here they come. Through turn 4. Probably part between of Dr. Schrick looking to take that number 1 plate for 2024. Had it before. Definitely wants it again. Up into turn 5 now through 6. Right. Fast. Slightly off camera, then you let it go down the hill. Mark is his right. What behind him there? Another lap down. 2 to go. Lionel Janssen doing everything he's supposed to do to try and wrap up the championship, but he has to pray that something goes wrong with Jaco Schricks. The fight's basically been done all through the season between the two of them. It was a big incident, remember, halfway through the season. Yeah, a little snag of wheels. Ended up with 2 cars off track. Also turn 4. Yeah, the championship still stayed wide open. Despite that big crash at turn 4 in the mid part of 2023's championship season. MD now pulling a little bit of the gap back on Lionel Janssen. With that Schrick would have a go if he knew the win was on the card. The win, no, it wouldn't give him enough. He'd have to wait for the second race. He'd have to finish the second race. He has to finish both races today. The points are not far enough for a win to give him the victory in the championship overall. Kat van der Berg all on his own some there. Putting a lonesome drive down in 5th place there for that man. As he comes out there also in DOE quality parts and Start My Car colours. He's in the orange and yellow version of that team, whereas Jaco Schricks is stuck with the Silver Dream Racer, but with the orange stripe down the middle. And the reverse colours on those two, so the positive and negative of those 2 cars. Only 2 teammates. A phenomenal season, they really have. Kat van der Berg will be losing, of course, the number 2 number on his car. 2023, unless the number 2 driver doesn't want it. So, hang on to that number. Every other, I think, will possibly still hang on to number 91, only plays reviews right now. So we're coming to the last lap board. I wasn't quite sure if I saw that last lap board go out. We've done 10 laps. And this is supposed to be a 10 lapper. So,
Greg, I'm not sure, but I think their regulations say it's got to be 12.
Maybe there was a reprint of this program, because I've got the program that they handed out at the gate, so it might be a 12 lapper. So apologies on that one, guys. So we've still got 2 to go. More pressure from Schrick on Vesta as they head to the top of the hill again. He's looking for a way past. MD's not going to let him have it without fighting for it. Even though MD's not involved in the championship, he still wants a second place on the podium. A nice way to finish up the season if you're on the podium. In fact, the way he's pushing so hard, MD Vesta actually fastest on track on that last pass, a 109.432. So they're almost 2 qualifying lap times. That would be lap 11, so this would be, they're on their last lap now. Race, and Andy Best is feeling the pressure from Shrix. Max is going to have to just be very careful he doesn't make a mistake and possibly spoil his day. Otherwise, that could be real nasty. 109.3 from Lionel Young. He puts in a qualifying lap time there on the penultimate lap. Secure that gap he's got between himself and these two. Big look on the inside from Jakes. Looking for a way through now. Now he gets good drive out of turn 4. Will he be late on the brakes? Possibly this time he will be. He has oh man, MD Bester matches him on the brakes so nicely. Heading up into turn 5. And can he come back at him into 6? No, he's not get behind. A big look there from Jaco Strick to go inside of turn 5 and overtake the second. But MD Bester was well aware of what was going to be happening. Second flag should be on standby and is first race victory goes to Lendl Janssen. Head of MD Bester and Jaco Strick. Third place, one hand on the trophy. But it literally finished up in what is going to be about 8 or 9 places at the end of the race. That could be a more finish to the day's race later on. Secondly, spotted by CIM. Coming to the line. Fast to wrap up their day's racing for race 1. Including the new man there. Welding guys getting behind that car. Across the line. Also some problems there in the closing stages. By the looks of things. Was that for Brandon Hills? Yeah, he dropped back slightly behind Chad Van den Berg. So it's Lionel Janssen, MD Bester, Jaco Schricks, Peter Hills and Van den Berg ahead of Brandon Hills. Van der Linde. Tough Fear for Mark. Fear for Mark waving to the crowd in the background. He does Kyle Watt. And that was Steve Toy picking up the top 10. Behind that, Albertine Pinard came through to beat out Trevor Hills, Marcel Blichnote, and then Jaco Smith ahead of Kane. Dave Austin just being pipped to the line there by Blaine de Melon, and Roy Douglas finishing up the top 18. Unfortunately, a non-start for Eric Boyens, as we said at the top of the show, so he'll be back only in 2024. So that is our DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel. Up next, first heat on the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, and some interviews with some of our drivers down in pit lane.
Lendl, not a bad race. He managed to salvage some points there and keep the championship fight going into the next race.
Yeah, it was very lucky. I managed to keep the fight going for a little bit longer. So yeah, at least we're still fighting for it in the last race.
Jackie Strix, you haven't cemented the championship just yet. You got to wait until the next race. But talk me through that race. How was it there?
Yeah, look, it was a race of mixed emotions. You know, the racer inside of me wants to take every opportunity and dive and race, you know, for a win. But my head tells me, you know, rather lose the victory than the war. You know, so I have another heat to go. Strategically, I know what to do. But yeah, excited to have this one over and done with.
Zwartkops Extreme Supercars now out on circuit for their first heat of the day's action. And I'm sure we caught up with a couple of the top contenders there to take us into this final round of 2023's championship. Let's go and find out what their plans are.
Next up on track, everybody's favourite, the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. I've been watching through practice Charlotte Ranges. The cars look amazing around this track at the moment. You're the overall leader of the championship, Sean, so you're just particularly.
Yeah, look, we came out this year for the national championship in G&H, and we were lucky enough to seal that the previous round. So, you know, going into this round, we didn't actually even realise where we kind of were in the overall championship, and it just surprised me leading. So, you know, it's quite a big thing. But yeah, we've been backing Jono for the championship overall. So yeah, it's fun this weekend. We're just having fun this weekend, to be quite honest. So yeah.
John, about the series, I mean, it's the number of great cars up there has grown exponentially, hasn't it?
Yeah, look, it's fantastic, and I mean, a lot of new GT3 cars. I mean, Silvio Scabanti's come to join us this weekend. So it's going from strength to strength. The cars keep going faster and faster. I mean, I was moaning this morning when I did a 59.3. You know, it was a bit slow. And I think back even 2 years ago, 59.3 on pole by some margin. So it's really, the level has gone to something else. I guess, you know, we're all trying to chase Franco. He's kind of set the bar this year. But yeah, I mean, look, I'm tired of Franco. Charles a little bit ahead. I mean, if I think back 3 races ago going into Cape Town, I think Franco was 17 points ahead of all of us. And then he had a tough weekend, and it all opened up again. So you never know what's going to happen. So we just be there and be part of it and do your best.
Relating to the chair, Franco, that's your plan this weekend as well. I've got to say, that Porsche out there just looks amazing. It must be incredible to drive.
Well, it's a great car to drive. It's been a nice adventure getting it to where it is. I think this weekend is, I mean, as Jonathan said, we had a nice lead before the second to last one, and it can go very wrong quickly, and it can also go very right quickly. So it's not over till the end of tomorrow.
And you remember getting under 1 minute, and you were just raving doing a 59 something. I mean, nowadays it's went back, isn't it?
The times have tumbled, and everything's going very quickly.
Well, guys, good luck. Hope you have a great time out there, and let's have some good team racing.
For sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what we're expecting. Dave is there towards turn 1, lights out, and it's Stuart White who's on pole position alongside Franco Scaranti. Scaranti getting the whole turn 1. He hangs on right now. Coming into this championship, he's tied on points with Jonathan Dutoy. He's looking to get on the inside of Silvio Scaranti. So you can see a little bit of a change up there at the front end in terms of how things go with the normal look and feel of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Great to have two Scaranti cars here. But it's Franco Scaranti in the Porsche who leads out over Stuart White in the what was previously Aldo Scaranti, various Scaranti, but now mining Lamborghini. He's moved up into third place overall. So we've got Scaranti 1, 2, and 3 in terms of the cars. But it's Stuart White from Franco. One here for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Complete the first lap in anger. It's going to be an epic battle between all of these competitors, as it always is. The big field that Supercars are going to play here for the final round. 16 of them in total, made up of various marks, makes, and brands, and they're all fighting hard for the final bits of honours for 2023. Bear falling into the clutches there ever so slightly of Zolile Letlaka. Letlaka with a good start in the Aston Martin. Aston Martin GT3 spec machine, putting the pressure onto the back end now of the Bear. Putting slightly away from Charles Oranges in the Porsche. He must have had a bit of an issue in the Mercedes-Benz because he's entered in the Mercedes-Benz, but he's now driving in the 997 Porsche that they've got at wrap up enough points to take the GT3 National Championship in this category. In the fight with that one, that man there, Jonathan Dutoy. Also fights on track. The Oranges ends up in the class ahead of Jonathan Dutoy and Franco. That is Rick Monacoro fighting with Joseph Ellerine. Joseph Ellerine in the mix there as well by Ferrari, I beg your pardon, not the Porsche that Charles Oranges is in. I just saw the red car in the background and it looked like a Porsche, but it's actually a Ferris, so apologies there to the Tifosi fans. Ferrari of Charles Oranges in the mid-pack there of Ricky Giannacara and Joseph Ellerine. Giannacara now will be looking to try and get away and stay ahead of Charles Oranges if he can. Porsche, Lambo. That's the first 4 cars on track. Porsche in front of the field is piloted by Franco Scaranti, who's looking to wrap up Class A+, and the overall title. He's got Stuart White on his tail. Now, these two, arguably two of the fastest drivers in the country, in two of the fastest cars in the country as well. Aldo Scaranti's Lamborghini Huracan, White today. Mining colours on the side of that area. Scaranti Lambo. Teammate this weekend is none other than Fabio, the yellow Lambo. Right on the tailpiece, and they'll hopefully be full-time competitors next year in this category. The look and feel. Silvio's behind them, Jonathan Dutoy not able to run with the same kind of pace as those two. Big action at the front end. But what we're seeing there in terms of that action is Franco Scaranti getting away from the hard charge of Jonathan Dutoy. Now that's the rivalry that is opening up here. Also just getting some information for you. I don't know if you got it. There is a change up in the program. I hope you do that. Change up there. It came from the original weekend. Roger McIntyre giving us the change up there. So thanks for that, Tanya. Some information being sent our way as to how things are going to be running for the rest of the day's meeting. Right now, it's fighting hard. I was mentioning the fact that those are two of the top competitors in the country in terms of supercars. good drivers as well. Good white, 1.3 rear, and the outright lap record at almost every single racetrack in the country, and I think he still owns that honor in terms of outright lap record. Very fast cars in the endurance series. He's now looking to do the same here. Next, Johnny Conacaro with an alien car behind him there, going down to the background, just a slightly. Got a shot earlier on of Ben Morganroot out there in his previously Mobil 1 V8 Supercar, now part of the Fuel Supercars category. Ford Mustang of his, running just outside the top 10. That's Joe Ellerine running wide out of turn 2. There it is. So it's not Ben Morganroot, goes to the back end of Johnny Conacaro. Johnny Conacaro is unfortunate. So Joseph Ellerine was the problem. Actually, his teammate goes flying past him. Ellerine, such a great qualifying, unfortunately hasn't turned it around into a good race pace and pulled off the track completely, realizing that there's a potential problem on that car. So Little Tlaka in the 007 James Bond Aston Martin for Into Africa Mining, comes out of turn 2. There is Ben Morganroot, and he's fighting there with Johnny Conacaro. Conacaro not in his usual listen R34. There must have also been an issue there for Gigi's car, for him to climb into the spare car out of Stradale Motorsport. I don't see the Audi R8 of Ari Evelyn either, so an issue there. 3 of those cars, that's not what they want to done at Stradale Motorsport, that's for sure. And now that back markers coming into play, it is, and the back markers are affecting this battle between the Lambos. The Porsche at the back there of Viren, Uli Sana in the BMW, has just split those Lamborghinis up ever so slightly. Good White is able to get through. Fulvio back slightly yesterday, making the way around the back markers coming up on Viren and Uli Sana. Of them fighting for 13th and 14th. This is the 3rd and 4th place battle. Holds his line about Campbell around the outside. And Troy are fighting for overall on this. Rangi's on in 8th place, fighting to be honest. They'll just try and get that Ferrari home and out of harm's way. Comes out of turn 2 on the tail piece there of Fulvio's Fanti. There's this going to cars back here. Then the normal type speed next to it. Another fantastic modeling team. Just will remember the national championship. Take down on the March, March, you see the March 31, and the regional championship is on the 9th of March, at 9 and week 5, start of 2024's Extreme Festival Championship. Fight on here between White and Scrimanti. Using that Porsche gives him for the straightaways to pull away from the Lamborghini. The Lambos are very good on the twisty bits of circuits, and their handling is exceptional. That Porsche's straight line speed allows the back. There's a lot of straight line speed, good wiped out, and Fulvio, 2 of them very seasoned campaigners in various top in them. Yeah, from the back end now. Johnny Conacaro dives out the way, realizing that the cars are coming through. He allows all 4 of them to go past. again. Johnny down in 11th place today. Johnny's got with a chance of a top 3 finish in the GT3 class. The reason why he's out there in the spare car, trying to secure as many points as possible. So we got Lambos, second, third, and fourth place. Coming up on the Mustang of Ben Morganroot in front goes Zwartkops. The blue flags waving there for Morganroot. He's early on the brake, allowing on the inside line. Allowed Franco through, even a little bit of braking there for Stuart White, so a little bit of advantage, but a huge advantage. Troy now all over that Semza Lamborghini. For a way to spoil the day there for Silvio and Stuart White as well. Lap down. Going up out of turn 1, maybe so slightly there as they came out of turn 1. But he missed a gear going into turn 1 or went to the wrong gear. Troy's inside. Troy dives on the inside of Silvio Scrivanti and finds a way through. Franco Scrivanti could potentially be in problems here. He's got 3 Lamborghinis all over the back of him and looking for a way past. Scrivanti now under huge pressure from White, Troy and Silvio. A huge spot for him. 3 Lamborghini Hurricane, forced back too hard with that 997 Porsche. No. And driving academy. Stays long. Here, Zoo Race 4 here at New Zwartkops. Big action again. Here comes Silvio. Back at Toronto. Start of turn 8, final corner. And back to third place as the flag comes up. Perfect timing from Silvio Scrivanti. Franco Scrivanti across the line and takes victory. Good White hangs on for second. Silvio on the last corner, dives through. The line. The Lila Buckle will come through and he'll wrap up the top 5 in the 007 Aston Martin 3. Oh, there. Eighth place. Across the line on his way. Looks to be for the Rangers. He's going to come through Yakam. But Piran. We missed Charlotte Runges coming through the line. He's coming through the line now. If he does, he'll be taking place. And it's going to keep the championship wide open there between himself and Jonathan Troy for GT3. Nicely done. So we've got Stuart White, who was on pole, finishing in second. Franco Scrivanti, who was second, finishing at the top of the field in the DOE Transport Extreme Supercars race number 1. And championship big time. Being the A+ competitive. Great field for A+ competitive. Flying around from DOE Transport. Here comes Charles Runges, making his way onto that track straight away. He will take the victory. Big class. Hanging on to the chance for his championship potential in the category 2023. We go from DOE Transport Extreme Supercars down into the Car Care Clinic 111 and GT Sports and Saloons. They'll be on track shortly. We'll be back for action here from the final round of the Extreme Festivals Regionals.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Out on track, Car Care Clinic, 111, sports and GTs and saloons and fast cars. Nelspur in the middle there, smiling. Looking pretty confident then, haven't you?
Hoping so. Third overall in the championship. Should have wrapped, I think I've wrapped up Class C, but holding on to third place overall is going to be a slight battle with 43 cars out there. But looking forward to a good day's racing.
And the GT's 1 point unit, Leonard. Louis, let's speak to Leonard.
Yeah,
are you just going to push Louis off the track, or what you're going to do tomorrow?
Well, if I want to push him off, I'll have to wait to him to lap me because the car I'm driving today is much too slow for him to even catch him. Well, I was the whole year I was in front, and at Red Star he took the lead. So actually I wanted to hire in a car for today, and then I decided no, I'll just drive with a BM, it's much slower. I won't catch him, there's no way, but with just being my tendency and get a point or two, I'll take my second place. Yeah, I was my second place.
Because Louis got to finish the race. Louis, how's it looking?
Yeah, true words. Have to finish. We have to finish to win it. Leonard's always got stories before the race, so it's never quick enough. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it's been an absolutely beautiful season. A lot of problems, hassles, but yeah, we're racing, so we're extremely happy.
And Louis, just as the franchisor of Car Kick, it's been a great year for you guys, eh?
Yeah, no, obviously, we've done it for a few years. The affiliation to the series is absolutely great. We get a lot of mileage out of it. So yeah, we're ecstatic as a group.
Well done, guys. Give it up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Just a heads up, Paulie, I don't know if you got it. There's a change in the program. Maybe we just want to just get that up on screen if we can before we get into the Car Care Clinic 111 and GD Sports and Saloons. As the first part of the day's proceedings is not going to change, but it's the second half where we see a couple of changes in terms of combinations of classes and a couple of the categories that have dropped their laps down slightly as well. So as soon as we can get that up, I think we'll bring it to everybody's attention. But stand by on the side of the circuit as well as on our live stream for race action out of Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and the GT Sports and Saloons.
Franco, talk me through that race out there. That was quite close between you and Stuart.
Yeah, look, I mean, Stuart's a class act. I mean, luckily I had him behind me, assisting me to stay in front. And yeah, it was very close. I could see there's a lot of action behind me, a lot of passing. I was on an absolute limit. The last turn one, I actually nearly went on the grass and had to go down a gear, which bunched him up even more. And I saw a lot of havoc behind me. That certainly wasn't intentional, but yeah, a good result, and we're very happy.
So standard procedure here for the Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and Saloons. It's 2 warm-up laps under rolling start conditions. Another because we got 6 points in it between Leonard Archer and Louis Scholz for the GT class, and you heard there from Leonard. He's decided to run the BMW today, which in the ACD Valcom team is not the fastest car that he owns. However, he's got to still finish up the race and hope that he can keep the fight for those 6 points very much alive in this penultimate race of the season to keep himself in the hunt for that overall GT class honor with Louis Scholz. Vota and Pete Potgieter, Vota Rus, Pete Potgieter also with 6 points, and looking forward to a big battle between the two of them to wrap up Class A's 111 category. Look out for, of course, also some maneuvering between Rob Clark, as he's part of the Class C now. Throws a bit of a spanner in the works there for Mal Spur, who kind of thought she'd wrapped it all up and got the job done. She's still got to fight it out with Roland Hopkins and Rob Clark now for Class C honours. And then further back on that one, keep an eye out, of course, on the rest of the pack of SuperHatch competitors that are going to be in the mix there too, as they put them all together as one big class of Car Care Clinic machinery. One car on the sideline, which I don't like to see, is Wayne Labochki in the Shield Golf 1. He's parked on the sideline there, coming out of turn 3, so not the start he wanted. But we are under starters orders now and ready to go for this first heat of race action. Car Care Clinic 111 and the GD Sports Saloons. They are under starters orders now and getting ready to go for this first heat. Economides on the inside line, potentially the better line of the two cars at the front end, but out for big charge coming up of Van der Walt. And I can tell you something, a lot of people would not have realized the potential of that Keeper Cup Polo that Van der Walt hangs on to into turn 1. So we could be in for a bit of a shock to the system at the front end as JP Van der Walt leads out into turn 1 with George Economides on his tail. The rest of the pack all start to stream through there, and it's a huge pack of, what do we see on, 42 cars on the grid in GD Sports and Saloons and the 111 Sports and Saloons. Out front, Van der Walt hangs on for Economides. Behind that's Philip Meyer. Philip Meyer's got Louis Scholz, championship contender, right behind him. Motor with a bit of work to do. Coming from place on the grid for the start. Didn't quite get the qualifying right there, but definitely still with a chance here of a hunt for first place in Class A for 111s with his teammate out of Nathan Motorsport. Louis Scholz trying to find a way to be on the player, or vice versa. They're trying to get around the outside, stay ahead of that Car Care Clinic Golf. They go down towards turn 8. Lap of first race in anger. Good maneuvering there for competitors in this category. They certainly are pushing it to the limit, that is for sure. Kind of what we expected to see here in the Car Care Clinic 111s and the GD Sports and Saloons. Always great action amongst these competitors. Of course, always big fights in each of their respective classes. Been going through there as well with Rob Clark right on his tail. So Bjorn and Rob fighting hard. I heard from Al that Bjorn is going to throw a bit of a spanner in the work as well. So potentially class things fit there. A couple of competitors that might normally be in the 100 class C. Not 30 ahead of them at this stage. You know, can't stay there if possible. Nothing bit because progress. Miles up the road there. Stay in the hunt. On motor all over the back now. Being up into 11th place, we can get there. He has the roof on the Victoria North Toyota. On the left. quite get there. Ahead of them is Otto Henning just ahead of that. Wrapped up the ones Class A today. He's got his teammate up the road from him, if I'm not mistaken. Behind him, halfway into the Z4. Bobby Willis here in the top of 0 class. All on his own there. Got his now 7th place. BMW, behind Van Heerden, and then Francois Henning. Archer in 10th, Mercedes is 11th, and both Ruth down in 12th place. Both slightly away now from people who Porsche, up for the player. That's the boy, Willifier, Henning, and Archer. Peter's now come onto the timing monitor. He wasn't there for a while. I was trying to see whether or not they were missing that car. They were. And I had to try and stay step with Peter. So Peter, ahead of Vota, is a good position to be in. Vota's got to still find a way through there on Leonard Archer. He's having to do some work from the back of that mid-pack. Class A. Class A competitors now in this mix. Vota has a look on the inside of Archer. Braking. Wayne Masters and Paul Bayers are fighting hard there. Then they start making Miguel Diaz. Also goes through there. Aldrich, our Francis Aldrich is like leading out the SuperHatch battle at this stage. Third, up the hill. We watch the hunt for Heerden. Now to try and close the gap down on Darby Willifier in the BMW. National Race Supplies BMW comes out of turn 2. Economides and they've been about pulling away big time here from Louis Stolp. But a smoke from here across the deck. He had an issue. Seems to be a bit of an issue there. Smoke. Across the track there. They're running wide, might have been a bit of dust. We're under big pressure into turn 5. Going back to turn 2. Miles Spur. Also feeling a bit of pressure there. Miles Spur under pressure from Elna Cruiser. So Cruiser and Spur going at it. Our two lady drivers on a show here off note. Well, going here with them. Rush players, in there as well. Also joining the party. Up get the drop back straight. Hey, right, Coral Salt is actually leading up to the back area. We're in Toyota.
Pretoria North Toyota leading SuperHatch.
Yes, Pretoria North Toyota leading that SuperHatch category. That's what I was saying there fully. Right to back, confirmation there from car in the SuperHatch category. We've got about 2 cars in the SuperHatch category. They're going to finish things up there, but certainly doing a superb job there in that SuperHatch Class A Toyota Etios. Stay in the mix for Class A's SuperHatch side of things. Henning and that Mercedes note. Top 10 honours up for grabs there. Portkita just ahead of them and Votarus just behind them. The big concern there for Votarus down in 12th. Is up the road, something he needs to take into account. He's got to try and close that gap down to get ahead of Pitforkita if he wants to win Class A for 1 2023 championship. Up there between 12th ones and Opel courses. Lexus versus Golf 7. BMW tucked in behind that. ACD welcomes Leonard Archer. Archer not doing any good to the championship, unfortunately for him, in terms of where he'd like to be. There's 6 points in it between himself and Louis Scholz coming into this round. And Louis Scholz in second place at the moment. Had one hand on the trophy. Economides putting in a pit lane. Problems there for Economides. Ending now. Pressure on the top. Just place on the podium. Down to go for our Triple One and GD Sports and Saloons, sponsored by Car Care. Not too far behind those two. That's good either. Haven't seen much of him. Back on wheels, Super Polo of JP Van der Balt. Comfortably ahead. Car Care Clinic, Louis Scholz. Category. Racing, turn 6, Kenwood corner, to the left, down the hill, there comes the back pocket now. Bjorn Gervit, yeah, passed by the spot. Issue for him, must even steal a couple more positions into turn 1. So try and dive through, get up as high as possible. To the back, Mel and Elna still going at it. Nice fight between our two ladies. Still maintaining the lead. SuperHatch. JP. Side of Elna. So we'll probably give him a little bit of room coming out of turn 4 on the inside. And head up the hill. Yep. On his very way, lead things out front end. Left, back down the hill. His final lap. But it's changing in the SuperHatch category. Fighting through that SuperHatch across the back into the back. Louis Scholz, JP well, yeah. Three now, tactical in second. Bit of breathing room between himself and Philip Meyer. Philip Meyer also with a lot of breathing room now as Garrett Henning's dropped back slightly. Henning must have had some kind of an issue there. Those last that. See what happens with what RBGS golf is. That as yeah, comes well. Back there is Philip Meyer, there is Henning. It's a long way back to Mark McCoy in the Z4. Ticket flag should be on standby, and JP Van der Balt be expected for this victory. First win for Mark McCoy once in the GT class. Victory, second place. And let's go to class team first. Class team transfer. And Louis Scholz. Formation flying there for the Car Care Clinic. Right on her tail. Heading to the lap, and he will wrap up. Fourth place finish for Mark McCoy. A win. Right on his tail. Wins minutes coming into this race. Gap is now hard to hit. Even on the race. We made from this afternoon. give you a heads up there's the unofficial results of how things went in this first one. JP Van der Walt wins out the GT category, as well as the overall victory, ahead of Louis Scott, the player Karen Henning, Ravi Ulifier, fifth place. Mark Latoy, first of the triple ones was Peter. His teammate broke the wrist. Leonard Archer, ninth place, but he's a GT competitor. Francois Henning will make it 12th, 1, 2, and 3 for the triple one Class A category. Top 10 into 11th place. As we go, we're going into 11th. No, we don't have to go to 11th. I think we'll just wait to pull it up if he does. It was Charles Veyers, Sademate, and Wayne Masters beating Mel Peck, Miguel Diaz, and Michael Kobler. Carl Stoltz hung on for the victory in SuperHatch. Australia's behind him, Roland Hopkins and Francis Albert second. Overall, then it's Fritz LaRue. Oh, super good effort there for her. So that's how we do things. First seat for Barclay Clinic for one. Saloons up next. It's the Rolling Thunder. Stand by for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars.
Greg, we've got an interview with JP Van der Walt.
Standing by down in pit lane now to catch up with our race one winner from Car Care Clinic's Triple One GD Sports and Saloons, JP Van der Walt.
JP Van der Walt, took me through your race out there in the Triple Ones. How was it?
I'll be honest with you, it was actually tougher than I thought. The tyres went off quite badly, but I saw the same happened in the previous GTC Super Cup round here. So I knew qualifying, we're going to have to manage not to break out. Tyres fast in the first lap, and I knew it was going to drop off quite badly. And beside note was, or sorry, not beside note, but that Golf was coming. That Golf was coming on the straight, and I think it's got probably double the power. So I had to work hard. He was on slicks, I'm on semi-slicks, but it was a nice race. It's a pity. I think something went wrong with his car, so unfortunately we didn't have a fight at the end.
Greg, we've got a 2-minute V8 interview if you want to introduce it.
I can do indeed. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars are about to make their way out into the circuit for their first heat of a race action for the final round of the Extreme Festival. But before we get into race action, let's go and catch up with some of the top contenders for today.
Days of thunder out on track. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, we love them always. Marius van den Berg, substituting for Thomas Reeb. How did the opportunity come about?
I'm Thomas's race technician most of the time, and he said I must drive it. If anyone crashes it, he knows he's going to fix it.
So hopefully you're not going to own the car then?
No, I'm not. I'll try and keep it on the black stuff.
And how's it been going? Have you experienced it?
Well, it's a lot faster than the stuff I've raced in the past, but it was fun, yeah.
Well, wish you luck.
But Dave, we are now seeing the actual true potential of that car. With Marius driving it, so and it's good, I must say. Yeah, we were never quite getting the best out of it with Thomas, but with Marius here now we're seeing exactly what this car can do.
Thomas is watching this. The Supercross series, you've had some new rule changes, trying to bring in some changes with tyres, etc. Just make the cars more accessible.
Yeah, it's just, I think anyone will tell you now, racing is becoming fairly expensive, just, parts and that. But the one thing that, you use so much of and is critical for your performance is tires. So what we did was we had a meeting and we made a decision to put a limited amount of tires available for the year. And that will be for 2024. They will be running the Pirellis again. But now our strategy sort of kicks in because guys are going to have to think very carefully where they're going to use their tires, and there is not enough for every single race. So it's making it exciting. You'll see the guys will carry tires over and things like that. But for the formula as such, we're trying every angle to keep costs down. And not limit performance too much. So it's we're working on it.
It's more spectacular nowadays. It's probably Warren Lombard more spectacular when you're out there on tyres that you're trying to conserve for races to come in the year.
So I've been lucky. I've missed a couple of races. So I've banked a lot of tyres. So
why you're smiling like that.
yeah, there's a lot of tyres I've got. So I think next year it'll be good to go into a couple of races with an extra tyre. So that's where I'm happy to get an advantage on these guys.
Well, it's great to have you here. Enjoy yourselves and let's have some great racing.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Zwartkops for hosting us, and obviously hosting us for the whole year. And thanks to Mobil 1 for being side by side with us. I think we are on year 5, so it's really spectacular. Thank you.
That's an extreme festival finals. Right, just getting information there from Voter Roos on the Car Care Clinic, Triple Ones and GD Sports and Saloons as we're ready to go now for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, race 1 of the day. And thanks, Voti. Stand by. All big action here between the man about to retire from the championship and the man who's taking his crown from him at the penultimate round only a couple of weekends ago. Here's Julian Familiaris, who's in pole position, but they will stay line to turn and in position until they come out of turn 2 and head onto the straight into turn 3. It's double wave yellows into turn 1 and 2, so everybody stays the same as what they are until they come out of turn 3, and then we go racing from turn 3 and onwards. So it's Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in the house, and Julian Familiaris ahead of Mackie Adlam, Warren Lombard tucked in behind them. He's got a hard charge coming from Franco Di Matteo. Di Matteo in there as well with Terry Wolford. Terry Wolford just ahead of Di Matteo by the looks of things on that start, so it'll change up there between Franco and Terry Wolford. Wolford picks up ahead in the Fuchs Lubricate and Schick Mustang as they head towards the top of the hill. Sam Dahl just behind that, and then 20 marks to cut from Marius running back, and Stevie Herbst at the back of the pack as they come into turn 6 for the first time in anger. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars is basically done and dusted for 2023. That man out front, Julian Familiaris, wrapped up the championship at the penultimate round, so he's got it in and clear to the end of the day's racing. He doesn't have to worry too much about the championship honors, but he would love maybe squill one song that Mackie Adlam is looking for, and that would be to try and win the last 2 races in his V8 Supercar racing career. He's hanging up his helmet in terms of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. I'm not quite sure in terms of full-on racing for Mackie Adlam just yet. He may still be involved in a couple of other categories, but in terms of the V8 Supercars, 6-time champion Mackie Adlam will be no longer racing in this category in 2024. Top to head towards turn 5, past AMG Driving Academy, now past Kazoo Racing. Mackie Adlam pounding the back end there of the Familiaris. For now, still a long way to go. 10 laps for race action. We've completed 1. We're about to complete the second one. Adlam running wide out of turn 7, putting a wheel on the dirt. Down. The attack is coming from an arch rival there, Franco Di Matteo. Italian Stallion from the Deltec and Di Matteo Racing Machine. Jaguar XKR, I should say, is on the back end of the Mustang for a way through. Corvette leads out of his Jaguar. Falcon in between that. Back in the pack there, a little bit of problems for the number 7 car of Stevie Herbst. Delivery on that car as well, I didn't recognize it. And Adlam puts the pressure back on Familiaris, back up to 5. So that's the reason I don't understand why Stevie Herbst is not in normal colours. I'll try and no, he's in a borrowed car from the previous round. He had to retire his normal car and climb into a spare car. Marius van der Berg, first time out for him. We heard in his interview, being at the wheel of a V8. 8th place overall. Catch the back end of Dahl. Trying to catch the back end of a 20 marks. Maybe finding it a bit more difficult than that car that he's borrowed this weekend. So it is battle for place. 4 and 5 going at it. Wilson under pressure now from Di Matteo, under braking. Goes to the side and there is side by side action 5, now into 6. Franco will be on the outside 7. He knows that, that's why he's hung on to that inside line. He'll be the inside for turn 8. He's good enough on the brake. Bring Di Matteo out, he goes. Line. That is the 4th and 5th place battle. Terry Wolford in the Schick and Fuchs Lubricants machine, trying to stay ahead of that Di Matteo Racing Black Cat. Ford versus Jaguar, and Chevy versus Jaguar, I should say. Then all conquering Ford Falcon ahead of this battle. Mustang taking on one of those Jaguars. Top of the hill this time, the return not as close to what it was last time. Very well with the breathing room there. Reset for another attack on him. 4 down, 6 to go, make that 5 down, 5 to go, halfway stage reached. And Adlam Autos, Becky Adlam, all over the back end of Julian Familiaris. As I said, I think stand by for potential change-up later on, about 2 laps from now. Get that right. Becky Adlam try and finish up his V8 racing career with at least one of the 2 victories here today. Remember, it's an inverted grid for race 2 later on, and we've got a couple of changes in that format as well. It's scheduled at the beginning of the day for X amount of race laps for each of those second heats. It will remain a 10-lapper for V8 Supercars later on today. Big incident earlier on, and of course that's a little bit of a delay. While we're out on track about an hour later, shuffling things around, and we'll do that revised program up possibly in the next couple of minutes or so. See how things will change up. They're going to combine classes A, B, and C for the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, and they've moved the BMW classes to the back of the pack, heading into the closing stages. Ooh, Wolford with a mistake. Wolford runs wide out of turn 2 and goes on to the dirty stuff. That's going to give him a chance to run away. Not going to Mateo now up to the 3rd place. Wolford down to 4th, but mistake there from Kerry has cost him dearly. Loris is doing 102.788. Adlam is doing 102.688. So he's a 10th quicker. Nice. Be less than that as they cross the line this time. Adlam now in 3rd. Wolford's dropped to 4th, but a long way back behind the Dimitar Racing Jaguar. Inside, is that Warren Lombard? It is. Lombard parked on the inside of turn 1, and it looks like the Pep Boys Automotive and bumper to bumper racing machine has unfortunately had to retire Lombard on the sideline. There he is. Oh, head in his hands as well. You can see he's not happy about that. It's going so well. They're in 3rd place. And Lombard now parked on the sideline and out of race 1. He's doing so well. Coming up on the back markers there, as I said. Fair car for Herbs. Lap 5 onto the penultimate lap, 2 of them. To Mateo. Up 3 on almost every occasion. 3's at a couple of the old small walk category continuing to show that he's got what it takes to run at the front end of a Mobil 1 V8 Supercar category. Tony Marks still hanging on and looking for a chance now for a top 5 overall. Here comes Adlam. Pressure's on. I said wait for the last 2 laps. He's going to put the pressure on Familiaris. He wants these last 2 victories, and he wants them badly. Can't win the championship. That's already been decided at the penultimate round. Familiaris taking that number 1 place away from him. He's only got 1 more lap and another 10 later in his V8 racing career. And he certainly looks like he wants the victories in both of them. But right now we'll concentrate on his efforts to get to the front in the penultimate one. As he continues to to apply the pressure on Julian Miliaris. Closing that gap down pretty rapidly over those last 2 laps. Back mark is still going to come into play here, or are they? For that battle between Wolford and Marks. First and second, drive up the hill from the Corvette. There's one opportunity for Adam to have a go, and he's late on the brakes, but he's not good enough. Can't quite get up the inside there. Julian Miliaris was equally as good on the brakes in turn 5. Now down towards turn 8. The last overtaking opportunity out for Mackie Adlam. Is he going to go for it? No, I think he's rolled out. He's rolled out going into the last one. Miliaris will take the first victory for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars in this incredible grand finale. Miliaris from Adlam. Demeto third. Here he comes. Down to the ticket flag. No racing. We'll be happy with that. They've got a first and third. Kerry Wilson coming through fourth, and then Tony Marks in fifth place. Miliaris from Mackie Adlam, Demeto, Wolford, and Tony Marks, Sam Dahl. Morris for the back. Herbst and Warren Lombard, unfortunately, you had some problems there. Herbst 1 lap down, and Warren Lombard having to retire the Pep Boys Automotive Mustang or Falcon, I beg your pardon, on the inside of turn 1. That wraps up our first heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. We're now heading into completing almost all of the first part of the first half of today's racing. PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B up next for their 10 laps of race action. And then in Performance Racing Series classes D and E bring us to the halfway stage of today's race action.
The championship's wrapped up though. You're just having fun out there. How was it?
Look, I always have a great time at Zwartkops. We had a good dance with Mackie now. It's a bit of a bittersweet weekend for him, and I'd just like to thank him and his entire team for racing alongside us for the last 5 years. It's been such an honor. He puts up a hell of a fight. I pushed 110% there, and we're just happy to take the win. And I'd just like to thank my whole team, to Demeto Racing and to GWR and LubeNet. Thank you very much.
Well, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge Class B about to make the round to the circuit. They will join classes A and C later on as an all-combined class due to the fact that we're running slightly late in the day's proceedings after that big crash in the first heat of the M Performance Racing Series from BMW. But we managed to catch up with some of the top contenders, and of course there is a massive championship fight on in Class B for 2023's championship decider here at Zwartkops.
Next up on track is Class B of the PABAR VW Challenge, probably one of the most exciting races of the day. And it's pretty tight in the championship though, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
yeah, we just mentioned now, I think I'm in the lead by 7 points. I know Ethan's going to come out all guns blazing the whole weekend, so plan would be just to stay ahead of him both races.
I'm going to ask Ethan quickly, do you do anything else? Because every time I see you racing around the motor.
Yeah, well, you mean anything other than racing? Well,
yeah, just tell us about the weekend so far.
Well, I just had coming into the weekend, I was leading the championship, but that decision got overturned with that fault with Hannes. But my plan was always to just go into both races with a cool head and try and beat Hannes. So.
Good luck with that one. I'm just looking for you, Joe. Okay, you're also in the shot, aren't you? You've got a little bit of a chance of winning this championship.
Not so really. They're quite ahead in the point system, but yeah, sitting third, I'm 3 points ahead of fourth, so I have to fight and keep my third position.
So if somebody had told you a few years ago when you had Maris Brothers Linda that you're going to be racing lobby at Zwartkops, what would you have said?
I wouldn't believe them.
Guys, good luck. Have a great race. We always love this class B. It's great action. Keep us up.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Paulie, is the feed frozen? As you join us, is that problems for Hannes Skippers? It looks like it might be. Hannes Skippers has pulled to the sideline and looks like he might be out of this championship battle as he's parked his Danefern Dental Services car on the side of the entrance to turn 8. That's going to be huge for this championship if that's the case. Just heard from the two championship contenders there. Dr. Hannes Skippers and Ethan Katia had an incident at the previous round. Saw the championship lead decided by a court decision. And now looks like it's going to change it up again. Katia versus Skippers was what we were touting for this championship for Class B. And with Hannes now parked on the sideline, it's up to Ethan Katia to try and score as much points as possible in this penultimate heat. So just a shout out to the people that are sitting on the sidelines, and apologies to all our live stream competitors, but we do have a live PA feed going out as well. Jaden Oberholzer, if you want to meet your mom and dad by the car, please, Jaden Oberholzer, please make your way to your car. notes here to pick up on qualifying. PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Right, so we're into the 2-minute board. Looks like the PA is not working out there, but if it is working, just a call out there to Jaden Oberholzer to go and meet your mom and dad by the car, which was just sent to me by the boss lady. So we've got Stuart Mack on pole. Hannes Skippers should have been alongside him, but he pulled to the sideline out of turn 8. It is Shryn Rajpal ahead of Stelio Nusias, Anthony Lessing, and then Ethan Gutsia down in 6th place. So Ethan's got a lot of work to do if he wants to stay in the hunt here for this championship. And now that he's seen possibly Hannes Skippers pulling to the sideline, might fire him up. Emsley fighting hard in the mid-pack there. Looks like Ian Walker's joined the pack as well in the Cycles United car just in the background. Keep an eye out on Piazza Musso. Cherise Piazza Musso in the hot 1027 machine, starting to come through the pack as quickly as she can get through. Didn't quite go according to plan for her in the first part of qualifying, and that's why she's dropped back so far. But looking to try and come through as rapidly as possible. So remember, that Class X car out front of Stuart Mack, all on his own development category, and doing the likes of Volkswagen Motorsport development program in bringing the 1-litre turbo into this category for potential manoeuvring for 2024 and bringing some youngsters through the pack and to join PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. Carodia versus two stablemates going at it there, and Carodia's got the advantage at this point as Mo hangs on Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing. He comes down under braking. He's got Ethan Gutsia right on his tail. Jacques Hayes behind that, and Hayes leads out the pack just behind with about 4 cars. As I said, Hannes Skippers not getting start factor. He had a 7-point lead, which was given back to him after a decision was overturned after an incident at the penultimate round. So a bit of chopping and changing that happened in that category, or this category I should say, in the penultimate round had to be sorted out off track. The advantage was given back to Hannes Skippers, and it looks like now that advantage has been returned due to the demise there of Skippers back to Ethan Gutsia. He's got his tail though looking for a way through behind that. But Anthony Lessing coming through there as well, man who made his debut at the previous round. And then Ian Walker, great to have him back in the Cycles United car there in 9th place, just ahead of Elio Mussolini. So your top 10 actually all the way down to Emsley in 11th place. The lead car, not a top car. Stuart Mack continues to lead things out overall. Being led out by Nusias and Rajpal. Little gap to Carodia, Gutsia, Hayes and Piazza Musso. Holding the back end of that one is Lessing. Carodia's broken away ever so slightly from Jacques Hayes, who's got ahead now of Ethan Gutsia. So Ethan Gutsia looks like he might be dropping by the wayside here as well as Gutsia comes under braking, locks up into turn 2, hangs onto the inside line and keeps Piazza Musso. Cherise on the outside, and she has to tuck in just behind Ethan. Lessing right on her tail now, looking to try and come along for the ride as they go through turn 3. So Lucius in the WeFix cars, Polo leading out over Rajpal. Behind that, Elio Mussolini hanging onto that top 10 spot ahead of Milan Emsley. Chris Davison is behind them, and it's Martin De Beer and Hannes Skippers. Unfortunately, as we saw at the start, pulled to the sideline out of turn, going into turn number 8, out of this race. Here though, not doing his hope any good by dropping back further and further. He lost out to Mo Carodia, he lost out to Jacques Hayes, he's lost out to Cherise Piazza Musso, and he's about to lose out to Anthony Lessing down into the final corner. Lessing having to go outside and cut back. Follows the tier through. Walker's joined the party there as well. Ian Walker wanted to get into the mix there. The Cycles United car in 9th place. Here he comes under braking. Down into... Is that Walker? Yes, it is Walker. Tucked in behind there. Then we go further back. That's Chris Davison in the Hermoinsa machine. Fighting there with Milan Emsley. And Emsley just ahead of that little fight. For now, it's pretty tight between the two of them. See that battle raging all the way through. The little packs have now got together to fight it out. Mussolini, Emsley, Davison. And a bit further back there is De Beer. De Beer losing out ever so slightly there on that last pass. Emsley's closing in on Mussolini, that FSS machine under pressure. Speaking of pressure, big pressure on De Beer. He wants twice third as Walker. They knocked him down out of the top 10. There's a possibility that Hannes Kippers could still hang on to the lead of the championship by probably about 5 minutes. It's Kippers' car put out for race 2. Remember, race 2 will be a combination of all classes A, B, and C combined. Thanks to the hands of Hannes Kippers. Get this car put out in time. Inside line, good effort there. Oh, I said good effort, maybe a bit too soon. Milan Emsley trying to dive on the inside of Elio Mussolini. And the two of them have come together and ended up stricken in turn 2. Drop, yeah, for Rushball. Yeah, June Rushball drops down 1 place, allowing Mo Carodia to dive through on the inside in turn 4. So the Fos 5 motorsport machine, prepped by Lee Thompson Racing, is up to 2nd place in Class B, 3rd place on track. So Rushball dropped. We've got refix cars, Class 5 motorsport, and top 3 in Class B. The development car of PABAR and Mobil, who are at the front end of the field, was good. Just disappearing. Halfway stage reached. 5 done, 5 to go. Now they head into turn 2 with Mo Carodia looking for a chance to maybe steal another victory here. Stelio Nusius is in a bit of trouble. He could be caught here, possibly by the Fos 5 car of Mo Carodia. That would give him 2nd on the road and 1st in Class B. De Beer at the back of the pack, still fighting there with Chris Davison. See whether or not Mo Carodia can make up the ground. Maybe even make up 1 more position to take the lead of Class B over Stelio Nusius. He's good on the brakes up towards turn 5, that's for sure. And it goes past. Oh, as I say that, maybe spoke a bit too soon. Runs wide out of turn 5, putting wheels on the dirt. Let me do that, Mo. Must be a little bit of time. Nothing too phased about it, though. Just kept it buried and on the brakes a little later. Stelio's doing right now. Green push back. For the back, stablemate. It's here. Still fighting hard there with SPS. You're fighting so hard at this stage. They're actually throwing each other up. Not doing that. They're relying on Walker to come and join the party. Walker would love to spoil the day for both of these two. One coming out of two-wheel rider there in Anthony Lessing. But Ethan Gutsia, certainly a seasoned campaigner. As you heard when Dave interviewed him, he says he basically doesn't spend anything less than some part of his day in some form of race car. And it's where JD are based at Zwartkops, mainly around this track. He knows how to get around the track fast. He's now putting it all together and making it work. That's what he's trying to do here in the closing stages, to try and keep himself in the hunt for Class B's championship. And when I say that, it's because on the warm-up lap, he pulled off the track and right here at this point of the circuit and out of contention for race 1. The listeners got 2nd overall on the road, and Mo Carodia is about to make him work hard for that 2nd place. He's looking for a way past and possibly for the winning Class B. And Rajpal still in third place. A little bit of a gap now down to third though, between those top two and himself. And that gap is now opened up to about a second and a half between the two of them. So still a bit of work to do there, two of them, and some work to do now for our leader, Class B, Stelio Nusios. Comes into turn 4. Lead, second place at the moment though, for Kurodia. He's dropped off slightly, not quite as in touch with the back bumper as he was earlier on. Maybe just giving himself a bit of breathing room, getting himself set up for another last-ditch effort with the penultimate lap. More to go. And if Stelio makes mistakes like that, he's certainly going to be made to pay. And with that, Mo already has a look on the brakes into turn 8. Not quite close enough. But Stelio runs wide under pressure. And Kurodia has a little tag, and Stelio coming back on track, and Kurodia hits the front. So it's Fast 5 Motorsport hitting the front end as the two of them came together. Stelio returns to the track after going off track ever so slightly. Kurodia might have timed this to perfection. He now leads out into turn 2. Stelio Nusios in second, Rajpal in third, looking to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong between those top two. Amazing run here from our Class B competitors, first, second and third. They're 2, 3 and 4 on the road though. Haven't really seen Stuart Mack at all. He's disappeared at the front end and is leaving the rest of the field in his wake in that little turbocharged 1 litre machine. So the development car is certainly proving to be a big find here for PABAR Volkswagen Challenge, and of course the new series being run by Volkswagen Motorsport as their development class for Polo Cup. Great to see initiatives being put into motorsport like that. But Kurodia's got to hang on for a lap. And Nusios putting the pressure on him big time, running wide again. Trying to come through turn 6 as fast as possible. Fast 5 Motorsport man leads out though. Through turn 8 for the penultimate time. 1 to go as they cross the line. Can Mo Kurodia keep out Stelio Nusios for this last lap? He's got about 2 cars breathing room in the one. Up to the late braking up with Stelio into turn 2. He'll close that gap down rapidly under braking. Trying to keep it all together now as they come out of turn 2. Stelio, he runs a little wide, compromises his drive slightly, a little bit understeer as he came out of turn 2. And now with the lap to go, the rest of the pack to start that on the lap. Mack, Kurodia, Nusios are your top 3. But in Class B, with Kurodia, Nusios and Rajpal, those 3 cars that are the leaders and podium contenders for this first heat Class B. Remember, they'll be joining Classes A and C later on for a big combined field of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge to wrap up what has been an incredibly competitive season in the Volkswagen Challenge category. Coming down the hill and into turn 8 will be Stuart Mack looking for the victory overall. It is, but down towards turn 8 comes the potential winner, and it's going to be Mo Kurodia. Get it to him. He didn't expect to be a racing driver. Of a very, very school of drivers there at Fast 5 Motorsport, prepped by Lee Thompson Racing, winning Class B over Stelio Nusios. Walker coming out turn 8 to finish up in the top 9. And we'll give him 8th place in Class B on his return in his car after that big incident earlier on in the season. Chris Davison will come to finish up 9th place. I think we should be marching the beer for a top 10. That is Stuart Mack, your victor overall, and Class X winner. Class X and B combined. Mack takes the win over Mo Kurodia, Nusios and Rajpal. Jacques Hayes beats out Therese Piazza Musso. He's going to see it down in 7th place. Now 7th place may still give Dr. Hannes Skippers a shot at securing the championship ahead of Ethan Garcia, despite him not coming onto track and finish up this first heat race. We'll wait to see whether or not Hannes Skippers is back in time for race 2 later on this afternoon. And we've now gone into completing almost all of our first categories of racing. Final one of the first half of the day will come from BMW M Performance Racing Series. classes D and E. We'll be back shortly with that action in a few moments' time.
Mo, your first race win at Zwartkops, you got to be happy about that. Talk me through it.
Yeah, we've been working the whole year for this win, and it finally came. I worked very hard for this. We worked on the car, set up, this, that, every Wednesday, practicing, getting the times in, and yeah, got a win today. Really excited, lost for words, but yeah.
Next up, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. Classes E, D, F, G, H, all those guys coming to join us today. And we've got Reinhard Miller in the middle there. Reinhard, just tell us about your weekend so far.
Yeah, so far we went out for 2 practice sessions. The first session wasn't that great, only did 2 laps, had some misfiring issues. Was at the end of the day just some water in the coils from washing the car. Second session, much better. Getting up my confidence back in the brakes. Still feel a bit fine tuning, so when I'm done here I'm going to go finish up with that, but hopefully prepared and ready for the races to come.
Points leader, but you did have a scare 2 weeks ago. Just tell us about that.
Yeah, so we do this race series on our front step. We from Vereniging, so BRM Midval is a race there. So Had a bit of a fright going on the back straight, went for the brakes and the brake linkage just snapped clean off. Basically went to 180, well the GPS said about 180 and then I was already off the track. So they quickly turned into a rally car.
So we're hoping you won't happen again this weekend.
Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah, there's not much runoff here. So if it happens here, I think the car's going to go to the scrapyard after that.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so driving in the track taxi this time around, one of our sponsors as well, Paolo Cavalieri, no stranger to Zwartkops, no stranger to racing. We've probably done a million laps around it. How's it going in the taxi?
It's going great. I haven't gone out yet, but I've driven it from the workshop to here.
Well, that's really
and it seems to be going really well, so I'm looking forward to the drive. I haven't raced this year, so it's the first time, and nothing better than being in a beer.
You know, there's lots of cars out there with you, eh?
Big field. That's lovely.
That's where Verish Gopaf comes in, because one of the sponsors of the series, it's a success story, isn't it, really? For sponsors, for drivers, for everybody.
Yeah, I think that as the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, we are in the privileged position that we are fully subscribed to 2023 and we fully subscribed for 2024. We bid farewell to Share Tracking, one of our sponsors, but we welcome ZF Aftermarket into our fold. ZF Aftermarket has, during this particular year, sponsored one of our time trial events. The time trial events is really the breeding ground for our race drivers. A lot of the race drivers come from there, from the time trial series. So the time trial series next year will be sponsored by Expel SA, Expel South Africa. So that's going to be a fantastic time trial series, and I think we look forward to everybody participating there and growing the series, the race series, which as you can see, 53 cars this weekend. It's a full field.
Well, congrats on getting ZF Aftermarket involved for next year, and good luck to all of you guys. Before I let you go, are you going to give it hell up there or not?
Of course, always. Sideways is best.
Not fast,
not fast, but best.
Fun.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like the way he puts that. Sideways is best. In a BMW, it's usually not the right way to go. But Gerard, you're going to join me for the commentary now for classes D and E. Big fight expected at the front end here. Particularly, we've got to keep in mind what's going to happen here with Reinhardt. And can he be able to get through, possibly stay in contention for the overall championship?
Yeah, so the lights are about to go out, and we've got hammer down now, so they're going to start racing, and it's now fighting who's going to get the front end.
And use all important as they go through there. Very coming from the back end of the pack, but as you can see, they sort things out relatively easily through turn 2. Not much of a fight there, although there's normally a lot bigger fight in turn 2 for classes D and E. And as they come out of that one, they make up a field, as you heard there, of 53 cars competing in this BMW M Performance Racing Series for the first heat of Ds and Es. And of course, Ds and Es have been pretty spectacular all season long, and they have been a major part of this story that is the BMW M Performance Racing Series. So at the front end, I mean, he's kind of expected him to be there, but Miller is the man we've got to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. That guy is the one that actually Leon Locher is the intention of the top on it.
Yeah.
So he has to really drive well now. Leon's still in there.
Yes.
So luckily Leon's car didn't get that badly damaged in the first race. Those guns
well, if you look at the way things go, the points scored here if Reinhard Miller takes the victory would be 10. It'll give him a 3-point advantage over Leon going into the second last race and last race of the day, because there's a change up in the program, which has also kind of played into a couple of the drivers' hands. Helped a lot of these drivers out in terms of getting their cars prepared when they needed to after those big incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the factor that might play into a disadvantage for the later race might be the light.
Yeah, exactly.
So we lost a lot of time with the race. With the incident that happened earlier.
It all depends on what happens here. Oh, bits and pieces coming off one of the cars there. I think it came off Economides' car. Like it might have just been a rag or something, but definitely a bit of an issue there for Economides' machine as it went off. A bit of a camera position picking out potential rain clouds. Another factor. Weather pattern, and there is a possibility of some wind coming down. I know somebody September who's just joined us here in the studio. We're looking going, no rain for the bikes. No, we should get through the bikes in time. But more importantly right now is the bike at the front end of the car. And Economides is doing the run for his money. It's in there, Herb's in there, for Nicholas joined us in the commentary earlier on. He had after that incident that turned 4. But as you can see, once again, showing you how incredible this field is. 53 cars in total in all 45 classes. But D&E, just as exciting as what we saw earlier on at A, B, and C.
Absolutely. There you see the track taxi, and that is not driven by Manny Ribeiro today. That is, in fact, Paulo Cavalieri from PCR. Racing.
I heard so.
That's driving that car. Yesterday, first time in the car, so I asked him how's the race.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever driven a wagon before. No. He's got a couple of BMWs in his stable, as you know, the very famous ones.
And
but I think he's never ever been in a wagon before, and he's certainly enjoying it.
And he loves that cabin. So it's an interesting thing because it's quite weighty to it, you know. So it's
I enjoyed it. I did about 1,000 lap guys on, and it never skipped a beat the entire day with 5 up in the car some stage.
Yeah,
really awesome.
No, so we've got a very good mix. I mean, Arie van Heerden is in the points, you know, for his class.
Yeah.
And his girlfriend, I think, Karen Nienaber,
yes,
is also there. Very stable.
Yeah, I think she's 3rd or 4th place.
Absolutely.
So that's not a bad effort.
She's absolutely consistent in her racing. So both Arie and Karen, they prepare their cars very well. They arrive, they drive.
Just have a look at Class E at the moment. That's Arie leading out in the orange box shape. Behind him is Mike Krobler, and behind him is Marion Emmis, another one of our lady drivers who's joined the party and come in at a late stage. She was involved in BMWs for a while, then went back to Clubman's Racing for a little bit. Back in BMW stable now, and looking like a big contender for next year if she's in the top 3.
Yeah, and you know, for the viewers, you will not say there's 2 female drivers on the track. They are right in there with all the other guys in there. So talented young ladies.
They certainly are, and of course Marion has used the skills that she's honed at Clubman's level to get slightly quicker in terms of her pace that she had initially in BMW. She was a bit worried that she may be sort of fighting out of her sort of weight category, grace, strategy, and ability. But now I don't think she can say that. I think she's well within the top guys in her class.
Absolutely. You're going to see next year. There's going to be quite a shift in these guys' minds, and they're going to prepare their cars for next year. And next year, it's just like the seasons are just getting better and better and better.
I think what you guys are doing, problems. That's a bit of a pity there. That's, I think, is that the Warden's car? It is.
Yeah.
43 car there, and unfortunately some problems there for the Warden's machine. Picking up. I'm just going to see where he was. He was in 5th place in Class E, so it's a bit of a pity there for Javelin. I think he was just starting to close onto the back end of Jacques and Mario. So chances of his top 3 by the wayside there as he's parked on the sideline. Pity.
Yeah, look, he's out of the way there. It's not in the bend.
They come out of turn 7 now. That's the ACD Valco machine of Leonard Archer. He's on Haps's tail, our fellow commentator. He's pretty good in the car, but he's pretty good on the microphone. So if he ever wants to step out of the racing car and jump into the seat with you and I, more than welcome to.
I love it. The commentary.
For sure.
Colours it in,
as do you, sir. So appreciate the effort that's been put in here. A lot of guys jump into this go, oh no, it's real easy. We can do commentary. It's real easy. Come and do it. Let's see how you guys go.
So everyone counts to be shaken.
We won't mention that.
Yes, Paulo Cavalieri now focused in the little track taxi, we call it.
And top 10.
Absolutely. No, he's driving the wheels of that car.
That'll do, eh?
That's hauling in that car.
I know he's normally used to a little bit more power if he gets into that 745i of his, if I'm trying to be honest. But I can tell you something, he's certainly no slouch when it comes to getting by the wheel of a race car.
There's
a fight of note. The Expel car's going at it, heading to the top of the hill. And it's late braking required from all 3. You can jump on it back. They're going to get it out of there. That's what they said, and that's what they're doing. Providing a station that they put the money
Yeah, you've got to try, and it was quite good.
Lives getting out of shape, yeah. Unfortunately, not quite going according to plan there for him. But definitely on with a bit of a fight plot. Speaking of a fight, is that Mobil ahead now? It is.
Absolutely.
It's got ahead of Ari for the lead of class.
Play ahead.
Good overall championship as well as Ari. So cannot afford to lose those valuable. I think it's only 2 points in it because they've got a full field. Yeah. It's 10, 8, 6, 4, I think, if it's the full field. So a nice run there from them.
And the failing Mike problem to make that pass. It's going to be a battle.
He started in a 1 series, it's now a 750.
Yes, 100%. You're going to check this now.
Oh, spinner right in front of him. Getting out of shape there. The 301 car, 30 from started.
Yep.
He ets back on track relatively quickly. It was the 2 XPEL cars, and we saw them earlier on. They were having a bit of a dice up the road there, and of course you could see that XPEL livery on the back end of both of them, and eventually someone had to give way.
And look what happened. Ari is in front now of Mike Robler again. That was a lucky break for you, man.
So I always have a go about that. You know, when you're in a fight and there's classes in a field, when you're fighting so hard, something happens in the class in front of you. Do you have a gentleman agreement that you sort of hold position until you pass the incident, or do you use it as an advantage?
I would use it as an advantage.
I knew you would say that. Because every man I've asked that question says, definitely I'm going to use the advantage. So on racing.
So if I was there or he was there, let me tell you, everyone will take
no,
sorry,
we know
buddy,
that.
I didn't know.
No, we know that. But I know that there's kind of that gentleman's agreement on the sideline going, we're not supposed to do that.
He's having a fantastic race again today. He's got some pressure now coming on.
Reinhardt's pushing hard though because he needs that victory.
He does.
He needs those points.
He's going to push.
He knows what happened with Leon in the first race of Class A, B, and C.
Yeah, 100%. He's going to push for it as much as he can. And you can see now he's chasing him in.
He's at Wealth Avenue BMW out front. It goes right there. Third, still hanging in with a chance. Something goes wrong between those top two. Nick will jump in there, and so will Leonard. Leonard Archer, place down to Dark, a long way back to the down in 6th place. But needless to say, this is not sorted out just yet, and we've still got 2 to go.
Yeah, so Reinhard Miller just needs to, I think, my personal opinion, just relax and have a safe race.
At the end of the day for him, for this first one. You say Reinhard Miller needs a safe race. I'm saying the same thing, but if I look at the points right now, Reinhard will only score 8. It'll only give him a 1-point advantage over Leon heading into the last 3 races of the day and the last 2 races of the season.
And it's going to be a gamble.
Whereas if he gets the victory, he gets a 3-point advantage. So he's got to fight for those extra 3 points if he can get them.
Yeah, so the safe race doesn't mean that you won't compete in the race.
Okay. Here comes some strategy now.
Bumpy.
Here comes some strategy now. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Listen, Paolo Cavalleri's got a bit of fun. Trevor Long. He's had a fantastic season. He always has a good run in the BMW. Put the pressure onto the man from Paolo Cavalleri. And behind the amount of motorsport in various formats.
Yeah.
Historic racing, classic racing, demonstration racing as well with those incredible Ferraris that he's got in his stable.
Yep.
Yeah, that Pablo Clark is just unbelievable.
Listen, if you haven't been to them, just go do yourself a favor. Go and visit the show. There's such good memorabilia in there from past to present.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. The guys are so welcoming, when you're there. They're absolutely great.
It's fantastic everything to get him into the pole. Well, the one lap board came out a lap ago. Henry the Flag is standing by and he's waiting for potentially Economides or Miller to get across the line. And they come up towards that other German brand that we're not allowed to mention during BMW races. They've got a stable here of some nature. As they go there, the head up wheel, put it up in hand. A smoke out of the floor there under braking. Turn 7. Don't see it will affect his foot.
Yeah, probably.
Flags out. 110. So we got 2 points to play for. The
It's gonna
overall
be tight.
championship.
Well, it's anyone's race. Well, you know what happened first place.
Yeah, anything can go wrong.
And
If you look in the background of this shot, particularly, gee, I've got to tell you, there's a possibility we may get some work up here this afternoon. Look at that black cloud coming through there.
Yeah, it's something that we don't want to jinx and mention actually on.
I'll start phoning Sam in about an hour's time to say, is it raining in Alberton? If it is, it'll be here, but... All right, Harry coming to the line now. Fast. Let's be honest, yeah. Got him back in, probably stayed ahead of Booker. Third place.
Aria had that lucky break.
Yeah, there we go in the background, just picking up on the white machine. And Jacques Larsen's just behind that. So Marianne will have to settle for 4th place with Corin behind her. 4 and 5 for our 2 ladies in Crossy.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Unofficial results, there you go. Economies, Miller, Herbst, and Archer. Top 5 is John Smith, Claudio Jardine, Cobus Bowman, Craig Herbst, and Paolo Cavalieri. Ahead now of Trevor Long. And then behind them, of course, it is our Class E competitors that finished up all the way down in 15th overall. Harry van Heerden, Mike Corbler, beating out Jacques Larsens, Marianne Eminis, and Corin Nienaber for the top 5 in Class E. Gee, thanks so much for joining me, buddy. I'll catch you later on.
Always a
awesome to be here.
lekker time to be with the lead.
Magic, dude. And I'll catch you later on for race 2.
Absolutely.
Awesome stuff. So that's how we wrap things up for BMW M Performance Racing Series Classes D and E. First heat of the day. And I've got 2 legendary gentlemen joining me for the next of motorcycle racing here. One particularly more legendary than the other. And I'm talking about my black brother, only because he brings along an array of supporters that Stuart Mack thought he had in the 90s, but was nowhere near. And that's my good friend, September. But I'm going to have Stuart Mack Jack McLeod joining me in commentary along with Sophie September. We're going to share the mic between the 2 of you. I'm going to chat to them now about that, see if they want to do that. But how awesome is it to have the man of that record? But before we go to them, let's go down into the lane and catch up with race winner, George Economides.
George Economides, took me through your race. How was it?
Yeah, it was an incredible race. I enjoyed it. Class D is a super competitive class, and we had some fun. I had a challenge from Reinhard, and his car is extremely quick. But yeah, as an old timer, just keep it in there and have some fun, eh?
drive here. So ZX10R Masters Cup back on track, and it is absolutely amazing to have a legend in South African motorcycle racing alongside me, and a legend that is becoming legendary in motorcycle racing alongside me on the street. Introducing first on my right-hand side, and you won't see him unfortunately on camera, but you'll definitely maybe recognize the voice if you came out of the 2000 National Championship winning series in Superbikes in South Africa. Stuart, Black Attack McLeod, great to have you back in the studio, buddy, and thanks so much for joining me here for race number 2.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. It's good to be back. See the old riders again, and missing it. Just every time in those big things, really going well.
Now, you've got some racing you do tomorrow and some fun racing. You had a couple of previous ones on the line, stuck with challenge on over a couple of years, but of course, a multiple champion in the past. You know what it takes to be in the situation that we're in right now. Lambert 10 points ahead of Jason Lamb, one race.
Yeah, it's really close racing at the moment. I think like 7 guys in 106s, and yeah, it's really. I watched the first two from the top of the hill there, and the guys are really, really riding well.
Alongside him is another man, as I said, who's becoming a legend in his own right. I am 63, Sifiso Temba. Fiso, unfortunately, a little bit of problem there with the bike and giving up the ghost in the final round, but if you're possible, join me alongside.
Yeah, the ends of racing. For me, it's fortunate to be on the side. It's also an honor to share the mic with a great legend here and to comment for the guys there. But talking from the first race, it's really fast.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing the clouds, I think they'll miss it. And we're going to have a good race again.
I think we're going to just miss anything that might come out of the sky, boys. So that's an important fact. I see Bron running up to feed there to give her a final kiss and good luck there. That's always nice to see. It's part of what ZX10 is all about. And it's also the success of 18 years of racing. This family feel before they get into the red mist that comes down with those guys as well.
Yeah, what's nice is that both the queen right. Once the guys are top, the limit.
That's the skies we're worried about, and I think we might get away with no rain for the next 10 laps of race action.
I'm convinced we're going to make it.
That's a lot, yeah. The weather prediction coming from you know what it's like to be in Mario. But another warm-up lap to go. Graham Babcock starting from third. 10 points ahead of Jason Lamb, his closest rival. He's only a row back from him and looking to pounce. What is he going to do? What is the plan that he's going to put in place?
Well, Graham's just got to get a good clean spot, stay out of trouble in this corner, and just basically just finish ahead of, I don't know who's got to finish ahead of. I don't
Jason
really
Lamb.
know that. Jason Lamb.
Jason
okay.
Lamb.
So he's got to finish ahead of Jason Lamb, and that's all he's just got a target on. Just make sure he's ahead. It doesn't matter where he finishes, just finish ahead of Jason Lamb.
Well, you weren't here at the previous round. Jason Lamb had a massive moment coming out of turn 2 here at a high side that actually knocked him out. And he only got cleared for racing a couple of days ago. So Lamb finished just behind Babylon in 4th place. Now, for that gap, Babylon in the lead. Remember, Westland's not really involved with the championship. Neither is Damien Curran, but although Westland's from the third overall, he finished up where he did first for the win. He'll wrap that third place up and possibly third place, second place. Stuck in really taking Class A after that position up for the first. So good job there to wrap up the championship in the closing stages. But it's all to play for here. You can see Jason Lamb tucked in here, coming through in 4th place as they come to line up. Oh man, I would love to be where you could have been in the past. And I've been in this one as well, by the way. I did have a chance in ZX10. Only once, but it was a good one.
Yeah, I think Jason must just keep his cool head at the moment. I saw him in the first big high side up there, and he was very lucky to get away with that one. But yeah, he's just got to keep a cool head and just target on Graham and see what he can do.
I think the pressure's on there. Swiso, you know what the pressure's like. You've been in this situation on numerous occasions, not only here in ZX10, but also in Thunderbikes. You know what it's like. Those lights go on, the red mist comes down, and then every man can play for themselves. Oh, and it's Suter with a massive jump start. Oh, it's just off the line there rapidly, buddy.
Yeah, the nerves are too much. I think it's going to be a good race.
Around the outside, Graham's running to 3rd place. Jason Lamb right into 4th place. Tucked in behind that, the rest of the pack coming through there rapidly. Nice run there from a Panaganapathi. He's got the ideal lens on right now. That orange persimmon lens in these conditions is perfect. You don't want to have too dark a visor. You don't want to have a clear visor at this stage, but you certainly don't want to be in the mix right now when you've got ZX10s all fighting for you, jostling around, put themselves out to the top.
And it was nice that everyone went nicely in turn 2. It didn't patch up that much, but it looked very smooth and good. You can see Graham is already attacking. He wants to make sure he position ahead of him.
Right, they're trying to get the on West. He's got the potential to be at the front end of the race.
Yeah, these Cape Town guys they really, I think the sea air down there, rust their brain a little bit, but they can go when they really want to. Taylor is a hard man. I've raced with him many times in 600 down in Cape Town. And yeah, he's a clever rider. He thinks a little bit. I saw the first race with him and Damien. Unfortunately, Damien, his first win is going to come soon. He's also riding very, very well. And also another one that's riding really surprising is Nicole. For her first time out.
Yeah. Like I say, the family affair also comes onto the track. Nicole's on off making a debut as an It's never ridden. Even in every other category, they've had a national championship level. Hundreds, and basically well. And now, coming into the age group, and the front run.
Really not Nicole is a really talented rider. He can really stick it to the guys when she really wants to, but I think she just needs to get a little bit of time on the ZX10 to put the setup right for me, and I think she's going to be a hard contender.
Where he is right now. Batting to find a way past there, so it didn't quite work out according to plan. He's behind Byron Rothwell there on the Mad Magic bike, and he's fighting hard at this stage. You can see, not quite sorted out there. Richie Seal, Renatus Panikirk, that's kind of your top 10 battle. And a little bit up the road, this is where we see the championship battle. And Lamb still behind Van.
Yeah, the thing is, Zwartkops is quite a hard track to pass on, so it's very difficult to get a good rhythm here. Jason is very good on the brakes at the top of the hill. Yeah, he's just got to get a bit closer to the Graham. Yeah, I think he's riding.
Maybe just realizing that Jason's behind him. Even if Jason's ahead of him, what can we do enough? They stay the way they are right now. So there's a good chance that Graham Van Breda is using that head that's won him a few national championships and a few ZX10R Masters championships as well.
Yeah, Graham's just got to keep his cool and just concentrate on staying ahead of Jason and just drop as much as he can. Unfortunately, the other guys are going to get away a little bit because of their defensive riding, but that's all he needs to. And I see Jason is lining him up there. I think he's going to try and do a pass on the top of the hill.
That is Class A champion. And a nice run there from Scott under massive pressure from Nicole on Osvik, as she goes for a big dive on the inside and has a big look as well into AMG racing. And that was very close.
I think Nicole's battling a little bit with the starts a little bit, and he just can't get a good clean start. So I think he's batting. She was batting with a clutch a little bit for the first time out. So she just needs to get that sorted out. I said to her, she must try and get off the line as clean as possible and then kick it into second gear and just wind it in second gear. So yeah, she just needs to get a good clean start, and I think she can do that.
Here's Knut all the way from London. Nice to meet you. Along with Marisa. So nice to see the two of them fighting hard at the back there with, of course, our tyre provider, Mr. Ian Harwood, at the back end of the field. He's loving life and, of course, still getting used to that new machine of his. Hasn't quite got it set up, I don't think, just yet, but I think next year it will potentially be in the running. But as I say that, this mid-pack battle, this is where it used to be. And missing out, I'm sure, on the action that's happening there.
Man, I feel miserable for watching the guys. I'm looking at the time. That's it.
Oh, big moment for a runner.
Pushing hard, he's pushing hard. Found himself in the wrong place.
Yeah, he's putting the pressure on himself to try and make up the ground, isn't he?
Yeah, I think I would have been ahead. And I would have enjoyed that. But nice to see the guys, especially when the times are dropping and looking up to one is running on the six. It's quite amazing. And shout out to riders. Kanik is pushing.
Yeah.
On the first race, I think he could have won his committed.
Better than he did last time.
Yeah,
Other championship we need to keep it take into account, guys, is this one right here. Well, not what we just went to the front end of the thing, but we were picking up on one to Quinn versus Cross. Remember that fight is up here at the Cross.
Yes.
The championship out there, yes.
And it looks like Brian and the Cross already chasing each other there. So the few's going to come on top at the end of it.
Well, coming into this round, DeFrost still had the advantage of 7 points. Of 2 points. But coming into the final race, it's now 7 points between DeFrost and Monty. Monty's got the advantage, but right on his tail is Peter DeFrost. Now, DeFrost, as people will tell you, and maybe you don't know this, and I have mentioned it before, one of the only riders who's been around for all 18 years of ZX10 on market.
Yeah, it's amazing how the guy rides. I tried to follow him. It's so smooth, you can't tell when he's braking, you can't tell when he's turning. It's just how smooth it is, and it's quite an amazing rider.
Westman is running out away from first party, and it's not bad timing there for him. That is something that's going to be a man to watch out for in this last couple of laps. Damien Purificati. He's not going to let Westman get away with this and mug him of another victory. Trevor Westman playing in third place, third top overall in the championship. Very impressive. Third overall in the championship, and possibly second class.
Yeah, he's going to get second because one is always and then looks so far. Lubas is also going to get number 3 for the Masters.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So Lubabato Tona will be taking third place.
Also, unfortunately, out. Whoever is watching, is just closely watching and making sure he keeps the points to make sure he finishes third for his championship.
Well, also, just a heads up, boys, it's an 8-lapper, remember, because of the rain and potential rain coming in. So they shorten the race distance for the second hit to get through before the wet weather comes in. Keep beckoning over the top of the hill. Here comes Damien, inside line. Oh, man.
Almost.
You've got to have some big ones to go through turn 4 and make it stick, eh?
Yeah, turn 4 is a hard corner to pass on because you've got to get the drive out of turn 3. And he's going around the outside in turn 4, but I think Trevor is just blocking him and ending all the lines on the inside of it.
I'm going to keep that ZX10 probably as wide as the ZX10. Play with that.
Yeah, and the thing is, the track is not in with the heat. I think it's a little bit greasy at the moment, so it's quite difficult to go offline, try and do the pass. So you have to be careful.
Back down to land in third. Grand Bambador will come through in 4th place as your new 2023 ZX10R SunBet fastest champion. Wins out over Jason Lamb for the overall championship. Westman will get 3rd place. The rest of the pack come down and they're breaking the break. And as I said, we have got number 1. We have got 8 riders joining this pack next year, along with the likes of multiple SA champion Tim Feller, Isle of Man TT rider Alan John Fenter may be joining the pack. I know shit, but the clouds next to me. I'm going to get him on camera and on the live stream saying, "If Mac Attack might do it, you know that."
I need some big sponsors first.
Well, there you go. Okay, so he's not saying no. He didn't say no, hey? All right. Listen, good luck for tomorrow. I know you got 947. Thanks very much for joining me, buddy. It's really awesome to have you here. Safiso, you as well, buddy. Thanks so much for the input.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the fans. They were so great out there. And the guys did well today.
Awesome job, guys. Thank you so much. And, of course, we'll catch you guys later on at the prize giving. But Trevor Westman taking the victory over Purificati. Jason Lamb gets 3rd. But unfortunately, that will only secure him 2nd place overall in the championship. Your champion, though, is in 4th place. Graham Van Breda will maintain and retain the number 1 plate in the SunBet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square Reload, and an awesome effort there for him. Brian Bontekunning will hang on for the win in Class C, which will also secure him the victory in Class C's championship. Graham Van Breda will take Class B, and in Class A, We wrapped it up in the first heat. That was Han McMahon taking the victory. So awesome job from all of our ZX10R Masters Cup riders. 2023's championship. That's it, done and dusted. We certainly hope you've enjoyed premier category in motorcycle racing in South Africa here at the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Peter, Brian, you guys had quite an epic dust the whole year for your Grand Masters Championship. Took me through this race. How was it out there? Start with you, Brian.
It was tiring. It was great. I mean, the day was put together quite well, and I think after we all came away quite unscathed, seeing the conditions, and we're just tired, old and tired.
Peter, you don't look old and tired like Brian does.
I beg to differ. He's got a lot more hair and he's a better looking dude than me.
How was it?
It was better conditions than the first race, not so hot. Had a good start, but brake fade again, and I will fix it, you know. And if it wasn't for people like Brian, I wouldn't be here, you know. We're here for the competition and the butts and the camaraderie, best series in the country.
I'm here for the money.
An awesome effort there from both Brian Bontekoning and Peter de Vos to wrap up the championship in Class C. Bonte takes it over Peter de Vos, and a nice little rivalry as well as great friendship off the circuit, as we've seen all race season long. We'll be catching up with a couple more riders, I'm sure, in between the heat of ZX10R Masters Cup wrapping up 2023 and moving into DOE Formula Vee, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel Race 2.
Graham from Badar, another championship, but you didn't have it all your own way this year. Jason Lamb kept you honest the whole year. Took me through
For sure.
this weekend.
Shame Jay had a bit of bad luck throughout the year, but he was always on the pace, and it was always 20 points between us the whole season. He led a bit, I led a bit. So well done to him. He rode an excellent race. Well done to Damien and Trevor. That's really strong finishes, and it looks for next year. Looks in the top. And yeah, really happy to win the championship. It's my number 7 on the ZX10s. So yeah, really happy, and massive thanks to Stefanini Stocks, to my sponsor Stefanini Stocks, Mobil, HJC and DRD, and thanks to Red Square and SunBet and Bridgestone, all the guys that support us, continue to support us, and thanks. I'm really, really happy. Thank you.
So we move into the second heat now of DOE Formula Vee, and partnered up by CIM Lubri Fuel. It's been a spectacular season so far. The champion has been crowned, though, in the rookie championship. It's Jaco Smit and Trevor Hills who'll be fighting out for that one. And it looks like if Jaco finishes, he'll be taking that victory. And then, of course, the champion was crowned after race number 1 in the association championship. That one goes to Carl Watt. And that's only just because he had a non-start from Eric Bowen. So not anybody else really in the contention. Skip was there, but not enough and not close enough to spoil the day there for the newly crowned association champion, Carl Watt. However, it is 8 or better that Jaco Strix needs in this one to wrap up another championship in Formula V for the national championship. He has got Lendl Janssen behind him, and it's to the tune of 12 points. It's Peter Hills in third and MD Bester ahead of Carl Watt and Sean van der Linde, Eric Boyens, Brandon Hills, Pierre Vermaak and Skip de Toy. Top 10 there as we go racing for Heat 2 of DOE Formula V. Down towards turn 1 once again. Looks like it's Lendl Janssen. Might have the whole shot. Turn 1. Go down towards turn 2. He's got some big pressure coming from MD Bester as he had all race 1. And everybody else getting through there. This time, without too much friction. We did see a little bit of a touch between the 5.3 car and the 73 car. And also, of course, the Blaine de Melon 10 car in the early stages of race number 1. Another good start there from Matt van der Baas. Off one by one, heading towards the front end of the field. A lot of cars to get past if he wants to be there. It's a bit of a fight at the front end. Lendl Janssen leads it out at the stage with MD Bester and Jaco Strix in third. This time out, though, Brandon Hills, who's been paid his lap ahead of Peter. Mangaza Racing's man in 4th place, ahead of his dad, also out of Mangaza Racing, and then Flat van der Berg, tucked in behind them. Start there from Carl Watt. Trevor Hills done it well. There's quite a bit going to turn 8 there. As they complete that first lap of 12. Lendl Janssen 12.652 lap time. 1 minute 12.652 from a standing start. The guys battle to get that from a rolling start or even into the thick of their abilities to get lap times in here at Zwartkops. So Janssen showing us the way around. MD Bester in second, only 0.6 off, and then a second back is Jaco Strix. Strix, I don't think is going to be fighting for the win here, although we did see him have a go at MD Bester in the closing stages of race number 1. Will that be more of the same here in race number 2? We'll wait and see. Certainly fight on second place. I'm not quite sure there's going to be anything really in it for first place if Strix stays where he is right now. As I said, that championship fight only 12 Lendl Janssen, but a massive advantage over Peter Hill. So it's Hills and Bester can be in with a bit of a on here. Some guys are racing maneuvering to happen here between Hill and they've got such a great, strong team in this field of drivers. If Mark, good season. For a chance now also to finish up within that hunt at the front end. Hasn't quite gone according to the plan that he wanted it to. He had a great season last year. And Theo Vermaak, of course, now sitting down in 9th place in the national championship. But not over yet. We'll have another second lap of the great match. 7.5, I should say, if they get up to the top of the hill. So the pressure up there. The engine roar of Peter Hills, who's bridged slightly away from Brandon. That's going to pass on his tail, and Carl Watt is just behind them as well. A three-way fight for what could potentially be great on the flipping. Into turn 2 they go again. Hills with the number 1 plate, he will be removing that for 2024. Basically handing it to the man just ahead of him. Jaco Schricks there for DOE and Start My Car, running for another championship in this category. He's had multiple ones in the past. A bit of an off-season, had a couple of seasons out of the race, then back again. And back with the, is that the 13 car? It is. Big pity there to lose that car so early on, but unfortunately, it looks like problems there for the 13 car of David Austin. And that looks like it's at turn 2. He might have just gone in there a little bit too hot, got out of shape. For turn 2, they may have to change their plans once they see those yellow flags coming out. That's done. And of 12 we had, first quarter of the race completed. First quarter, we go to the first third. 4 of 12, done and dusted. Marshall's working frantically to get those cars out of the way there. Now it's one car of David Austin, who's on the sideline. Daniel Jansen pulling away now from the battle for second. Second place, Schricks and MD. He missed the 2 second places on the day. Will be one of his best results of the season. He'll keep it all together. That's what he's thinking. Get ahead and get Vesta. Let's get this job done. I want to go and enjoy the spoils of this championship, but I don't want to be fighting on that anymore. So they've done to lap 5 of 7 completed. It's now Jaco Schricks in the second place and already pulling about a car length away from Andy Vesta. Maybe thinking to himself, I wonder if Peter Hills is going to come and spoil the day. That's possibly why he got ahead of MD Vesta to get away from the charge coming from Peter Hills. He knows how good Hills is, particularly in the closing stages of Formula Vee races. Breathing room. Bit of a fight there with Roy Douglas, and I think he's playing the mail on their tail. Up the hill. He's our rival in the championship all season long, up the road from him, but today is the one day he doesn't have to catch him. Second place would be good enough. DOE, Start My Car, CIM Lubri Fuel, Sunlight Tires have joined the party as well now. Start the field. Great support from the sideline. How a well-run category can maintain and sustain the leverage that the sponsors want from the class when they put their money behind them. And hats off to all of those guys who are behind the scenes, making sure that's exactly what happens. Up the back, nothing slightly away from Brandon Hill. I'll walk down on Hill. Along with Linda. There we go. Ahead. Pretty good for a top 10. Thank you, John Moss. There you can see the captain opening up now. Go Schrick decided, yeah, let me get ahead of Engie. Myself a little bit of breathing room, and let's get this one sorted out as quickly as possible. He wasn't as happy with the pace MD Vesta was running as changeable conditions here compared to earlier on. The cloud cover means that the track temperatures have dropped slightly. Tire pressures would have been played around with, I'm sure, in the pre-race paddock. Ensure that these guys have got the right temperatures in their tires that can sustain the pressure that's in those tires as well for the distance of this race. Oh, what? Right there. Brandon Hills. Said bringing Van der Linde along for the ride. Oh, there we go. MD Bester comes back at Jaco Schricks. And just, yeah, goes for the overtake, gets it done, but overtakes the wrong gear. In the hill, a little bit differently to what he was expecting. He's up to third place. That might just have a bit of an effect on the overall championship. Hills and MD Bester are fighting for his third place overall in the championship. Get the advantage meter. Right now will be securing 15 points if he stays in third. And oh, MD Bester and him, little touch. Bester sideways onto the track again. And no, it wasn't MD Bester. Was it? 84. It was. It was MD Bester spinning out there, getting caught up with the two colours of the car. Sorry about that one. Hills now in second. Jaco Schricks in third. Oh, that could have been a bit of a massive warrior. Jaco Schricks. You want to avoid any form of contact at this late race stage of the day. Done. Go. Bring to the final third of the track. Go together now on track and not have any more off-track excursions. That's what Jaco Schricks is hoping for. As I said, was only 3 points ahead from MD Bester. Now 3 positions ahead. The last time they were there. Down into turn 2. Let's have a look at it. Coming under brake. Oh no! All on his own sim. I apologize. There was no touch whatsoever. MD Bester just was too hard on the brakes. Trying to go in way too late into turn 2 and locked up the back and spun out all on his own. Thanks for that, Paulie. Giving us the exact reason for the spin there. For MD, who's now dropped behind CF Mark. That's spotting those tyres has cost him slightly as well. It was hard braking and hard sliding for a while. Oh, and speaking of hard braking and hard sliding, 113 out of shape in a big way. Oh, that's not good. Jaco Smit crashing on the inside barrier of turn 1 and potentially going to have to bring out a safety car. There to run and grab some of the tyres that were pulled to pieces as that car slammed onto the inside, and that's a big pity there for Jaco. You can see how disappointed he is walking away from the car. He was in a bit of a fight though, and it's all gone wrong there unfortunately for Jaco Smit. He gets out of harm's way. May require safety car. Not quite sure. We'll wait and see what the COC says. But everybody's got through there and seen the damage and seen the car line. Daniel Janssen, he'll be hoping it comes out a couple of laps early. They've done 10 of 12. But they do need to stop the race. It will be a full race distance. And this will give us a full race result as well. As I said, everybody went past car on their left-hand side. It wasn't on the racing line, so it may still be deemed to be taken up to the break up. Let's see what this is about that. Oh, we're going to hand up to Brandon Hills. Red flag. Okay. I was wrong. So, red flag means that the race is going to go back 1 lap, which is 9 of 12, and at 9 of 12, according to me, 9 times 12, 75%. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Thanks, Paul. You're quicker than me, bud. You're quicker than me on the draw there. 75% is what they need to complete the race, and they've done that 75%. So this race should be completed and enough laps done to call a full race result. Daniel Janssen will take the victory. He will take second place in the overall standings for 2023. Peter Hill will take second place in the race victory of second heat of the day, and third place in the overall championship 2023. But third place, kind of like a reversal there almost, of the national championship result. Third place is Jaco Schricks with DOE and Start My Car. And your 2023 Formula V champion is down in third place, Jaco Schricks. Cat running back and forth ahead of Brandon Hills. Carl Watt and Linda ahead of the Empty Vesta. See if Victoria making it top 10. Second heat of DOE Formula V. So, if Lendl Janssen takes the victory, he takes the final 2 victories of the season. But it's not enough to pick the champion. 2023 DOE, partnered by CIM Lubri Fuel, Formula V champion Jaco Schricks. We mentioned the fact that Carl Watt had already taken the association championship after race number 1. If I look at that, there was 5 points in it between Jaco Smit and Trevor Hills. And if they go 1 lap back, Paul, I think we may still see Jaco classified. And if that's the case, he might still be ahead of Trevor Hills. We'll have to get confirmation on that one from the Formula V guys for the rookie title. So there you go. That's how we wrap it up, unfortunately, with a big incident to close the day's racing and to close the season's racing, I should say, for the Formula Vs. Jaco Smit ending up on the inside barrier of turn number 1. There's a bit of a cleanup to happen. And of course, from there, we'll be heading into the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Stay tuned for action here from Zwartkops at the grand final of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport Regional Championships.
Very cameraman.
Peter, no better guy to give your championship over to you than Jaco Strix, but how was your race?
I had a flippin' excellent race, second race. Managed to finish second. Jake's using his brain as usual and looking after his championship. And a big congratulations to him.
Jaco Strix, 6-time champion. How's it feel?
I'd be lying if I said it wasn't great. I'm a little bit surreal at the moment, but I'm very happy, pleased that the day's come to a positive end. So thanks to my competitors, my sponsors, my family. You know, without all of them it wouldn't be possible, but chuffed.
Kyle, association champion, took me through your race. How was it?
First race, just took it easy, just to get the points, make sure we get the association championship. Managed to do that. Very happy with first place in the association in race 1. Race 2 got a brilliant start. Had a great dice with Gert and Brandon. Really enjoyed it. A lot better second race, and I'm just glad to end the year on a high because this was a super race. I'd just like to thank Mangaza and Fruxy for all their sponsorship and their help, and then a big thanks to my dad for all the work he's put in this year. This championship is for you as well, Dad. And then thanks to all the family and friends and my wife as well for all the support. You guys are just a brilliant category. Thanks to Heinz and from ATS and Dunlop. You guys are excellent. Thanks, guys.
Right, so rolling out onto the track with a bit of wet weather beckoning in the background. We're going to be keeping an eye out on that one. We can see the wind has picked up. We saw a couple of shots in between the races there of some lightning in the background. Derek Smallberg is joining me in commentary once again for a combined category now of classes A, B, and C all together due to the fact that we had a long break in the proceedings right at the start of the day after that big incident in the M Performance Racing Series, BMW's classes A, B, and C. And the repair work that had to be done. Great repair work on the crash that's just happened at turn 1 as well from our marshalling team to sort out the incident when Jaco Smit went off there and crashed his V onto the inside barrier. But Class A, B, and C all combined, it means that there will probably be a small break in the proceedings from the start of Class A to Class B, and the same thing from Class B to Class C. They don't all start at the same time. There'll be 3 separate sets of lights for these cars. Only about 5 or 10 seconds apart for those starts. But Derek, looking at the way things stand, Yoti Nusios leads the overall championship on 132. It's 123 to Rory Atkinson, which is only 9 points back. It's 10 for a win. Rory has to win. Yoti has to have a problem. If Yoti wins and Rory's not first, he's got the championship.
Yeah, if Yoti makes 2 points, he's got the overall championship. And if Yoti doesn't finish and Rory wins, then he's the champion.
He can win it by 1 point if that's the case.
And on this start, we've got Wayne Masters on pole, Bevan second, then it's Rory, Baldy fourth, Baldy Mankies, and Miguel, and Dean Ross in the third row, Michael Baglia and Joel, and so then, I missed out. Mighty in front of Shoal and Chris Dale. So Shoal is coming from the back. He had a gearbox problem, broke his side shaft and his gearbox on the start. And then he had to withdraw in the first race, so he's coming from the back. And we'll see some good racing here. And the two Master boys are...
Well, the two Masters boys are now in with a chance of third overall.
Yeah,
because they're on 106 for Bevan, 100 for Wayne, and it's 102 for Hannes Skippers.
Yes.
So Skippers and the two Masters boys are in potentially for what is going to be third overall in the championship.
Exactly, and also second place in the championship for the Master boys in Class A.
For Class A.
That's also.
And then Hannes for Class B's championship with Ethan Kutsia. Even though he didn't start, Hannes Skippers still got a chance of winning the championship if he's made it back onto the grid now for the second start of the day.
Yes, there's 7 points between them as well.
So do you want any more drama? Can we provide you with anything more than that?
Look at the clouds.
Okay,
we might get some rain, so if you want drama with 40 cars
okay, so
on the
that's
grid.
it. Derek's just thrown in the commentator's curse for the rain to come during this race. Thanks, D. All right, Cheeseburger, who's your money on? Is Yoti got enough in hand here to win out? You saw it in the first heat. He's got
He's got the pace. He really drives well, and he's got the pace. And he's going to make it hard for him, and Eldar is there as well. You are the crossing driver. But he really got
the first heat, he's now at the front end with Sharice Panamava. Behind that, Shrin Rajpal and Jacques Hayes. That's for the Clark's United car, Ian Walker, to maybe be in the mix there as well. Ethan here alongside him on that third row. We get now almost ready to go for a full pack of PABAR Volkswagen Challenge. And this is what I love. I love it when they put all the classes together and they all get to go at it. Class A starts first. There'll be about a 10-second, or not even, 5 seconds for Class B. And the third set of lights will be Class C. So Class A heads down towards turn number 2. And inside line for Wayne Masters gets the whole shot. He's got Bevan Masters running his outside. Mac gets the attack on, of course, at the front end and wins out the fight there for Class B and X. And who's going to have what it takes in Class C? Is it Yoti? It is.
on the inside, yes.
So Nusias exactly where he needs to be from the start. Wayne Masters. Look at Rory on the inside of Bevan there. Big move on the inside of Bevan for second place there from Rory Atkinson. He's got to get to the front. He has to win. He mustn't worry about what's happening behind him. He must just concentrate on getting the win done and dusted. And then look at what happens later on.
Yeah, Rory is second currently, and he's trying to keep Bevan off the back. And Dean is busy with trying to pass Waldy on the outside.
Have a look and see as they go up to the top of the hill there, whether there's been a change up in Class C and B. No, not yet.
Still Rory in second place, Wayne leading the pack.
Valdi into fourth at this stage as they get into the thick of it for the first time, and you can see it's going to be a bit of a tough ask there, I think, for Valdi to try and bridge the gap there on the Masters boys in Atkinson. He wasn't able to do it in race number 1. He's a little bit closer here in race number 2, but he's got Dean Ross and Miguel Diaz hounding him down. That might have been Rush Paul or Carodia running slightly wide coming out of turn number 8.
Yeah, and Miguel Diaz is really on the move this weekend. His car unfortunately broke in the first race, but he's back and he's keeping playing. Paul made up 2 places there from last. Venus down Waldy, keeping him honest.
Race number 1, a non-slot for the skip, leading is out now in Class B at this stage, heading to the top of the hill. So Skip was ahead of, looks like, video leading up. I thought it was Hannes, it's not. Hannes has the spot. Yeah, did not start. The Skipper's chances of the overall victory have gone, and you can see things have changed up there ever so slightly. Studio from Rocheport, Motorodea, Lesting, and Charisse Piazzamusso. That's Class B across the line now.
Mo is driving better and better, so he's dangerous in the first race. So Phil is in good job in front. Andy Gossman has passed Rocky.
All right. Game on. All right, so if he's passed him, that means that he's only going to score 8 points. Rory's only going to score 8 points. So they will stay the same. It's even points scored. They're not going to lose, not going to gain an advantage or lose an advantage if Yachty and Rory stay where they are right now. In fact, Rory could be in trouble here because here comes a huge press from the CPS warehouse car, Bevan Masters. Inside, got it. Here it is. Third overall, the championship is now pretty much on track to go for second on the road.
We're going side. Bevan's got it. Third place.
Moving up into third place allows, moving down into third place allows to fight it out now for third overall in the championship and second and third in Class A. So let's just confirm that for people watching. There's so many configurations of racing happening out here today. We just joined us by the look at the 12 for that. So at the front end of Class A, let's go to Class B first. This is Class B. Stelio leads out, and he has got the advantage over Strin Rajpal and Mo Carodia. So of course, in terms of that championship, Mo Carodia could potentially just maybe get a bit closer to his stablemate there. Just will hang on for second place in the championship. Now that Hannes is off track, he might even get to take the lead of Class B's championship. In Class A, we're looking at them right now heading into turn 6, double right-hander. Wayne Martin behind his brother Bevan. He's 6 points ahead of him from 106 100. If they stay the way they are right now, Wayne gets 10, Bevan gets 8, means that Bevan stays second in Class A and will only lose it by 6 points. So that's pretty much almost also sorted out. I think what we need to worry about more than anything else is whether or not Stelio can get back ahead of man, he's fighting with down in Class B in Rushball. He's there nicely, but Yachty, his brother, of course, has got to find a way back ahead of Andy Gossman.
Stelio's got quite a lead. He's second.
I think he's going to be okay. Masters, Atkinson.
Andy's doing a good job.
Yeah, he is. Oh, we've got, that's Emil. Yeah. So Emil on Emsley, good as well, just behind Andy Gossman. Third place. On the change up there.
He might just stay there and he'll take the overall championship.
I'm looking at there might be a change up there as well, because if I go to overall, without the classes.
It's all class lead in the
Grossman,
meantime.
Milan MC, and then Yachty. Third place is still good enough for Yachty to take the championship. I think I worked out beginning of the race, D. He needs to have 7th or better to win the championship. So he's going to fight too hard.
No, he's just going to finish the race. Class B is heating up, yeah?
A little bit closer there from Mokarodia, as we saw in the closing stages of the first race. We're at half race distance, 5 done, 5 to go. And that's kind of where Mo started to put the pressure on.
I think most of Benjamin, he's gonna make the moving up.
The leader of Class B going through there. Mac is closing up to the back end of Michael Waglia. But this is the lead of Class A up towards turn 5.
The first 3 is really pulling away from the rest now.
Taking down around a lap of first time. They're going to close the back off. Across
They are busy.
They are. Coming up on the back end of Class B, and that would be on 20 minutes.
All been holding under pressure there. He's now up to first place.
Yeah.
And
maybe giving a little bit of a rub there to the dub core car. Heading down towards turn 8, looks on the inside. Not close enough to make a valiant effort, I would say. Maybe try that a bit later on.
Yeah, Mo's been driving better and better and better. He was my teammate last year. The guy really put in a lot of effort.
And it's progress from here into what he's doing at Polar Cup Championship level as well, hey? He was in the top 6 in the final round here at Zwartkops. So
yeah, excellent.
It shows you that the amount of time you get in a race car can certainly help you out. We've got a car, is that Mussolini, I think. I've looked at the top of the hill there. We have Mussolini parked on the side, the entrance to turn 5. And there'll be yellow flags up there for overtaking. For now, they can maybe get that car clear.
Cole is now in 4th place. He passed Waldy. And a long way to make up to get to the first 3.
We're going to have to work hard. I don't know if there's going to be enough time to get to the first 3. But if we just keep Waldy up. Ilio hangs on to Class B's lead for now, ahead of Rush Paul and Rodia. Aussie up there, Putel fighting with Miguel Diaz and Marty Mpana. Then it's Cody Peterson that just lapped. Baglia. That's going to be a nice conversation afterwards, eh? Mike and Chris Dale's conversation is always a good one to catch up on. A little arch rivalry between them.
There's always fireworks over there.
There is, eh? Right, so back markers now coming into big play here. As we're starting to see the Class A competitors getting into the thick of the back end of Class C of the PABAR Volkswagen Challenge.
Yeah, because these fellas really pushing hard to try and catch up, but the Master brothers are really pulling away now from Rory as well. Those back markers didn't do Rory any favor.
Nope, fortunately not. It stays as it is right now. Wayne will move to 108. Devin will move to 116. So it's going to be about 8 points away from second and third place. Class A overall in the championship.
Yeah, I think Rory will not fight too hard. Just now you break your car and then you're out of it. Okay?
Mussolini and the FSS car put into the sideline. Might be a bit of a breakage on that machine. Class B late on the brakes down into the final corner. Pressure coming from Raj Paul onto the back end of Stelio. That is not done yet. And we've still got 2 to go.
Kelly was really handling this well. Very, very good drive from Stelio. And those 2 are really pressuring him from behind.
Pushing. That's so pushing. Your mate is on a flyer here. Andy Gosman has done something special in this final heat. He's really going like a rocket. And he's got that gap between himself and the potentially new champion, Yachty Nusios.
Excellent, Andy. Supposed to never too old to win a race.
He's got to keep all year.
Yeah. I think it's professional.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, hey? That's the battle for 25th on track, by the way. But the lead of Class C.
He's the master class. just so fast in the end of the race. They set the cars up really
Yeah,
fast
they do,
towards the end of the
late
race.
race pace comes from them every single
Absolutely
time.
late race pace. Well done.
Good lights on. It's not good lights dying yet. Just to warn the slower cars that they're coming up on them. They don't want to get involved in any incidents with back market ices that are happening in Class C or possibly even at the back end of Class B, because that's the kind of pace they're running. They may even catch the back end of Class B by the time the second flag comes out. Our leaders are on to the final lap. And there goes Christelle, wide out of turn 2.
Well done, some rallying, Chris.
Hang on a second. Was that a little bit of help, though, coming along there from possibly...
Miguel was behind him.
Yeah. I think that may have just been a bit of a slight assistance from Miguel Diaz.
Oh, there's a lot of back markers coming into the game now.
Let's see if we can get that on a replay at the end, maybe, Paulie. We're coming to the closing stages. Ticket flag is on standby, and it is going to be Wayne Masters to hang on for the final win of T3. I mean, by the payment of the line, but the overall division Class A. The 1 and 2 will be both Masters cars. Performance Masters Polo. Wayne Masters to take the final victory. He's going to finish up ahead of that warehouse car, or maybe start again as they cross the line. How's that? 4 tenths. 4 tenths per second between the two. Atkinson will win Class A's championship with that 3rd place. And if Yoki has played in second, will be the new Class champion.
The guy just got really good idea. Well, the goal really started to get some pace.
How was that last year from Herodia? Herodia dives inside, gets through into second, and beats out Trin Rojbal, tucked in behind Stelio Nusias.
Excellent racing in this format.
This is the format I like. Put them all together, man. Tug of people to do it more often.
It actually worked well today. Could have been chaos, imagine rain, but yeah, the guys did well, and no commentators.
Don't worry, Andre de Kock said to me he wanted it for the Supercars. That's why he's going to wait for it a little bit longer. Rossman comes through for the win in Class C, and right behind him, or not too far behind him, there it comes. Refix Cars, Polo, lights ablaze. Your newly crowned champion for 2023, Yotti Nusios, overall, PABAR Volkswagen Challenge champion.
Well done.
Wayne
Well
Masters
done.
will get second in Class A, although he takes the win. No, he won't. He'll get third in Class A. And he'll take the win for the final heat. Bevan Masters will get second in Class A's overall championship. Rory Atkinson will win the overall championship with that 3rd spot for Class A, and he will finish second in the overall championship as well. So good effort there for him. It's Charles Smallberger ahead of Baldy Mikey's and Dean Ross, Mighty and Connor, Michael Baglia. Stuart Mack takes Class X. He was all on his own. Chris Dell, good effort there, just hanging on at the last ditch effort. Stelio takes the winning Class B ahead of Motor Rodeo, who dives through to to the line. Other skippers down to 15th place. Eventually, once he got up and running, Bruce Whistle was behind him, and Ethan Katia in 17th. Skippers ahead of Katia on track means that Skippers will remain ahead of Katia in the Class B.
Yeah, he's the Class B champion, yes.
The Class B will go to Hunter Skippers. Class C, an overall champion 2023, Yotti Nusios. And that's how we wrap it up, D. Thanks so much for joining me, bud.
Thank you.
Awesome to have you in studio, and thank you so much for your insight. We will see you down at Prize Week later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So up next, we head into G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Apologies, I got that one slightly wrong. Derek had come and just correct me slightly, but I've got so many things to do here, Derek. I'm so glad you could help me out, but I appreciate the assistance. Cheers, dude. Yeah. My brain is fried, bro, from fucking doing calculations while I'm trying to commentate. Yo. Am I? Apologies on that. Sorry about that one, Paulie. I forgot to mute myself. There we go. Oh well. It's live. What can we do? Just apologize. We'll be back shortly with G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And maybe some rain.
Yachty, overall champion, you got to be happy, eh?
Can't express it, my bud. Can't express it. It's something I've wanted my whole life, to race in cars in general, and to finish like this, I'm over the moon, bud. Can't express words.
How was your race?
Awesome. Andy, as usual, on the pace. I made two very big mistakes. I almost lost it in turn 4. I almost ended up very close to the wall. Managed to save it there, and then where else did Andy? I think turn 5. I made another mistake. That's when he got past me. So the gap was too big. All I had to do is get a second to bring it home, and I wasn't willing to take the chance. But overall, great, awesome event, love it, and thanks to everyone.
Here we go again for the final time. 2023 V8 Transport Extreme Supercars making their way around behind the Victoria Noord Toyota 86 pace car of Zwartkops International World of Motoring. And we're getting ready to wrap up the 2023 championship. Coming into this round, Jonathan du Toit and Franco Scrivanti on equal points, 151 apiece. About a 10-point differential now that Franco Scrivanti's got over du Toit due to the fact that he finished in first and du Toit finished down in 4th place in race number 1. Spoilers in the factor there were the 2 Lamborghinis coming out of Scuderia Scrivanti, and that is Silvio Scrivanti himself, and joining Silvio this weekend as part of a joint operation between Scuderia Scrivanti and the Into Africa Mining racing team. Stuart White, the man right behind the safety car there, with the second of those Scrivanti Lamborghini Hurricanes. Ulila Lataka, Charles Hubert, Giannicaro, Charles Orangi. It doesn't look like Gianni Giannicaro's made it up. Take the heat. That white Porsche of his in the pack. I might have just missed it though, so I'll keep an eye and see if I did miss it. as they head up towards AMG Driving Academy. There's also no AMG GT3 out there, which Charles Runge should be piloting. He unfortunately had some problems in the Mercedes-Benz and had to jump into the Ferrari. That's a tough problem. Can't drive my AMG, I'll jump into my Ferrari and make it work so I can try and wrap up the GT3 championship here. 86 moves into pit lane. It's Stuart White, Silvio Scribante front row. Then it's the arch rivals in the championship for A+. Franco Scribante alongside Jonathan du Toit. Lila Letlaka and Charles Bear who are alongside each other now. A race start of the final heat of 2023's G&H Transport Extreme Supercar action. Here we go. Lights out, and they drop the hammer big time. The Porsche squeezing between the two Lambos. Silvio Scribante caught out slightly there on the start. Up the second couple of minutes. Stuart White was nearly caught out. Just follows through as they head towards turn 2 on the piece of the Porsche of Franco Scribante. Back comes flying through there, and he makes his way out of turn 2, just in the mix there with Nicky Dix in his Porsche as they get into the thick of it for the first time now onto that back straightaway. It's Porsche, Lambo. Then it is Zolila Letlaka who snuck ahead of Jonathan du Toit in the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin of Letlaka, Echo up into fourth place. Toit trying to get back at him as they go towards AMG into turn 5. On there behind that. Lotus double time there to try and stay with that Lamborghini, and Letlaka in the Aston Martin, eventually losing ground there to the number 1 car. That number 1 plate might change from Jonathan du Toit's car to Franco Scribante's car by the end of this race and into 2024. Arangis, Giannicaro, Nicky Dix, Mercy Ellery, Maxwell Jackson, he had in his car right in the closing stages. Marius Jackson, his teammate behind that. Then there is that may have been, that's Van Vuren. Yeah, so we've lost Morgan Root, we've lost Giannicaro, and we don't have Ulisana in this field. But Gianni Giannicaro, Ulisana in the Z4 BMW out of G&H Transport Racing stable, and Ben Morganroot in the big V8, unfortunately not in the second heat. Ellery, his teammate, quietly closing on the back end. Right-hander into 7, down through the left-hander, caught little squid, and another left onto the main straight, complete another lap. 15 laps, we've done 2. Giannicaro and a run. Restart of it. Turn out check by the end of the day's racing. Colorado just circulating in the Ferrari. Or he wanted to this weekend, but needless to say, fortunately he has got that spare car, and it's a car that is going to possibly give him a championship in the GT3 national class. Giannicaro with some new livery for this final round on his place through the week. A new helmet livery for him as well. He's hoping to get that black new livery. Now, heard from Franco Scribante. If you watched the race earlier on, we interviewed him straight after heat number 1. He was saying he was so hard. Good fight. Made a couple of mistakes in that Porsche. Pressure was on, and it's even more pressure being applied now from Stuart White in that Scribante concrete Lamborghini. Africa Mining, of course, the main sponsor, but a nice collaboration between the two teams to get Stuart White to drive in that Lambo for this weekend. Is that a change-up between Ricky Giannicaro and Charles? It is. Ricky Giannicaro moving up ahead of Charles Orange. He's up in the 7th place now. They head up towards the top of the hill. The leaders are already there. Nice plays on the general. Maintain their lead and all race long as he did in the first. In the background, Silvio Scribante in 3rd. Jonathan du Toit still in 4th place. That's not good enough for him. He's got to be slightly higher up than that. He wants to start competing Franco Scribante for the overall championship. Expo in 6th place. Donacoro is 7th, Aroji 8th. Joe Ellerine ahead of Nick Dix now for 9 and 10, and then Marius Jackson. Just second last car on track there for MZR and Megaphone. MZ with the side of that Lamborghini, the only one doing it, the boys from the Silvio is the man at the wheel of the yellow Lamborghini. Brother Aldo. He's at international duty with coach with Stuart, as Stuart White. Not only part of the defining race here, and Carlo Motorsports had a push also with Stuart Craig. And he's had here locally is his international duties for some Ferrari and Lamborghini teams in Europe. Most successful drivers we've got in GT3 spec cars is Stuart White nationally. First Bellarine pulling slightly away now from Nick Dick. For the final single bit on track. 9 and 10th place there. Keeping our eyes to the sky as well, just in case we see some wet weather coming in. It is expected sometime this afternoon, and we've seen the rain beckoning all around this track. We're hoping it's going to stay away before we can wrap things up here. Final couple of races on the weekend. Grand finale of the Extreme Festival weekend. Back markers could be a factor now for Franco and possibly for Stuart White. Will he use them to his advantage? White applying the pressure. Franco just stroking it up. And now coming in amongst those back markers, first of them going to be Van Buren in the Porsche. We'll see those two Foster cars coming, hold the inside line, allow them a little bit of breathing room around the outside. Stuart back out of it ever so slightly. We've got blocked slightly Van Buren into turn 4. That might be enough of an advantage there for Franco to hang on. Stuart White's going to have to try and find lap record place now to bridge the gap. Out of the back. And we look at the first 4 cars on track, all 4 of them under the minute bracket. 59.93, 59.80, 59.544. The fastest car at the moment is Stuart White, second, on a 59.212. Slightly slower on that one due to the fact he got blocked by the Porsche in turn 4. On to a 1 minute track on 9. So, just drop behind Charles Joubert quite a bit. About 6 seconds off there. 7 seconds make it. That is now 6th place. You're going to be losing that number 1 plate to Franco Durante. Looking forward to potentially getting a double victory in racing career this season. The Hill Climb Championship earlier on in May. Take the Supercar Championship as well. If that's the case, he's got to stay out front ahead of the White next couple of laps. Just past the halfway stage, 8 done, 7 to go. Matthew hangs on. Got about half a second ahead of Stuart White. That's due to the fact that White got blocked slightly by the onto the back of Franco Scavanti again. Gap has come down 1.5 seconds down. Be about 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. It's time out. 9 laps done. 6 to go. 0.3 of a second. Up slightly there. Apologies. 0.346 to be exact. Between Scavanti's general Porsche 997. And and serious went Garrigan. Good white. And by that team, but running for Exo's team into Africa Mining. Exo's had a fantastic last run here in the Aston Martin. 6th place for him at the moment behind Charles Bear. Yeah, back off as he did the last time. Gave him a little bit of breathing room. Relax, white. Make Stuart White have to work a little bit harder. There's 5 to go. So the first 2/3 of this race are completed. We're into the third and final part of the race. Stravanti maintains that full half a second over Stuart White as that line. Back markers are certainly going to come into play now. Silvio Stravanti may have to be wary about it as well, as Jonathan Betoy seems to be turning the wick up ever so slightly. Still maintaining 59 as the fastest lap. But at this stage, lap time counting the 1 minute flat and 1:01 for Jonathan Betoy. Track temperature probably has dropped dramatically. Cloud cover. Lambo will dive on his inside. Fear and hope is him coming as well. Will move away. We'll find a way past on the exit of turn 8. Around the outside of Joseph Bellerin into turn 1. Good fight. By the Audi driver. They come down into turn 2 now. Silvio's trying to find a way through there on Joseph Bellerin. I'm looking out my window and I'm seeing some wetness on the window. Possibilities of rain on track, and Zolile Latlaka has spun out. So has he been caught out by some wet weather? The rain is starting to fall here at Zwartkops. That could be a major factor here. Yeah, windscreen wiper on we've got rain at the top of the hill. And we've got rain all the way around the circuit. Guys are on hot, thick rubber right now. And the track is very, very and slippery. The amount of oil that was dropped over the weekend, and we lost Stravanti as well. The background through, trying to pick up in the background there because they're coming up amongst the back markers now. Watching, was that John Akoro's machine I saw, or was it Stuart White's machine that I saw in the background? This is Odile Latlaka. There's Stravanti. He spun out somewhere. Yes, he has. He has certainly spun out, and he's behind Jonathan Betoy. The Stuart White with 3 laps to go leads out over Silvio Stravanti. Change of surface flags all the way around the circuit. We said that already. It's pouring up properly by the looks of things, and at the top of the hill also looks like it's raining a lot harder. I looked out my window a couple of minutes ago and saw the rain up against this window, and that's changed up things dramatically here. Franco Scribanti comes onto the back straight in 4th place. But with that 10-point advantage, it might will be enough. He stays behind Jonathan Betoy. Betoy in 3rd, but in 4th. And the flags now. Try and fight out on these big tyres on track. And that is Ricky Jonakoro with 3 to go. But behind him, Stuart White is not too far behind, and he's got 2 to go. Stuart White coming up on Aranji. They'll be looking to try and get through on the Ferrari of Aranji's as quickly as possible. Stuart White probably going to have more experience in the rain than most of these drivers, having spent almost an entire season in Europe on international GT3 duties for various teams. Brought together now instead at the front end. Comes onto the back straight away now, closing in on Ricky Jonakoro. Ricky opens up the door. That was nice of him. Last quick right through. We'll go 1 feet too far behind. Or not. At this stage, Detroit behind Scribanti on the timing monitor. See if we can close that gap down. Jonathan Detroit will definitely know what to do in conditions like this, having been in the right past for a bit of drama. We said the rain is going to come. I'm going to blame it on Andre de Kock from the citizens. He said they didn't want, he wanted rain for the last race of UNH Transporting. Well, you've got it, Andre. Can they keep it all together now for one more lap? Stay on the black stuff. Don't spin out. That's what you're going to do. White, Toy, Jabir. That's your top 5. Toy trying to find a way through. If he can make up one more place on Silvio, there's a good chance that he will have a go and potentially be in the hunt for the overall championship and maintain that number 1 place. It's going to be a tough ask, but he's not going to give this up without a fight. We're moving up second. Might just even up the playing field slightly. Stuart White is going to get the final victory. It's going to be Silvio or Jonathan Detoy. Second. Going to hang on. We're looking for a 1-2 for some serious dramatic here. As Stuart White comes to take the second flag. White wins out. Silvio coming down the hill. As you can see a yellow Lamborghini in the background. It is. Silvio hangs on for second. Detoy gets third. Franco Scarante gets fourth. That'll be enough to secure unofficially right now the overall championship. We're waiting for those yellow lights of the general in the Franco Scarante racing Porsche. There it comes. So there it is. That is going to be your champion, ladies and gents. Unofficially, of course, we're going to wait for confirmation of it. But if my maths is right, 4th place was Franco Scarante behind Jonathan Toy in 3rd. Off the back of Franco Scarante in race 1, and Jono only placed up in secure overall. Get a Supercars championship title with Franco Scarante. Jono is happy about that. It's had a good run. And they were very lucky that the rain didn't come down any harder than that, because I think we may have seen a little bit more action on it, and possibly off them as well as we got into the closing stages there. Unofficial results: White from Scarante, then Jonathan Detoy from Silvio in second, Franco in 4th. Carl Jabir beats out Ricky Donacaro. While the Rangi's behind Ricky Donacaro, he can also take the Class GT3 national championship honors in this category. And he beats out Joseph Ellery and Marius Jackson in the top 10. That's UNH Transporting Supercars done 2023. Now remember, if you want to catch them next year, first round, 26th, 27th of January, yeah, at Zwartkops. We get to try and catch a couple of drivers down there, and hopefully Audio can catch up with Mono, tell us where they might fix the brick, and we round with you. Well, then we stand by. We're actually coming from
It'll be more tape. It'll be.
Car Care Clinic racing time one more time here at Zwartkops, the final race of the season. One Sports and Saloons, GT Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch all combined. So we're heading into this one. I think we're going to be in for a bit of a fight for what is going to be Class A championship deciding, and that is between Wouter Roos and his teammate Piet Potgieter. Only 4 points between the two of them. Overall GT champion crowned after this one. I don't think anybody can catch him, even if he doesn't have finish here in race 2 will be Louis Scholz for the Car Care Clinic team. Good effort there from Nathan's Motorsport and Car Care Clinic to win the GT Sports and Saloon car category. That's Wouter. Car Care Clinic Golf 7 and his teammate ahead of him there in the Rocky colours of Nathan's Motorsport. Roland Hopkins came for the fight. Unfortunately, he's not going to be close enough to wrap up the championship and give Mel Spur a run for her money. She's going to be crowned the champion in Class C and potentially get third overall in the one Sports and Saloon car class as well. So not a bad effort there from Mel Spur all season long. And then, of course, it's the rest of the packs. They're going to try and sort out the final victories of the season. SuperHatch still up for grabs as well. We saw some big fights there between the SuperHatch category competitors in race 1. A little bit of rain out there, and it's going to be tricky conditions for a couple of these guys and girls as we get into the final warm-up lap now behind the Pretoria North Toyota. JP van der Walt was the man to take the victory relatively easily and unscathed there from his point of view in his Platinum Wheels Super Cup Polo GTI. He won out over the hard charge coming from Louis Scholz and Philip Meyer. Garrett Henning was in there as well. He was giving Scholz a bit of a run right to the line. But with Scholz doing second place, he secured the championship, according to our unofficial calculations here in race number 1. Look out for George Economides. He had some problems in that first heat, so hopefully he'll be back into the hunt. There's the hunt for Class A. Those two Golfs going through there, the Golf 7s. Ahead of seasoned campaigners in this category, and some really, really awesome race action that we've seen in the past came out of 111 Sports and Saloons, and now the GT category as well as the 111 Sports and Saloons. Good to see Wayne Labotsky getting that Shield Golf back up and running for race number 2. He unfortunately didn't start the first heat. He was stuck at turn 3 and had to retire there. As they come around now, the Pretoria North Toyota 86 will have its lights off. It'll start to move away from JP van der Walt and Louis Scholz into race formation coming out of turn 7. Rolls in a good lane. GT class lineup. In the background being held up slightly there. You can see the rest of the pack as JP van der Walt is going to try and get them all napping as they head off the line. PABAR VW, he's good in wet conditions. And it's not quite wet conditions, but we have certainly got some wet stuff on the ground into track and down into turn 1. Moti in second place behind Piet Potgieter. That's exactly where he needs to be. He doesn't have to beat Piet Potgieter. He's got to just stay behind him. 2-point differential that would be between the two of them at the end of the race would be enough for him to secure the championship. But if Hopkins gets involved in the mix, that might change things up there pretty dramatically. Come across into turn 4 for the first time. Economides putting the pressure onto the back end there as they go into turn 4. Bertie hanging on. Leonard Archer's gone through on him. Now Spur fighting hard. Looks at things. And a bit further back in that back. She's got Frances Aldridge ahead of her. On the cruiser right behind her again. As she had all of race 1. For the player, the Porsche, trying to get away from Economides. Pressure coming from Hennig. Scott Flickman on the road behind JP van der Walt. Mobil appears up to 5. Further back, Rob Clark. Rob Clark fighting with the Bat Lady by the looks of things, so nice little battle there as well. Clark and no, it's actually Batman. It's Henry van Vleuten, it's not the Bat Lady. In fact, both of them there, Elke van Vleuten and Henry van Vleuten with Rob Clark. So Batman and the Bat Lady all fighting for the tail end of the field. So that's the man they've got to catch. JP van der Walt in the platinum wheels. Super Cup Polo GTI. It's off 6 in second. Flying through there, you can see makes and marks that make up Super One Sports and Saloons and the GT Sports and Saloons. Bota just biding his time, doesn't want to do anything to jeopardize his chances of winning Super One Sports and Saloon car category. He'll try and find a way through on BMW, Leonard Archer, as they come up onto the brakes towards turn 5. Archer goes on him slightly. Heading to the double right-hander at 10. Players come up behind that. Francois Henning. It's basically a bit of a spoiler there. This stage. Keeping out Leonard Archer. Brakes put on Giovanovski, closing things down on the 2 lady drivers. Class C. Ishmael Deloy, or SuperHatch. Mighty Guard. The usual case. The usual contenders in SuperHatch. Not in the come forefront. Deloy looking for a way through. Can he find it? Not just yet. He's got 197 Tian Esterhazen just ahead of him. Back to Mal Spur. Now up the stage, 16th overall on track. Then we go back to the leaders for the fight for at least 3rd place on track. Currently in the hands of these 3 drivers. The player, Economides diving on his inside. Mayer shuts the door in the Porsche. Porsche hanging on to keep out the Martini Racing Wealth Avenue Golf 1. 2nd place, Louis Scholz out of turn 2. Comfortable at the moment. 6 seconds up the road. That boat is through now, Leonard Archer. I think it is. Yes, he's through. Joy, BMW. Once again, SuperHatch at the back of the pack. Could be developing that car for next year. Keep up the road, so it wasn't trouble. It wasn't frustrated or concerned. He had the pace. Waited for the car and the track to come to him, and he's now tucked in behind his rival in the championship. Potential honours what's going to be fight for 1 Class A. Henning leads the fight in terms of the battle for the last race. There you can see he's in the mix there fighting with the GT cars. But it's 2nd and 3rd place for the championship. And right now it's 2nd for Portgieter. That is they come onto this match, but if we hold this shot in amongst the back markers. So Henning leads that Class A. Not seeing. You can see Portgieter in the background, so I might have to wait a little bit longer. Here comes a dive on the inside from Economides. Getting through there on Philip Mayer. Henning tries to go with him. Sees the Golf coming up the door. He's up into third place. Mayer down to fourth. Henning stays in 5. Heater that's gone missing. I think it might be coming up on our timing monitor. I see him down in 8th place on the timing monitor, but he's not on the screen. I don't know if he's not being picked up. Let's have a look and see as they come across the line. No, he's there. There he is. There is Pitbull Heater. So it's not coming up on that timing monitor on the screen. But more importantly, is Vota's in exactly the right place he needs to be. And that's right behind Pitbull Heater. Heater at this stage in 8th, Vota in 9th. That's enough for Vota to wrap up Class A and the overall championship in Triple One Sports and Saloons. Francois Henning, 8th place in the rep of Mark Marquez colours. The back markers now for JP Van der Walt. Now from the inside of Ishmael Beloy into turn 1. Continues to show a big dominance, particularly for this mark of car. The Super Cup Polos, of course, are part and parcel of global touring cars normally, and he has been part of that championship. So I think we'll just have some fun in his Super Cup Polo in the last couple of races of the season. And there's no problem with that at all. Just dominate coming onto this grid. A man who won back-to-back titles in the hill climb this year and last year in the streetcar category. No starts behind the wheel as JP Van der Walt in this black wheels car of his. Hero joining him as part of his contest this year. Now diving through on the 2 cars ahead of him there. Avoid the frost cars coming through here now, and they're coming through thick and fast as we've only got 3 laps to go. Put a plan trying to keep out Henning. Come up from the back end there from Mila. Is giving himself a little bit of room and some breathing room by putting Mark du Toit and Ishmael Beloy between himself and the charge from Porsche on Philip Mayer. Aaron Henning in the Golf. Pretty wet. You see windscreen wiper going there on the top of the track. He has no chance to pick them off yet. Last move there from the Batman, just showing off the inside line. Turn 8. 2 laps to go. Double yellows being waved down at turn 4. Is there a car off at turn 4 possibly? With those double wave yellows, possibly someone ran off. So yellow flag out of turn 3, warning the drivers that there's an incident at turn 4. Someone's gone off. Philip Mayer. Philip Mayer spun out at turn 4 in the People Group Porsche, dropping him out of contention there for a potential podium in this last race. It's a pity for him. He's had a great season. Thank you for the ball. He's on his merry way. He does not think the second last lap. About to come to hit that one. The back end of the Shield Golf 1. See what Drake can do here. Staying in this category, we hope to see him here in this last full time. One lap to go. Oh, in the background, Rob Clark at a big moment. Rob Clark getting that Honda of his out of shape coming out of turn 8. So the MyScore Hero and Platinum Wheels Super Cup Polo GTI on its way to a potential victory. Carlos Stoltz is looking for a victory in SuperHatch. He might be caught here by back Marcus. Miles Spur gives up some room there. Keeps on the cruiser out, but on maybe Van der Walt out. They past the stricken Porsche. Spur closing in on the back end. Albrecht would be second in SuperHatch. We've got a couple of podium positions going to be finishing up right behind this man. Just ahead of him, he'll have a lap to go. He's still going to have to do another extra lap for the win in SuperHatch. But the win in the GT Sports Saloons goes to JP Van der Walt, MyScore Hero, and the Platinum Wheel. Across the line behind him, it's the second place car in the SuperHatch. Winner of Class D ahead of the Cruiser. Second place overall is Louis Scott. Got a meeting. Stand up waving to the crowd. And then it is Karen Hennig coming through there. Fourth place overall. Waiting for Class A to come to the line. The Batman goes through. There's the Bat Lady just in the background as well. Mobil Fuel will finish up in first place. Then here comes Voti. Yeah, that's good enough. Vota Rus, according to our calculations, should take the championship overall and Class A in Triple One Sport Saloons. A nice family affair there for the Car Care Clinic team. Louis Scholz takes the overall championship and Class GT. Vota Rus takes Triple Ones and Class A. And Mel Spur takes Class C and third overall in the championship for the Car Care Clinic team. So a nice effort there from Nathan's Motorsport on the preparation of those vehicles. Get that many championships all in the bag. Right, so we're moving on from Triple One Sports and Saloons to Sports and Saloons into the last three races of the day. They are in the form of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Larry Wolford is supposed to be coming to join me for the inverted grid for race 2. And then we've still got BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E, classes A, B, and C to be sorted out. We'll be back shortly here from Zwartkops.
Louis, champion again. How's it feel?
Yeah, absolutely great, mate. Hard fought fight, a lot of issues through the year. With great camaraderie in the series, it's been a great pleasure. We've had absolute joy. Absolutely ecstatic, guys. I want to get out the suit and have a beer and absolutely celebrate. Thanks a lot.
1 Class A. Motor, 111 Class A champ. Another championship, you've got to be happy, huh?
Gee, I hope it's true, huh? It was an excellent race. Obviously, the changing conditions was a bit of an unexpected one for the last race of the season, but we take it as it comes. It's the same for everybody. Thank you.
So it's the Rolling Thunder making their way onto the track for the last time for 2023. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars with the inverted grid. It's Terry Wilford and Franco Di Matteo on the front row. Race 1 winner down in 4th place in Julian Familiaris, and the man who's about to end his V8 Supercar racing career, Mackie Adlam, 6-time champion, there in 3rd place. They'll be ahead of Sam Dahl and Marius van den Berg. Warren Lombard had some gearbox issues, according to the man who's going to be joining me in commentary in a few minutes' time, Larry Wolford. And he seems to have got that sorted out. Stevie Herbst in the spare car, and at the back of the pack will be Anthony Marks. But Larry, joining me in commentary here, it's a slightly diminished field, but the quality is still there. That's the most important thing. And if you look at the battles that we've had so far this season, particularly amongst those first 4 cars, another big one expected here today.
Yeah, Greg, I think we're in for a very interesting race, and 4 cars at the front, all pushing hard in the last race. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. So fasten your seatbelts. Here we go.
Yeah, second place still in for a bit of a fun fight. Terry Wolford in the chance for the second place and trying to hang on to that inside line, but remember they've got to stay line astern until they come out of turn 2. It's double wave yellows for turn 1 and 2. Out of 3, they get green flags and we go racing. It looks like Dimito is trying to set things up there to have a go even before the green flag comes out. And he snuck through there nicely to maybe catch Terry out a little bit.
Well, Terry pulled the same move on him in heat 1, and I was also under the impression we're under double yellows, but not the case. It's Superman for himself, go mad.
All right, so they head up towards turn 4. Wolford down into second place, into the clutches of Mackie Adlam. Now, I don't want to say it, but I think Mackie Adlam, probably the most hungry person to get this victory today, particularly in the second heat, because it'll be his last time in a V8 Supercar.
When he's behind you, he's all over you like a rash. So whether Terry can keep him out for 8-9 laps, big ask.
That's going to be a tough one. Oh, as Terry gets out of shape, coming out of turn 7. That might just be enough. No, not quite. Adam had a big look, but didn't quite get there.
Played the gentleman game there because he actually could have pushed hard in the corner there and he would have squeezed Terry. But Mackie, as I said, being the gentleman, he cut him some space there.
Maybe too early in the race. Had that been the last lap, I think he would have had a go.
It's not over yet. Here we go.
Yeah, they're coming at it again out of turn 2. Adam looking to try and squeeze out and get onto the back straight in the front of that Schick and Fuchs lubricants machine. No, not quite there though. So
it's taking a while for the tyres to get some temperature, and with the temperature will come an increase in the tyre pressures. So they're all very much on tyres that are still soft, let's put it like that, not underinflated. And we're going to pick up about 0.5 in terms of the tyre pressures. And no, it's going to convert it.
Big look. Big look on inside.
No, Terry gets on the power, and really interesting, really
great. It's a great battle. 3 Ford-powered machines at the front end, but Dimito is getting away because of this little in-house fight. There you have it. Set that up with 2 corners back and secures it into turn 8.
Yeah, Mackie's converted that, and Terry's now got Julian all over him, the new 2023 champion. So, outside, here we go.
Now down in towards turn 2, will we see a chance? No, Terry Wolford goes defensive, holds out the attack coming from the Corvette, the only Chevy-powered machine in those first couple of cars. Good to see the return of Warren Lombard. I mentioned him as they were going on the warm-up lap. Had a gearbox issue. It's about the 3rd or 4th gearbox he's been through, according to what you told me just before the race. Oh, problems. Wolford slowing. Oh, that's not good. The Schick machine and Fuchs Lubricants car slowing up out of turn number 3 and now through turn 4. And I can't really see what the issue is there. Tony Marks is going to go past him. Looks like Terry's day might be done and dusted there. He might have to come into pit lane and retire that car. That's going to give Warren Lombard a sniff of a podium.
Yeah, Warren in the new car's actually been right on it. And the car looks awesome. Unfortunate with the first heat, up that gearbox issue, but Warren is a formidable competitor, and this could be quite interesting.
Larry, you've raced against him in the historic series, where you're in the Lola and he's in his AC Cobra or other vehicles he's participated in, particularly in that Castrol TT that happens at the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops. So, as you said, a formidable competitor, but certainly knows his way around a V8.
Yeah, Warren comes with a lot of experience. He's actually a really great guy to race against, and he's a great guy to have a beer with afterwards as well.
Yeah, for sure. Bit of a party animal as well, I know that. But speaking of the front end and speaking of experienced guys, well, you've got arguably one of the most experienced drivers leading this race in a Jaguar and a 6-time champion on his tail, also in a Jaguar.
Well, we've got the 2 cats snarling at each other. My money would be on Mackie for this one. As you say, Frankie's a man with massive experience, but I think my money's looking good, Greg.
It does look too bad there as they come out of turn 8, side by side, between the 6-time champion, a multiple champion in the Franklin Mateo as well, but I think he's just had the advantage through turn 1 and he's managed to just hang on. Yeah. Or has he? Yes, he has.
Yeah, yeah.
And backblockers coming into play.
Go. Oh, Sam in the picture there.
Sam Dahl just moves out the way. I think he realized what was coming.
Greg, I don't think I had a choice there. It was going to be moved or move.
Either move or we're going to move you. And on that off-camber right-hander out of turn 2, that's not an easy thing to do. So onto the back straight away they come.
What do we got? A safety car.
I thought they slowed up out of turn 2 there ever so slightly. So safety car is out. which means we've got a spinner somewhere on track. It's not the first 4 cars, or is it possibly?
Could be a red Mustang parked somewhere in a journey.
There you go. I was going to say Tony Marks in the GT2 class. That also gives us a chance to talk about that. Uncle A, you are just basically putting together a GT2 category. You might get more interest from drivers and then try and bring the cost down in terms of getting involved in this category.
Correct. We actually identified one of the major causes that we weren't seeing coming out of the race, and that the event in terms of, particularly in terms of tyres. And what we did is we did GT2, and the cars all run on used tyres that are made available from the top teams. So we have like a pass-on kind of situation, and it worked very, very well. Cars coming out, and we expect 2024 to see at least 2 or 3 more. So we're also going to crown a GT2 champion, and as it stands today, it looks like Stevie's secured that. And good luck to Stevie. He's been at a long time, and he was very kindly offered a car by Sam Doll, the Jaguar that he's campaigned today. So he's able to pick up a few points and convert it to 2023 GT2 champion.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are missing that prior instrumentation Corvette of his, particularly with that amazing spray job on that car. It's certainly one of the prettiest cars out there. But under safety car scenario right now, so we can get some recovery work done on a few cars. And once that's done, of course, it looks like we're possibly going to go down into maybe a 2 or 3 lap sprint race to wrap up 2023's championship.
Well, what could be better? I mean, we've got 4 cars tied together, and we could have a chase to the line. So let's see what happens.
Another big factor, of course, is we're going into a long-standing relationship with Mobil 1. They've been around now, I think, for the 6th season, going into next year.
Correct.
And with that, it's kind of showing you what this category is capable of doing in terms of securing sponsors and keeping them for a long period of time.
Look, it's an effort by every member of the association, and I think it's appreciated, the effort that is put in. You'll see the flags and all the bunting, etc., that's put up, and those are the little extra things that sponsors love. We had the new lady from Mobil come and visit us today, and she brought kids, and I believe she was really impressed. So hopefully 2024 is a big year for us and with Mobil.
I know there's a lot of guys behind the scenes who want from my family. You know he's going into 40 years in association with this category next year, hey? 2024 is 40 years of Maloney involved with what was originally modified Saloons, then V8s, then V8 Supercars.
Well, I think we forget that Peter was the man behind West Bank, the man that we visited in Bank City. And what a legend, behind the scenes man, but also a front man as well. Great association with your dad.
Looks like we're going to be in for a little bit more safety car scenario. They're battling to get Tony Mark's car cleared. If they can just get it out of harm's way, which would mean they'll maybe pull it along here down towards turn 2 and just behind the barriers. We're now going into 6 done and 4 still to go. So as I said, it could be either a 2 or 3 lap sprint race that will see 2023's championship sorted out. Right now, it's advantage Frank and Amato, but there we go. We've both spoken about the fact that Mac Yadlin is dying to get up into the lead and finish up his career with a final victory.
Yeah, Greg, you've said it. I think he's hungry to close off his career in Mobil 1 V8s with a victory. So let's see how it pans out. We certainly don't want to see this race finish behind a safety car, and let's have it dash to the line now.
Might be enough time to do that. They've got Tony Marks' Corvette moving down towards a secure position in turn 2 through the kitty litter and behind those barriers. It shouldn't be too much longer. And in fact, if they slow that safety car up ever so slightly, he might actually be able to go in on this lap because it's not too far away from this car getting behind the barrier.
Okay, well, we wait to see those safety car lights off. They're still flashing, unfortunately. But hopefully the radio comms tell them, turn them off, and let's go.
Well, he's kind of out of harm's way. By the time they hit the loud pedal, he'll be behind the barrier. And is that going to be enough time for him to get off on this occasion, or do we have to still do one more? I think we may still have to do one more. Yeah, still one more behind the safety car as they come down the hill now. It's a bit of a pity. So it's going to be a 2-lap sprint race to sort out the final race of the season.
Pity that car actually couldn't thinking about the safety car.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we've got Di Matteo leading things out on Adam. Miliaris, the newly crowned champion, he wrapped that up in the penultimate round only a couple of weekends ago. And then it's Warren Lombard, he managed to watch out for, I think, 2024 season. Him, Familiaris, and potentially Terry, I think, are going to be your championship contenders there. Will Thomas Reed be back? I know he missed this outing.
Yes, Thomas has got Marius van den Berg in his car, who's actually his mechanic, not magician. I think sometimes he's a magician. But he very, very kindly put Marius in the car, and I think there's a bit of wisdom in that because Marius will understand all the complaints that Thomas comes up with. Sorry, Thomas, but he's done a pretty good job, I would say. And, gracious. Thomas,
I know he spoke to Terry. Okay, lights out on the safety goal, which is a good thing. I spoke to Terry in the lead up to the race one and sort of did the pre-race interview, and he said to me, "It's actually quite nice to see somebody who can actually drive that car better." Wasn't me, that was Terry, and we've got it on film. Okay, so Thomas, you can take that up with Terry next time you see him, buddy. But he is sorely missed. There's no doubt about it. I know there were a couple other guys that just didn't quite get their cars in time, eh?
Yeah, unfortunately, the circumstances presented, you know. So yes, the safety car is taking the pit road, and we will be up and running. And you catch at the front, the two Ford, there goes Foster having a full go.
Adlam up the inside, catching everybody out.
How's Foster is picking up the inside of the 2023 champion? Here
Exactly. Goes into turn 2 in third place ahead of Familiaris, tucked in behind Di Matteo in the second of the Jaguars. Now he was the lead Jaguar coming out of turn 8. By the time they got to turn 2 and now into the back straightaway, it's Mackie Adlam looking to have a bit of a swan song. Familiaris with some problems in the background by the looks of things. The Corvette is slowing.
Very, very out of character for Julian and his team. Been ultra reliable Chevy there. Not as reliable as but
there you go, Ford man. Right, so he's come out of turn 5 and 6. And it's full power 1, 2, and 3. Really good.
Quick during the week when he was just testing and very quick yesterday. So look, even pressurized Frankie.
Yeah, but could be in some trouble here as we start the final lap.
We've got Marius all over Sam Dahl. So maybe Marius can convert that position.
Oh, that'll be nice to see.
I don't think Thomas wants to see that.
No, maybe not. Thomas might not get his seat back. Oh, and Familiaris is retired. So the champion is retired in the final race. The 6-time champion, Mackie Adlam, leads this race. And it's going to be a swan song finish for his career in Mobil V8 Supercars.
Well, let's not tempt fate, Greg. It's about 1.5 Ks to go. But yeah, Mackie Adlam's car and Mackie Adlam have been up for the game for 6 years, and I don't think he will make a mistake. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I don't think he'll make a mistake. He's going to see the back to the last place in the area. Wow.
That's the English driver, 6-time champion, and the final victor of 2023. Loses the championship in Familiaris. He takes the final blood of his season. He's out to his own after driver. The solid car. Warren Lombard on the podium at last in the new car.
Congratulations, Warren.
The Avatar is done and dusted for Mobil V8 Supercars. Larry Wolford, thank you so much for joining me here in commentary. Much appreciated. The insight that you bring, and of course all the plans for next year. Just a little bit of input that we bring to our live stream.
Go and buy that Jaguar that you've got.
Yeah, and I think maybe go and have that beer you're talking about. Eh? Enjoy it. There we go. Wrapping things up in the Mobil V8 Supercars. It is Mackie Adlam with the victory. And what a nice way to end off his career. The final victory going to Adlam. Di Matteo in second place, and Warren Lombard eventually putting his new Ford Falcon onto the podium. Marius van den Berg, what a run from him. That's an incredible effort there in a car that's not normally piloted by him. He's normally working underneath the bonnet. And he beats out Stevie Herbert to take the GT2 championship. Julian Familiaris, unfortunately, having to retire his Corvette with 2 laps to go. And he still finishes up classified in 6th place ahead of Sam Dahl, Terry Wolford, and Anthony Marks. That is Mobil 1 V8 Supercars for 2023. And remember, at them also at the opening round of motorsport in no, maybe not. They will be on the 9th of March at the first round of the regional championship of Extreme Festivals in 2024. So up next, we get into the 2 BMW races, starting things out with classes D and E, and finishing up with classes A, B, and C. We'll be back shortly with commentary here from the final round of the Extreme Festival Regional Championship at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. That is really nice to see. I don't know why we didn't hold that shot. We could hold it a little bit longer there, Paulie, if we don't mind. But some celebrations down in pit lane for Mackie Adlam, climbing out of the car with the final race victory of the season and also the final race of his V8 Supercar career. Hats off to that team and the Mobil team. They really have been a force to be reckoned with in the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Moving on now into BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. And man, have we got the championship to be sorted out here. Leon Loebscher is going to come back in about 20 minutes time for his Class A swan song. But Reinhard Miller has still got a chance of possibly wrapping up this championship. And joining me, Gerard, you've been down in pit lane, you've got a bit of information as to what's been happening there. Have they been able to get Leon's car sorted out first of all?
Yeah, that car is going to be in the race today. Quite interesting.
One sec there, G. Sorry to jump in. We're going to go down a pit lane quickly to catch up with Mackie Adlam just before we get into race action in classes D and E.
Mackie Adlam, a bittersweet race. You got the victory, but it's your final V8 race. Talk me through your emotions.
What a privilege to be part of this formula, and compliments to every driver that I've been privileged to race with. Yes, we've got the victory. That's how I wanted to end it, really, and thank you to Zwartkops, Mobil 1. Without you guys giving us the opportunity to race, we are nothing. All the glory, thank you.
Yes, indeed, Mackie Adlam, always a man to thank. The man upstairs, then his family, and then, of course, his racing family and sponsors are always never forgotten by Mackie Adlam. So a massive hats off to him. Thank you so much for 6 incredible championships and a huge career in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, and before that even in Westbank V8 Supercars, as they used to be known. It is great to see a young man like that come through a championship and fight for honours with some very, very competitive drivers in his day, and win over them on 6 occasions. And he's handed that mantle over to a man who could potentially do the same thing in Julian Familiaris in 2024. But he's going to have his work cut out for him, as is Reinhard Miller. Now, we're about to get into it there. Sorry, G. And to just jump down there to catch up with Mackie. But you said that Leon Loebscher's car is sorted out. Miller's got to do it all right here. He's got to get the victory.
Yeah, so basically, Reinhard has then he's wrapped up the points.
5th or 6th, that's if Leon's going to get the victory.
If Leon gets the win, yeah.
Okay.
So it's going to be very, very interesting to watch this race. So stick around, because this is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so as we get into it, of course, we're going to wait for our timing monitor to come up. Reinhard Miller not starting on pole, though. So that's a big factor. Fellow commentator Nick is ahead of him, and it looks like it's actually the ACD BMW of Leonard Archer who's there, because they invert the grid for the top 3. Hey,
that's correct.
Yeah. 100%. So top 3, Archer on pole, ahead now of Nicholas Herbst, and he'll be looking to push hard, try and keep out Reinhard Miller. Now, whether or not there's team orders down there, I don't think there are. I think it's every man for himself as they head towards turn 1, and it certainly looks like Leonard Archer is not holding back yet. He wants to get away and head to the bar as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I tell you, this is going to be a fight for Reinhard Miller to get as far as up as possible. He's got all these slower cars to contend with, and it's going to be an interesting thing. So if something happens in the front, it's in jeopardy.
Yeah, exactly.
His title is in jeopardy. So he's going to try to fight through it as safe as possible.
Well, he's in jeopardy right now because he's down in 3rd place, not in the lead of the race where he needs to be.
Yep.
He goes Paolo Cavalieri in the track taxi. We'll run there from him in the first heat, finishing up in the top 10 overall. But looks like they have a bit of an issue there on that car. It's blowing up. And a bit of smoke coming out of it as well. Driving through there, is that Economides?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Economides.
Is it? On that thing up far off. So, yeah, certainly. And it's going to bring another factor coming down onto the breakers as well and diving through there. It's Miller dropping back to 5th place.
Well, this is going to be absolutely interesting, because now you're going to see now positions changing probably from the lap going on now, and even the previous lap, Progno also ended up behind Ari van Heerden, but now with the reverse grid, he's in front. So that's going to be interesting as well. You know, what's in it for Ari? Definitely Paulo's cars.
Yeah, a little issue there on that track taxi for Paolo Cavalieri. He's going to have to pull it into pit lane. I think he'll retire that one. But I was watching Kobus Boma come through. He's up to 3rd. So Boma's up to 3rd. 4th place is Nick, and some pressure coming now on Reinhardt. The 30 car, Craig Herb. Miller's in problems here. Miller's got serious trouble.
So I'm not sure if Miller's holding back, but he can't relax here. And now you can see he's trying to fight for his place now, going on the outside, and that's risky to do.
This is this time of the day. And so much. And energy car, but behind him there's a bit of pressure coming from the roof surgeon. Trevor Long's getting involved in the battle, along with possibly Sean Dodd. Those two are not too far behind him.
Yeah, so if Reinhardt is thinking he's going to have a cozy race, he's in for a surprise, because they're going to push him from behind. And they might push him out, maybe out of the point.
So we say 10, 8, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 if you have got a full pack of cars.
Correct.
And that's exactly what they have got right now. Or you don't have real more. So sitting comfortably down in 6th place, we're going to have 10, 8, 6, 4, 3. He's only going to get 2 points. That's the difference at the moment.
Correct.
So Leon will have to win his race to get the victory if Reinhardt stays in 6th place at the moment.
Yeah. So that's why I say that's going to be the position probably for what in Reinhardt. Obviously, the next race. There's Ari from Devon. Also now, you know, with his taken no problem.
Yes, indeed. Problem Ari from Devon. The lead that takes us well. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Orion in 3rd. Doc Larson in 4th, as it was earlier on in the day. Oren down in 5th place. That stands at the moment. And if you look through there, Ari is first class overall. So he's turned his luck around there on that reverse grid.
He has done it.
You kind of expect that from him, because he has got a really good car underneath him in that little box fan that he's got.
Yeah, in the previous race, you would have remembered that they had those slow traffic cars that actually won in his favour.
Yes, it did.
Which he actually won the race. Now with the reverse grid, he was behind Shane. Mike Robert.
Yep. Yeah, they're all from the same family. So don't worry.
Absolutely.
I get that every now and again too.
No,
Start with the Lorero brothers, then you'll see it all about the fun one. And Bernard always yell about this stuff. Then we get the pronunciation right. Yeah, when you're Portuguese, it's easy to get those pronunciations. Oh, there we go. Nick having a look. Trying to find a way back on the inside of the Pepper Shield car. And Kubis Boma, I think he's keeping back.
And he's trying.
And I think he's got it.
Yep.
It's nicely done. I think what he's doing here is he's just getting into that rhythm. Maybe the nerves got you at the start of the race, which is why he dropped back and he's now thinking, hang on a second, I've got to get up there. I've got to be at least in that top four if I want a chance.
But I think he was very cautious about the track because he didn't know the circumstance would react going in. So I think that was probably his strategy. Just test out the track, get some heat in the tires that he can just pour on the power. Now you can see it's only the one car in front of him. Once he's overtaken that, he's got an open road that he can just finish it off nicely.
There we go. So that's what we're going to be looking at here in this one. But we can't tell you what's going to happen in terms of the championship until the next race is done. And we see possibly Leon Nobster take the victory in Class A.
Yeah, he's
Here
not
comes
gonna...
Miller. Miller's up the inside of the Pepper Shield car and gets to a Coma. But that now will secure him, what is that? Third place, and it's 6 points for third. That's 6 points for third.
So he's in it.
Yeah, the championship's wide open again.
Very, very, very close.
Wide open. All of them got involved in the Series 4 because this is the kind of race action we get to the closing stages and right down to the wire.
Yeah, so some of the action or some of the pit talk that we had earlier is some of the guys are making their carts extremely wide. So you can see now Trevor Long as well. He's trying to fight. That was very close.
Tight there between Economides and
very,
Leonard.
very, very close.
Just to jump in on your thought there, but yeah, it's exactly what you kind of expect at this stage of the championship.
Absolutely. So they are fighting it, and you will see Trevor as well and trying to push as hard as possible because of the movement. Robert's not going to give up. Let me tell you that. He's just sussing out the situation here, and he's just going to apply his mind out to it.
Yeah, Ari from Mike Morion and Jacques Larsson is how it stands in Class E. So Class D,
This is a nice look at this.
It is heating up here big time. Economides looking for a way pass on Leonard Archer.
And
Archer,
that we were looking
Just the run. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's going to keep you. I tell you, you have to have.
I'm loving the fact that it's the last race of the season, and as we kind of expected, no holds barred.
Absolutely.
So if you want to touch and rub, that's what you got to do.
They can.
Yeah, exactly. They've got time. They've got time. And of course, both of these guys have had races just previous to this as well. Economides was in his Golf, and actually in the BMW, we saw the ACDBM Zwartkops BMW in number 1.
That Golf from
Yeah, it's a very good car.
Watch the race. Absolutely beautiful.
That turbocharger Golf 1 is a little bit so keep an eye on him in 2024. But, Leonard Archer, though, continuing on his merry way at the front end, further back there. A couple of classes winners. Got ahead now of Morion. She's dropped down to 4th place. And it looks like Kokaninoba just behind that. But once again, up in towards turn number 5 and 6. Here in the background, you can't hear, unfortunately, the crowd. Going mad.
You can see also Ryan Miller is now progressed.
Good. That's what you need.
Exactly what he needs.
6 points in it. Still could come down to 2, hey?
This is going to be very tough. But this is what we expected for a final.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of hoping it was going to go. I mean, that's the kind of race action.
I mean, Ari is also,
yeah.
You know, he's not giving up. He's not just sitting back and let everyone relax. But this is a nice battle. I like to see this. This is beautiful.
You know, and a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of touching, as long as it's within the fair rules of the game, is what people come to watch motorsport for. And if you don't want a big team race, you want a little bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah.
Just to spice it up a bit.
Exactly what we were expecting.
Nick was talking about Rob Deering's car and how awesome it looks in that German touring car, livery. The FINA BMW was German touring car as well. So, you've got to take into account that there's a lot of history and heritage that goes into what being part of this.
Absolutely. So I had a word with Rob Deering, and it is astonishing how this series has grown into this monster. I mean, 52 cars there. I think that is absolutely fantastic to see the guys. It's not only that, Greg. It's about what's happening in the race. They are best of mates.
Oh, no, that's exactly it. It's why it works so well. It's the same, on a similar vein to what FedEx 10 is. The rivalry on track is world class. But when you come off the track, that rivalry turn into long-standing friendships. They'll probably be lifelong friendships in the end of the day. But they leave it on the track.
100%.
That's the best part about it.
And you know what? If any cars gets on sale, I tell you that car will be sold because people wants to get into this series.
I was chatting to Bernard at the last round at Redstone. He's saying that there's actually a waiting list for guys because of the certain tracks that only take up to a certain amount of cars.
Correct.
Unfortunately, when we get Inaba getting up close to first one with the 2 leaders, they come out of turn number 5 there. Lost another brand. I mean, there is a huge following for BMW in terms of motorsport in this country. For the 70s and 80s, they've as a brand in motorsport, as their Volkswagen and other categories, other brands in motorsport. But because of that heritage and love, another reason that this class is so well supported.
Yeah, 100%. And with the in-performance parts now, part of this club, it just strengthens that roots into BMW and into the 50 years of BMW within South Africa.
Correct. That OEM support is such a massive, massive factor.
It made a massive difference because these guys are driving these cars for the passion of the brand.
So we're into the last lap here for the passion of the brand for classes D and E. And it's Leonard Archer who's trying to hang on ahead of Economides. I think he might have done just enough yet to secure the final victory for the Class D. But Miller in third is going to give him 6 points. That is going to move him up into 116 points. So 9 points back on that is 5. It means he has to get first or second. There's only one car on the track in Class A. For the wood, he's got to finish.
Yes, he's got
That's
to finish.
Leon Loebscher has to finish if he wants to get it.
So, he's got a lot of damage on his hero, but that's not too bothered. But he knows he's got a fast car, so he's probably not going to run. He's just going to
100%. The flag's out, as you said. Archer, Economides, and Nicholas Herbst. In fact, that Herbst has snuck through there in the closing stages. I think he may have. So just getting confirmation of that. It could be Nicholas Herbst who's just snuck through there to bring Ronald Miller down into 4th. Word up with our fellow commentator if he gets back up here in time. I'm not sure if he's going to get back up here.
No,
so
he's not yet.
I think he's going to stick around.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
No,
be awesome.
we'll be here.
So, of course, Nico has now gone through into 3rd, according to the timing of it. So I'm going to speak that is correct. Miller down to 4th, so not 160. We now get 1084, 140. Brings it down to 6 points in it. There's nothing. That is so cool.
That's like nothing. Well,
that's what we want. That is exactly what we want. There is unofficial results, of course. Leonard Archer, Economides, Nicholas Herbst, and Reinhard Miller. Craig Herbst and Claudio Gordini. Thomas Bomo had a fantastic run. Start of it. Nina Roberts coming through there, but of course she's been classified as where she was on the road, as opposed to where she finished up. And Sean Dodd and Trevor Long there. Class E, further down the pack. Once again, Ari van Heerden who takes the win over Mike Koppler. And it looks like Marianne hung on for 3rd place. So nice to see the lady on the podium there. There she is, Wonder Woman herself, in the Hulk colours. Wonder Woman car.
Hubby is the mechanic. Absolutely great to see her race.
There you have it. wrapping up classes B and E. In a few moments' time, we'll be back for the final race of the day and the final race of the 2023 Extreme Festival Regional Championship, in Performance Parts Racing Series classes A, B, and C. All right, we're back at Zwartkops for the final race of the day, final race of 2023's Extreme Festival Regional Championship, and the final race of BMW M Performance Racing Parts Race Series of classes A, B, and C. Now, there's some big factors to take into account. Nick Macris has wrapped up Class B. We're not going to really concentrate too much on Class B. Class A, we saw Leon Lopesha and Bob Neal. And I've actually just seen the onboard footage there on your phone, but so that's just it's a massive crash at 220 k's an hour into the inside barrier of turn 4. But fortunately, he walked away due to the fact of how well that car is built. Lopesha also had an incident, went off, a little bit of damage, finished race 1, which kept him at the lead of the championship to the tune of 2 points. Reinhard Miller has just secured another couple of points back on him. So we're sitting with Reinhard on 114 and Leon on 109. There are 2 Class A cars on track. One of them is Josh LaRue. If Josh LaRue beats Leon Lopesha and Leon finishes, he will win the championship by 1 point. If Josh doesn't beat Leon and Leon beats Josh and finishes the race, he wins by 3 points over Reinhard. So it's all to play for in Class A and overall.
And what's nice to see is Gary Martin's car is also on track. It's the diesel. So that would be quite something interesting.
Oh, that's quite nice. The boss comes in and gives me a Christmas present before we even finish racing. I love that. Thanks, Tanya. You must come here afterwards, please.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to me. Right. Toyota 86 from Pretoria Toyota rolls into pit lane, lights out. Leon Lopesha to dictate the pace for his final race of the season. Got Josh LaRue alongside him. 2 Class A competitors and then an extremely competitive field. Reverse grid, of course, for Class B as they head down towards turn 1. Nick Macris has wrapped up the championship, I think, in Class B. Class C still up for grabs, maybe a little bit of chopping and changing up and down in Class C. We'll keep an eye on that. But our main focus in this one is going to be what's going to happen for the overall championship. And is Leon Lopesha still going to be able to do something about that overall championship?
It's going to be a bumper-to-bumper race the first few laps, and you're going to see them settling apart, with the different groups. But you can see already Leon just wants to create himself that little barrier just to secure his win. But the rest of the cars are not holding back. You can see everyone is so closely punching.
And while Levy is the man we spoke about in terms of potential winning classes, he's ahead of Nick Fisher. He stays ahead of Nick Fisher. He'll take that championship title away from him. Remember, Nick is our overall champion and Class B winner from last year. But Anwar possibly in the drive, Cool Drinks BMW. In second. Third place, Jaco Storm. Much room in the first, but of course there was so much action that we saw in the first heat. We're kind of missing him on a couple of occasions. So apologies there to Josh and Yaku. But Storm now leading out Class B ahead of Hunter Parker and Rob Gearing. Look where the delivery happening. Watch out for this packet car. Neil Pillay, Devin Robertson, Osmad Joni, all slowly coming up to that front pack.
Robertson is probably gonna gun for some positions here. Let me tell you that OP is like so well geared, and his mindset is right just for it. And you're gonna see a lot of changes in the position for the reverse to the field.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. And what I saw now, the timing that just came through from the first lap already quite thick. So it's going to shave down now. So guys were cautious as well about the strategy. So they're holding back a little bit the time.
Yeah, look, they haven't been on here since the morning. Right now, light on back down rapidly. Oh, Josh LaRue in the pit lane. That's going to be massive for Leon Lopesha. So LaRue retires, so that factor comes out of play. Let's just cross that off my list of things to do.
There you go.
You must be looking at me going, what have you been doing on this paper game? Do you even know what you're talking about?
So for the viewers out there, it's fun to describe Lou to a blind person. If you look at his next pad, all these
it's just
different points
calculations.
Because it's a finale.
Yeah, exactly. And you asked me why I come with a calculator.
Now listen, if you're concentrating on what you're doing now and doing that, definitely you need a calculator. Someone's just going to...
I think it was Renier, ran a little bit wide there. Yeah, Renier Smith running wide out of turn 3. Rob Gearing under a bit of pressure there from Macris. And then Nick Patel behind that as well. Gioni, I did say would be there, and Robertson's coming. And it looks like Fedetto might be running them too.
Yeah, they're right there in the mix. And Renier's got a strong car there as well. He's about that car. He was of Rob Gearing.
Delivery, as I said, different classes, always an hard one. He had Warsteiner on it for a while as well, for a couple of seasons too. So he's playing around with the sort of famous livery of some famous BMW race car.
Yeah, wasn't there some myth about the green race car?
I don't
or something
testament
like
to that one.
Yeah.
Go and speak to Graham Nathan about
He
that. He'll
said-
tell you he won't even put a green sticker on his car.
He's got
That's
good
how
luck
that's how
so
bad
far.
it is.
I mean, there's our race
No,
leader,
no,
Leon.
listen, British Racing Green Cars won multiple championships in their time, so you can't go wrong with that. I don't know. It's a myth. Some people don't like it. The boys at Arrow Racing certainly like green cars, don't they?
Can't be out there.
I know they do. That's nice to have them on board as part of our all this category. But now, up to the top of the hill, the Gearing's under a bit of pressure. Yeah. Closing on better. Yeah. The difference there is much Devon is arguably the better driver. Maybe the aerodynamic factor and the power differential. Those two cars are going to be dead behind.
So you will see closing in on the corner side, but the straight line speed, it's going to get.
Kind of what we saw, I don't know if you watched any of the supercar race, second heat. The Porsche, just that straight line speed. Just can't outgun it in the lap. That was amazing. 50 speed but on that straight line speed, I mean, that's what's won him the championship. So here we go. As Nick Macris has closed that gap down, he's also now starting to put a little bit more pressure onto the drive car.
Not a little, he's going to take that.
And inside line, he's got it. Oh, good move.
That's a great move from him.
Side
He
by
must
side
just now
over.
hold it. He's got the
Yeah.
race line.
No, he's got it. Although, it's not going to be without too much of a fight there from Mansour.
We saw this going to happen.
The Jar Bunny cars are not scared to fight, eh? You must remember where they come from. They come from Cape Town, and they're usually involved in those modified category where there's about 70 cars on the grid in Cape Town, and they fight tooth and nail properly. So he's not prepared to back down without a fight. That's for sure.
That's very fun. And just behind him is
There you go, Gary Martin. Then you can tell.
That's no diesel, right?
Yeah, that's
Strong
the only
diesel.
diesel, eh? The only diesel out there.
Yeah. He's made it happen.
I tell you, I had an M50D in went down the field. The guys BMW helped me out there from the local dealership, and it was great to have them on board. But I was suitably impressed on the power of delivery on that car.
What's nice about it when you start it, can you hear that it's diesel?
Not the top.
It is a wolf. Road.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, the torque on it is unbelievable. I think if you get that car to work right, you're going to see that BMW maybe even in rubbing it. Look, he's possible to call. Basically, your budget is football, your race budget.
There's a lot of factors there.
Every time you hear the petrol price go up, you think, oh, petrol price goes up, diesel goes up 3 times more. You're like, in the old days, it used to be the other way around. Diesel used to be the more cheaper version of
Maybe we
car.
should buy a diesel car, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think it's maybe because of the
Leon is
environmental
running
part.
away with it. He's
Well-
really opening up the gap.
Exactly what he had. Got to just keep it up front. Together. 3 laps and 2 corners. And the championship is sorted.
He just needs to keep it steady now, just nice and neat, and he will championship.
I'm going to tell you, one of the nicest sounding motor cars down on the side of the track, gets those wastegates to open. There's nothing like it. It really is awesome. Here's your Class B champion, Nick Macris. You're a fight there. Third place on the road and second in class, so it's got a man right there.
Yeah, so you can see the field is now quite spread apart, and the guys are now just racing their race. You will find here and there battles, but I think they settled into the positions that they will be in now.
You don't think it's about time that they're going, okay, I'm going to go home with a clean car?
Nah, not today. This is the finals. They
Yeah. No,
nothing holds here. They just take everything.
Josh Leroux back on track.
He's back on.
So it must have been an issue that they could still start relatively easily. It has brought him back on how many laps down? 2 laps down. So not really going to be classified. You'll probably still score second in Class A, depending
100%.
on how many laps he makes up here in the closing stages. So of the 10, he's going to compete for 4, 5. Maybe enough. Yeah, might be enough still to be classified.
Yeah. So that will bring Leon's points winning maybe down a bit.
No, it won't, because it's 3 cars
close.
or more.
Absolutely.
So whether he was there or not isn't really a factor. It's
Yeah,
not
you're
really
right.
a factor at all, so it should be okay. Awkward. Go back straight. Nice run from him. Here is Nick Fisher, your outgoing champion. He had a good season. The heavy number to have on the car, that number 1.
It is, because there's expectations, if you carry that number. So not everyone wants the number, but everyone goes by it. He was ecstatic when he wanted that number.
He just wanted that number 1 on the car again. He fought hard for it this year. He changed his mind. He was always a big sort of hunter for the fact that he had a naturally aspirated car. But he eventually pulled the light and said, you know what, there's no way I can compete against him.
No, and he always wanted to compete with the guys, but it was on that natural aspirate total limit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he retired the vehicle in the first race due to some turbocharge problems. But he's going to build this one.
Lubscher onto the final lap. So 2.1 Ks to go before we see Lubscher taking that number 66 off, number 1 off. That's if he doesn't. I don't know if he'll do that. We'll wait and see what happens next year. But I've got to say, I believe through the grapevine in BMW M Performance Racing Series circles, a couple more Class A cars coming next year.
Yeah, there's going to be quite interesting things that are happening, but I'm going to leave that for Bernard to announce that.
Nice.
I don't want to take the win.
Yeah, look, Bern sort of intimated at the race commentary at Red Star that there were a couple of guys that have shown some big interest. Possibly the Guerrero brothers. They've had a go at the cars, and of course, on a day like this, they could have had a very busy day. I know that there are a couple of other very strong BMWs in the pipeline that could potentially come to this category, and if that's the case, the more the merrier. If it's a class today, take it up. Why not?
Listen, if the tracks are lower, we will get very long. And Leon takes the victory.
So with that, takes the victory in the championship as well.
100%. And you can see by the times that Leon wasn't really gunning hard for it. He was just running a safe race.
And that's the idea. At this stage of the championship, you don't have to win by the mile, you can win by the millimetre. And by that, I'm going to state that it is literally by the millimetre. 3 points in it between Reinhard Miller and the win that by Leon securing the title on 117 points. Miller will finish on 140. So that is your championship all done. While I say that, they fought a big slide out of third eight. Thanks, Neil Pillay. I'll just keep us on our toes. He's going to try and wrap things up past here and then just throw a fighting BMW.
I think they could put on a show, but I think that he would put on a show like that.
I think that was showboating though a little bit. I think there's possibly somebody up on that gallery that he wanted to impress, and he certainly impressed us as well. So there you have unofficial results. Leon Lubscher, Renier Smith, Nick Macris. Lubscher taking the Class A and overall championship. Nick Macris will take third place and Class B's championship. And it looks like it's going to be Anwar Levy, I think, is going to take Class D. I've got to confirm that when we change over there. There we go. The Levy, Nike, Buckland, Fisher down that far back. Yeah. So Anwar is going to take that Class C championship. And then congratulations, of course, to Reinhard Miller for Class D. And that Class D, of course, going to be going to Harry from the BMW Series. Phenomenal season.
Phenomenal. This is why people must come watch racing. If you are not here physically, you must be online and watch it. This is the thrill that we love.
It certainly is. Lee, thanks so much for joining me.
Listen, it was an honor.
Much appreciated. And the insight from your side was very good. Please send my regards to you. And we are literally on our 8-hour time limit for Facebook, so I'm going to wrap things up here very quickly from our side. We're going to go down to Leon Lubscher quickly and catch up with him before we wrap things up. Leon?
Leon Lobscher, BMW car champion. Talk me through how you're feeling. How was it out there?
It was very nice. At least we could finish the race without an accident or any incidents. It was something different from the rest of today. Yeah.
So there you have it, ladies and gents, Extreme Festival final, the grand final here at Zwartkops National World of Motoring. Certainly hope you've enjoyed all the races we brought you today. Champions have been crowned. 2024 beckons to be one of the best. We've had an epic 2023. A massive shout out to the entire Zwartkops team for the effort they put in to repair two huge impact barriers, and of course to our medical and race staff behind the scenes. Peter DeToya and his family for what they do for South African motorsport. To Tanya and her team, the Extreme Festival side of things, running all the way through the country at regional and at national championship level. And of course to our team here from 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds on behalf of our entire team and cameramen. Say all the very best for the festive season. We certainly hope you have a blessed one, and we'll see you in 2024 as the Extreme Festival kicks off here at Zwartkops on the 9th of March. It's not Cape Town the week later, the national side of it. On my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.